I want to take one of the prime spots. She could translate because Tatiana was coming. Milana didn't get her speech ahead of time, and she said that maybe if Oksana can translate, it might be better. Yeah, because I was sitting at the dinner table with Oksana yesterday, and I should have asked her because given her heads up that she has to do some interpretation. She's coming. Oh no, no. Someone should have the list of their accomplishments. Well, I guess I could email them. So he can sit here, right? Because I remember you don't have to sit up there. I think you go up and then you can sit wherever, but then at the end of the discussion, you sit. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. And is there a clicker? You're the guy. Okay.
Actually, I need to get the rest of you guys put it on.
And I'll ask you a quick question.
Yes.
Is there any way to get that? Is that because it's presenter display?
Yeah, so when I put on, I'll put your PowerPoint on here and it will show up on there.
Right.
And then people that are on the live stream can see it as well. And then you can operate it from that point.
Right. If I want to look at the screen as I'm presenting, because I have any notes. Is there enough? Is it flashing up there? Or is there?
But I mean, if you're one stand up recording, you'll be able to see. It's a little bit awkward.
That's all right. That's all right. Maybe I could do this around here. Is the live stream able to follow me that?
Yeah, so the live stream is actually like the camera, that's the camera right there.
Right.
So you can see on here like where the kind of the view is there.
Okay, so this is just easy for me to see my PowerPoint?
Sure, sure.
Okay, cool. And this is just.
Exactly, you got it.
Thank you.
We're just, our last panelist is on the way, but we will, I think, just go ahead and start. But just before I do, just to welcome the second day of the conference and exchanges. I was just overwhelmed yesterday with presentations, the fresh data that we got, the discussion that we had, the comments, the questions. I think it was a really stimulating data exchanges, and both yesterday and today, they're not only being streamed, but they're recorded. We have sent the links, and it'll be on the YouTube channel, so you guys can feel free to go back, rewatch, and I'm definitely going to use this to teach my students because I think it's very rare we can have such fresh data, and also this multidisciplinary perspective that we have, bringing together art, architecture, culture, high politics, and every layer in between, and really thinking of this question of refugee agency. So thank you all, and then I look forward again today to another wonderful panel, and Anna will chair, and we'll sort of ease our way in, and then Juanita, who's our third panelist, will be joining us very shortly.
Is the mic on? Okay. Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon to whoever is watching us online, depending on which time zone you're joining us from. Welcome to day 2 of our workshop on global consequences of displacement from Russia's invasion of Ukraine, space, place, and pluralism. Thank you so much to the organizers for putting on this event together, and for our hosts at the Global Center of Pluralism for hosting us in this wonderful venue. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge that we are gathering on the traditional and unceded territory of the Algonquin Nation. As we have been speaking so much about displacement in this conference, I think it's important to acknowledge the displacement of the Indigenous peoples that has occurred on this land. My name is Anna Kozlova, and I will be the chair of this morning's panel on Canada and assistance to Ukrainians in perspective. A bit about myself: I'm a PhD candidate and a contract instructor at the Department of History at Carleton University, and I also work on a number of projects at URAS. The way that this panel will go is I will introduce the presenters, and they will have 15 minutes to present. I will let you know when you have reached 10 minutes of your time, as well as when your time is up. I will be quite strict as chair and exercise my powers accordingly so we can have ample time for discussion. So Jeff Sahadeo will be the discussant for this panel, and he will deliver his remarks at the end of everyone's presentations, after which we will move to the discussion with the audience. First up, we have Jennifer Heineman. Jennifer is a professor and currently serves as Associate Vice President of Research and Innovation. She is also the past director of the Center for Refugee Studies at York University. Jennifer's research crosses political, economic, cultural, and feminist dimensions of migration, focusing on people's mobility, displacement, and security. Her scholarship is particularly concerned with the dynamics of conflict and disaster that create refugees and internally displaced persons, as well as international humanitarian responses to such crises. Jennifer, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here with you, and it is a relief and a joy to be in person instead of watching from the Toronto Airport Lounge, where I spent yesterday fogged in, as many others probably did too. Echoing thanks to the organizers and chairs for all those who've made it possible to be here. It's really a pleasure to be in real life. So with that, I'm going to mosey quickly through this talk, which I've renamed for the purposes of today, Humanitarian Nationalism and Diaspora Geopolitics, Displacement from the War Against Ukraine to Canada. This particular icon, which is fascinating to me because it suggests the Ukrainian flag, but is on the Canadian government website. What I want to do in the next 15 minutes, I might go a couple minutes over, Anna, just a warning, is do 3 things. Demonstrate that Canadian society and governments have embraced an unprecedented, what I'm calling humanitarian nationalism in relation to displaced Ukrainians. Second, juxtapose this response with special programs for Syrians and for Afghanistans, and I'll get into the timing on that in a moment, very briefly, because Jackie Bonesteel, who's going to be speaking in the session, is going to do a deeper dive into the legal weeds and details that we need to know. And third, I want to suggest that Diaspora Geopolitics, which I failed to put in the presentation, is a paper I wrote with Amar Singham and Gayatri Naganathan in relation to Tamils who have come to Canada and who constitute a racialized diaspora that has been successful, but also not very successful in lobbying the Canadian government around human rights issues. And my question is like, why is that? Why are some refugee diasporas perhaps paid attention to more than others? So that's sort of the overarching question. Put another way, Canadian responses to these three groups, Afghans, Syrians, and Ukrainians, are very disparate. And what influences and accounts for these disparate responses? So in short, once again, I want to argue that humanitarian nationalism in Canada positively shapes Canada's response to Ukrainians coming here or who want to come here. And that the relative lack or maybe even absence of securitization, by which I mean the state creating a particular group or diaspora as a threat to or a potential security risk to Canada, affects positively the Ukrainian situation, temporary visa program that we have in place. So a very warm welcome to the Ukrainians, which is fantastic. I hope it's the new normal for Canada. And that's sort of where I'd like to go by the end of this, this talk. A caveat to start us off in terms of context, really important to remember that coming to Canada or any other country is not a solution. I don't think of refugee resettlement as a solution either. I've written about it as a strategy, the best decision that people make at the time for their circumstances. And I want to say this because just 2 weeks ago or less, the Globe and Mail published this headline here in Canada. Millions of Ukrainians who fled their homes during the war returned despite bombings and blackouts. And the IOM has reported as well that more than 1.2 million people who left have returned. For IDPs who've been displaced within Ukraine, that number is much higher. So I think that we need to pay attention to that and not suggest that everyone is leaving, or certainly impose any normative suggestion that coming to Canada is somehow a better option. We see evidence of the humanitarian nationalism, which I'm going to unpack in a moment, in all kinds of places in Europe. And I know this has been mentioned, the EU Temporary Protection Directive, while adopted after the war in the former Yugoslavia, it wasn't until the invasion by Russia into Ukraine that it was activated. And I think this is really quite interesting. So it's not just Canada who's experiencing this. So what then is humanitarian nationalism? You can make up a term, but there has to be a reason for it. And I think there has to be some, and I've been thinking about this for quite a while. I haven't actually written it down in paper form yet, but I want to draw on Didier Fassin's concept of humanitarian government. For Fassin, and you can hopefully see, I guess I should be looking at that. I don't know which one is easier to see for each of you, but I hope the audience online can also see it. Two conditions must be met in order for humanitarian government to work. And he says that there's the shared condition of humankind, number one, and then the effective movement drawing humans towards their fellows, or humanness, as number two. The first creates an expectation of universality and therefore a basis for rights. And the second generates obligations to provide assistance and attention. Obligations, but not rights. So sort of an emotional attachment, if you like. So Fassin goes on to say that humanitarian government is also a politics of compassion, which means that there's an inequality in this. The precarious group, for example, refugees, is the object of this compassion. But the compassion also creates a solidarity, which again comes from a different place of affect rather than just a legal place of rights. So to use his words, the conditions of possibility of moral sentiments is generally the recognition of others as fellows. Now, in the past, with regard to refugee situations, especially refugees in exile for a long period of time, I've argued that both of these conditions are rarely met. Number one, yes, these are fellow humans, and yes, they have rights, and they might have lots of rights, but we, the international community, I'll say those states in the international community, often ignore those rights. And that the effective piece, the solidarity, is lacking, is absent in many cases. So I've often critiqued humanitarian government on that basis, but I think in the Ukrainian context, these conditions are definitely met. So we have in the case of Ukraine, a humanitarian nationalism. And I'm thinking here of Ignatieff's notion. He distinguishes, rather oversimplifies perhaps, civic nationalism and ethnic nationalism. I think there are many more kinds of nationalism, toxic nationalism, and a constructive nationalism that might be even decolonial. But the point here is that both conditions have been met, and there is a kind of societal-wide endorsement, embracing of Ukrainians given the conditions that they face and the, again, I could say illegal invasion by Russia. But again, that's more of a rights-based argument. I just want to focus here on the solidarity piece, if you like. This is a sign from my neighborhood that I took a picture of a couple weeks ago, and I'm sure many of you have seen these in your own neighborhoods. I use the term banal humanitarian nationalism here because way back in the 90s, Billig came up with this notion of banal nationalism, the ways in which nationalism is an everyday act. It's reproduced in all kinds of small ways. And he used, for example, the idea of Americans, putting flags on their homes as a kind of banal nationalism. They're there all year round, etc. But I do think these signs, which you can find in people's gardens, you find them on people's cars, cottages, homes, municipal governments. The city hall in Berlin has a Ukrainian flag on it at the moment. Canadian government websites. Yesterday, just to build on this, I think it was Martin Geiger who said, if you drive up to the gas station, I think he used the word petrol, but you drive up to the gas station and then you've got a Ukrainian flag on your car, and people from, Afghanistan or people from Syria might come up to you and say, oh yeah, we were, Aleppo was invaded by the Russians and by obviously the Al-Assad regime. But we, I don't want to use words that weren't spoken, but we identify with you in some fashion. And so that would be, in my view, a kind of banal nationalism, but really something quite real and tangible as well that we need to pay attention to. So this is the Facebook page for the Government of Canada, and you can see the banal nationalism in the background chosen. I'm not going to go, as I said, into deep detail over the Canada-Ukraine authorization for emergency travel, but this is the visa that allows Ukrainians to come for up to 3 years. And I stand to be corrected again. Jackie's going to give us more details in a few minutes, but I just want to give you a bird's eye view of what the numbers are. And so you can take a look at how it shakes up or shakes down when we compare to other diasporas and refugees coming to Canada. One thing that's very interesting is the role of provincial governments. It's not just the federal government. In fact, some might argue that the federal government has no control over Newfoundland chartering its own flights to bring Ukrainians in. And so that's been interesting. And provinces have been willing to put in healthcare, waive healthcare. There's usually a 3-month wait in many provinces. And so that has been waived. Provinces are doing extraordinary things to welcome Ukrainians. Here are some numbers on chartered flights. And here's a picture of a family that were willing to have their photo taken. One thing that's not clearly known, and one of my questions for Jackie is going to be, who are your clientele? But it's not just women and children who've been allowed to exit Ukraine that are applying. There are families who may have been outside of Ukraine at the time of the invasion. All kinds of people are coming to Canada. But here are the numbers that are interesting to look at. Almost 650,000 people have applied to come. More than 338,000 have been approved. That's almost 1 million people. And then you look at how many people have arrived since January, and the numbers are impressive, over 100,000 people. If we move to Afghans and we look at how many Afghans have arrived, and again, August 2021, you'll remember the US withdrawal from Afghanistan and the mess that was created, and the very quick assertion of governance by the Taliban there. In terms of the Special Immigration Measures Program for Afghans, so far 8,300 have arrived, 8,305, through the humanitarian program, and that requires people to be outside of Afghanistan to apply for refugee status. about 14,250. So totally 23,000, give or take. And so the numbers are not as big. A pledge of 40,000 has been made, but efforts on the Canadian government's part have been slow, in part because the Taliban, which is recognized as a terrorist entity by the Canadian government on the one hand, the Canadian government is now having to discuss and meet with this new government led by the Taliban on the other. So that's a problem. But of course, there's been widespread support, perhaps not as widespread, I would argue, as for Ukrainians, but certainly Canadian diplomats, service members, members of the officers in the military and so on have worked very hard to bring people to safety after August 2021. So Syrians, only one quick slide. I couldn't find my slide, which has this particular figure as over 60,000, but I have seen it and I can find it for you. I'm not quite sure why the numbers have been revised down to 44,620, but I imagine people like me are giving presentations and questions are being asked about the numbers. So I won't dwell on these numbers, except to say you can see some sizable differences. And remember, Syrians and Afghans came as refugees. The visa program that Jackie Bonestill is going to talk about is a temporary residence permit, essentially. So quite a different animal. But my main point, and I needed to find some data to back it up, so I've got two examples, is that some refugee diasporas are preferred, and they're preferred because they're not deemed, as I said earlier, as security threats. They're not deemed or they're not securitized in particular ways. And here's an example of when Canada launched its temporary visitor biometric visa program way back in 2012. There were 29 countries and one territory, the Palestinian Authority, on the list. And if you take a look at the list, Afghanistan's there, Syria's there, Sri Lanka's there, Sudan's there, Somalia's there. I'm sure Donald Trump would not approve either, but the main point is that these were the first 29 countries where the biometric visa, which is of course a higher bar for getting into Canada and getting a visa, rolled out. I think the government of the day realized quickly that they couldn't maintain a double standard for different countries in terms of discrimination, but essentially they did discriminate at the outset, and there was a higher bar. Again, many of these refugee-producing countries. So this is from the Gazette, this particularly obscure table from 2012. In 2014, funded by the Kanishka Program, Public Safety Canada, research was done and published that was a two-part methodology. Again, slightly obscure report that you can find online. Happy to share the link, but a national telephone survey with thousands of Canadians was done. And the question was asked, do people migrating to Canada from war zones import conflict? Problematic. I use this in a lot of methods courses. Problematic question. Leading question, if you ask me. In fact, more than leading, damaging question. This is a kind of epistemic violence, I've argued, because you're implying that there's something to be worried about and that these people are a threat. So this is securitization. So moving on, part two of the methodology, 220 interviews with Canadian immigrants from these same groups. None of the transcripts showed that there was any extremism. No one, people were saying things like, I came to Canada precisely to be safe and get away from the kinds of extremist elements that were making their own countries unsafe. So very quickly, I'm going to skip this because I've been told I'm very short on time. Diaspora geopolitics, again, comes out of this paper. I'm not going to deeply go into it, except to give you a quick definition. It aims to shift, and this is the three of us writing this paper, which came out just a year and a half ago in geopolitics, to shift public attention away from the salient securitization discourse of states to the diasporas and their actions and their, obviously interview transcripts and so on, where they can describe and analyze, theorize for us what the diaspora means, how it thinks, and what it will do. And so very quickly, in our channel case study, I'll just quickly stick to the text. We found that families were divided on their stance around the extremist in some people's view, Tamil Tigers, the guerrilla group that used militarized tactics to fight against the Sri Lankan military. Tamil nationalism was a common thread throughout. How it manifested was very nuanced, and that was what we were trying to pull out. So that's what the kind of point that I'm trying to make today. I'm not going to say much more than flags were a very sensitive issue. And this photo is actually kind of important if you think about the flags that we see in this iconography of the humanitarian nationalism. The Ukrainian flag is everywhere. It is not a problem. However, this is the Gardiner Expressway in downtown Toronto, where people of Tamil descent, Canadians, protested that the Canadian government was doing nothing when in 2009, some 40,000 civilians were killed in northern Sri Lanka. However, all those red flags, when you hear about the red flag, those are LTTE flags, and they were seen to be icons of extremism. And this goes back, the Canadian government has a long history of sometimes standing beside Tamil Tiger flags. There's a picture of Paul Martin in about 2001. He got in deep trouble for that. But the Canadian government wanted to keep very far away from those flags. And so anyway, traffic was stopped, and I'll leave it at that. Last slide, humanitarian nationalism. Different humanitarian programs, different visa programs are available for different refugee diasporas. They're disparate in what's being offered. And as I said, I hope the Ukrainian response is the new normal for Canada. However, the question remains, is there a more accountable approach to theorizing power that describes the embodied experience of violent conflict, displacement, and diaspora? I think, I haven't used the word race here, but I think securitization is highly racialized. And I think I want to use a bit of nuance to say that is one of the major tropes and ways in which this is getting meted out. And I'll just leave it at that because I'm out of time, but thanks so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for your presentation. And I'm sorry we didn't have a chance to cover everything, but you raised some very important issues, and I really look forward to the discussion. Next up, we have Juanita Milano. Juanita is an independent researcher affiliated with Carleton University and is the research coordinator and team co-leader for the SSHRC-funded Global Mobility of Talent Research Group at Carleton University. She holds an MA in Public Policy and Administration from Carleton and has worked for the Government of Canada in various migration policy delivery positions, focusing on the need for equitable treatment for processing across populations.
Thank you so much for that. So I'm taking this talk in a bit of a different direction, but I was very excited to hear the first talk because I do like this idea of having this new normal. So I'll take you over something quite different. So as I was introduced, my name is Juanita. I'm an independent researcher working with Professor Martin Geiger, and we have been looking at the movement of high-skilled labor around the world. The paper that I'll be discussing today focuses on forced displacement of high-skilled workforce within the Ukrainian diaspora and the opportunities that Canada has to offer for this demographic throughout these very challenging times. So I will preface this talk with some of our findings that speak to the labor gaps in the STEM sector in Canada prior to the outbreak of the coronavirus, as well as the trends observed throughout the pandemic. I will then briefly revisit the situation seen following Russia's invasion in Crimea in 2014 and the redirection of Ukrainian talent prior and during the pandemic. This all with the goal of then assessing Canada's potential as a talent destination for this demographic. Ultimately, we consider the possibility of using economic pathways as a means to provide both a safe haven and professional satisfaction for Ukrainians that are being forcefully displaced, which also presents an opportunity for Canada to address its labor market needs. So Canada hit a record high for job vacancies in September of this year, but labor shortages are not a new problem. In fact, it was already a prominent issue prior to the pandemic, and one that was exacerbated by the measures in place to prevent the spread of the virus. Martin and I and our team, we looked in depth at 3 provinces, British Columbia, Ontario, and Quebec, and based on industry reports, policy statements, and media coverage on skilled foreign workers, as well as a series of interviews that we performed with the various stakeholders in the field, we found a number of common challenges among the provinces when it comes to attracting and retaining high-skilled talent in the STEM sector. So prior to the pandemic, all three provinces were experiencing demographic and economic changes, such as aging workforce, strong growth in their STEM industries, and significant out-migration to other provinces and countries mainly being the US. They were also experiencing the need to create provincial programs as a means to compensate for the shortcomings of the federal ones. And they were also as well dealing with the consequences of poor communication and a lack of comprehensive data, which essentially further exacerbated the situation by inhibiting effective policymaking and advising. So provinces and non-governmental stakeholders were already taking matters into their own hands, so to speak. So for example, we had BC that was pioneering the use of a dedicated stream for tech workers through the provincial nominee program. It originated as a pilot and then became a permanent program throughout the pandemic. And it currently is considered the easiest way to get to Canada as a tech worker, as well as the easiest way to hire a tech worker as a Canadian employer. And then we have Ontario. It hosts a major provider for bridging services for migrants coming to Canada that are being sponsored by an employer, as well as those that are already here that are looking for work and are looking to integrate into the labor market. This entity is called Access Employment, and it's a publicly funded entity that assists both employers and workers to overcome the well-known hurdle of the Canadian experience. And then we have Quebec, which has its graduate streams and allows foreign students from Quebec educational institutions who want to settle and find employment in Quebec to apply for permanent residency. So we see that the federal government throughout the pandemic did start responding to some of these needs that we're seeing to be that much worse throughout the pandemic. So stakeholders in all provinces noted the importance of addressing the shortage of the supply of STEM workers to ensure a faster and more stable recovery following the downturn that caused the pandemic. So the federal government taking action early on and through some, what I would say as a bureaucrat myself, innovative approaches in policymaking and program delivery. And this was something like, for example, reviewing the criteria for the postgraduate work permit. And you can see that the spirit continues today as we see changes in the number of hours, for example, to international students, but they're able to work outside of campus. But most notably, we see it in the target levels of economic migrants and the plans for the government for the future. So now let's talk about Ukrainian talent. As the wartime exodus from Ukraine grows larger, companies around the world have been rushing to provide offers of employment to this demographic in an effort to facilitate resettlement and address the labor gaps aggravated by the pandemic. Ukraine is recognized for its skilled workforce, with 70% of workers holding secondary or higher education degrees. Moreover, it boasts of largest tech engineering force in Central and Eastern Europe, with Microsoft, Cisco, Google, and other multinational companies outsourcing work from them. Pre-invasion, so pre-2022, Ukraine was a growing hub for tech talent. The Ukrainian IT development sector exported 6.8 billion in IT services in 2021, and increased by 36%, an increase by 36% between 2020 and 2021. It was recognized for having, they speak English, they have an easier time zone than other Asian countries have for North America and the EU. And according to one source, the country is home to over 240,000 tech specialists and more than 100 R&D centers for international companies. Some of the unicorns include ventures such as GitLab and Grammarly, which we all know quite well. So we can trace the growth and resiliency of the tech sector in Ukraine to 2014. When Russia first invaded Ukraine and annexed Crimea, many Ukrainian businesses and IT companies started planning their operations, taking account unprecedented risks, such as the one that we're seeing now. And this created a sense of need to ensure resiliency within the sector, and is now paying off clearly. Then we see this with COVID-19, this work from anywhere model for tech companies, that Ukrainians seized this opportunity to provide a talent pool for employers around the world. And now we fast forward to 2022, the war. Canada launches the Canadian-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel, which, as we said, though it will be elaborated on later on, but at no cost offered Ukrainians visas to make their way to Canada, where they would receive some settlement services, that will be elaborated, and could apply for open work permits if desired. So this was further complemented by the action of private entities, such as high-skilled tech recruitment firms, that put in the efforts into using their avenues to support Ukrainians. For example, we have this Canadian company, Van Hack, a leading provider of technology recruitment in North America and Europe, that chose to waive their traditional placement fees to help tech talent from Ukraine get jobs abroad. Van Hack also encouraged these employers to donate these would-be fees to verified Ukrainian-based charities. So now really, now let's get to the meat of the discussion, which is earlier in May, the UNHCR estimated that more than 6 million people had fled Ukraine since the start of the war. And since conscription rules kicked in, most of those leaving the country were women and children. This gender split has been reflected in the number of Ukrainians in the talent sector, in the tech sector, that have been able to choose Canada as their safe haven. So let's talk a bit about the demographics of those coming to Canada. In July, Van Hack, from the earlier example of Canadian private entities supporting mobility of Ukrainian talent, they noted the overwhelming demand for Ukrainian talent has far outweighed supply, primarily because military-aged men are banned from leaving the country. From this, we can speculate that the trends amongst the Ukrainian tech talent landing in Canada are likely to be composed of family units for whom the principal applicant is the father, and their settlement plans are focused on the long term. So why do I say long term? Earlier in the year, members showed that Ukrainians fleeing the war were hoping to stay closer to home, whether because they didn't think the war would last that long or because their loved ones were still there. In a survey ran by the European Leadership Network in March, more than 56% of those interviewed believed that the conflict would be over by the end of the month. In the same survey, 67% responded that they would be willing to take up arms. So we see that early on that Canada was not a very attractive destination. It's far away from Ukraine, we know that. And so as for the gender gap, it's not only the conscription factor. While military-aged men have been conscripted, women have also stayed to join the military. In September, military officials calculated that about 50,000 women were serving in the Ukrainian armed forces in combat and non-combat roles. It's also the non-male representation in the Ukrainian tech workers. In February, according to global data, from the estimated 300,000 tech workers in Ukraine, only 24% were women. So finally, obviously, and it's worth mentioning that in addition to not being able to work as the duty to their nation prevails, they have to cope with the challenges that come with living these traumatic experiences, which makes relocation that much more challenging. So, but we still have some opportunities for resettlement here in Canada. So now we can think of other organizations such as Talent Lift, another example of a non-governmental organization working to facilitate the mobility of Ukrainians into Canada. They said that the groundbreaking visa response to the displacement caused by the war in Ukraine saw Canada welcome engineers, developers, graphic designers, to name a few. Stats this week show that, and we saw them earlier, that as of October 23, Canada has received 645,392 applications, of which it has approved 338,276, and of which only 108,836 have made their way to Canada. So Knowing that there's a tech talent within this number presents an opportunity for Canada's tech sector facing this high vacancy rates we see. Moreover, with the pool, as the pool has been depleted because, well, individuals that were drafted were included IT specialists. They were calculated to be 8,500, mostly men. Many Ukrainian female migrants have been pushed into quickly learning new professions that allowed them to work remotely. And so we see an opportunity with this pool of individuals that are ready to learn new skills. Earlier, I mentioned that only 24% of Ukrainian IT specialists were women. And while this seems like a low number, it's been on the rise as it has tripled over the past 10 years. And it's highlighting the strength of the tech sector in Ukraine. So to wrap up, we often talk about these challenges of integrating migrants, usually measured by the integration into the labor market. And we thus see a prime opportunity for Canada to act in a coordinated manner with other orders of government, provinces and municipalities, as well as stakeholders in the private sector and nonprofit sectors, to provide Ukrainian tech talent with a safe haven and address the skill gaps in the labor market, especially as the government hears that Ukrainians are looking to Canada more and more for long-term options. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Juanita, for sharing those insights from different labor industries and the Canadian federal government. Our next speaker is Jackie Bonisteel. She is a partner at the corporate immigration law firm CILF and leads the firm's Ottawa office, which is located in Canada. CILF is a boutique Canadian immigration law firm that assists with all types of Canadian immigration matters, including temporary work permits, business visit applications, economic immigration, family class immigration, Canadian citizenship, and refugee matters. Over the past decade, Jackie has practiced exclusively in immigration law, and she has appeared before all divisions of the Immigration and Refugee Board and the federal court with respect to immigration, refugee, and citizenship matters.
All right. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me today. Lawyer, so I come to this with a very sort of practical perspective of being wrapped up in the little details of immigration programs. But when I come to things like this, it makes me wish that I were an academic. I love sort of looking out a little more at the policy perspectives and the theories behind these programs. But for my talk today, I'll be focused sort of on the features of the program, my own experiences assisting clients, maybe with a few anecdotes here and there, and then some comparison with other immigration programs that Jennifer already referred to, and what I see as some of the issues and challenges going forward with this program that still is very new as of today. So when the invasion began in February, immigration lawyers like myself, we started getting calls, inquiries from clients right away. It was a lot of Canadians with friends and family members in Ukraine wondering how they can get those people here. And this is before the emergency visa is announced. So we were looking at working within the existing programs. So to speak to Juanita's presentation, actually, I have a few clients who employ a lot of tech workers from Ukraine, or they did before the invasion, who worked remotely for these Canadian companies. And they started calling and wondering how they can support their staff to actually bring them to Canada and get work permits here. So I started working on a few of those types of cases. And then a lot of questions about visitor visas, which is an option. But visitor visas are tricky because typically when you're applying for a visit, you need to show that your intention is to go back after a short vacation or a visit with family or a business trip of some sort. And obviously with people who have just fled their country, being able to show that is going to be difficult. And there's other tricky things with people who have just fled conflict, having passports, travel documents, even, you know, records of your financials and your family members. Lots of people didn't flee with that stuff. So, you know, it was hard to know whether this would work. In similar situations, it hasn't worked. So, but options are limited and people were desperate. So we started filing these types of visa applications, and in my practice, pleasantly surprised to see that they were clearly picking Ukrainians out of the pool and expediting. So instead of it taking the weeks and months that it normally takes for a visa to be approved, we were seeing approvals in a matter of days. So that was a really encouraging sign. But at the same time, still, you know, I was sort of fitting that square peg into a round hole. The visitor visa didn't really make sense for this type of situation. So in my own experience, I'm involved with the Canadian Immigration Lawyers Association, and we were trying to develop some policy recommendations for the government about what to do about a Ukraine immigration program. And we were sort of discussing, you know, we want our recommendations to be taken seriously. So we try to be very measured, and, you know, we're throwing out ideas and saying, oh, no, Canadian government would never do that. Far too broad, far too sweeping. You know, let's suggest maybe that extended family members of Canadians should be invited to come, you know, trying to develop programs that might be palatable. And then we were all quite shocked when the announcement was made, because it was incredibly extensive. Really, the only requirement was that you be Ukrainian, or be married to a Ukrainian, or be the dependent child of a Ukrainian. No requirement for a connection to Canada, no requirement to show any sort of special risk or something personal to you. Be Ukrainian. You didn't even have to be living in Ukraine. You could be living anywhere in the world and apply for this visa to come to Canada. So totally unprecedented. Hadn't seen anything like that before. Also surprised at how quickly it was introduced. It was March 17th, so a matter of weeks after the crisis began that this program was implemented. So just to give you a few general features, probably many of you already know this, but not sure how to say CUAE yet, CUAET, I'll call it the emergency visa, but the Canada-Ukraine authorization for emergency travel gives you up to 3 years in Canada. And while you're here, ability to work in any job. It's an open work permit, ability to study if you're interested in doing that, access to healthcare with no waiting period, fee-free. So no fees, which generally do apply to a visa application. At the time it was implemented, we still had the vaccination requirements for travel completely waived for Ukrainians. Normally somebody coming for a stay of over 6 months needs to do an immigration medical exam before coming to Canada, also waived. Once people were here, there was often a requirement to do medical checks after, but to get on that plane, you didn't need to do your medical first. And those who were already here were also able to benefit from the program. So if you were here as a visitor or previously had a TRV, a visitor visa to allow you to come to Canada, you could also benefit from this new 3-year open work permit or ability to study. So not completely opened up, still background checks involved if anybody was inadmissible to Canada for criminal reasons, medical reasons that could prevent the application from being approved, but certainly far less paperwork, far less scrutiny than the average visa application, and much faster as well. So Jennifer and Juanita both referred to the numbers, which are incredibly high by Canadian immigration program standards. I was interested to hear that there's only been 180,000 who have actually come out of the 338,000 approved. That doesn't surprise me too much because I think just again, from anecdotal experience, I've had a few clients who learned through various networks that this option in Canada was out there, but maybe had no connection to Canada. I'm wondering if there's a lot of people in that category who might have applied and then once they got their visa thought, I don't know. I don't know about Canada, or maybe, yeah, or still sort of contemplating, but just having that in the back pocket is a comfort. So that's interesting that we might not see the full number is actually arriving in Canada. So the comparison with Afghanistan, I think, is a really stark one, just because that program was introduced less than 6 months before the Ukraine program. And it was such a different experience. So special measures were introduced for Afghanistan, but much more limited. So to qualify, you needed to be someone who had assisted the government of Canada, interpreters, former interpreters and their family members, or fit into this category of people who were vulnerable due to something specific about them. So that included women leaders, human rights defenders, persecuted minorities, members of the LGBTI community, and journalists, and those who helped Canadian journalists. There was also some expediting of temporary visas for those with family members of Canadians, and existing applications for things like family sponsorships and refugee claims in the system were expedited. So intention to welcome 40,000 under those measures. So far, well over a year in, we're only at 23,000. So just, going back to the 338,000 approvals out of Ukraine, vastly different numbers. And just a really different user experience. So again, from my sort of practical perspective of actually filing these applications. So with Afghanistan, IRCC introduced a few dedicated channels, a special online communication channel for those with inquiries about Afghanistan, and a hotline. And for a while there, if you sent anything to immigration in any of their programs, you would get an automatic response saying, sorry, this will probably be delayed because of our response to the Afghan crisis. But when I had clients actually reach out to those dedicated channels, getting clear information was really, really tough. If you got any information at all. I'll just give you one example. I have actually my very first client was a young Afghan man. I represented on his refugee claim about 11 years ago. And he had a cousin who was a journalist, had great evidence that he had been publishing stories against the Taliban for many years, was a pretty well-known guy. And so my client was saying, okay, my cousin seems to qualify for the Canadian measures. How do we get him here? So I reached out to the channels. He reached out, cousin in Afghanistan reached out, no responses whatsoever. And eventually what he ended up doing was a very long, difficult process, but he made his way to Pakistan, and then from there made his way to Brazil. And then from there made his way through 12 countries, up through the US irregularly into Canada, and just arrived fairly recently. And I'm representing him on his refugee claim now. But that's somebody who qualified for the special measures. And that's what he ended up going through. I think really interesting, Jennifer alluded to this, but with Afghanistan and with Syria, the response was assuming that the people coming to Canada would be coming as refugees. So it's a permanent residence program off the bat, which is part of why the numbers are much smaller. Whereas with Ukraine, the whole messaging, if you read all of the government's messaging online, it's about temporary status. It's about coming for a limited period of time until the situation changes and then going back. And that's sort of, this program is being billed that way. I don't know if that's going to be true in reality. I don't know how many people who come to Canada are going to want to stay, but I expect it's a big number. And it's just interesting that that's the way it's being presented, as opposed to Afghanistan and Syria as well, same thing. It was all about refugees and sponsorship of refugees by Canadians and by the government. And the numbers, again, significantly smaller since November 2015 when that program was introduced. So even though this Ukraine program has a lot of positives in my view, and it's been, as I say, unprecedented, really sweeping, is not without challenge. But that's been interesting to me too, to see that IRCC has reacted with some uncharacteristic flexibility and responsiveness to some of those challenges. So just to give you a few examples, biometrics. Anyone who comes to Canada on a visitor visa from Ukraine would need to give their fingerprints and photos. And that process proved to be very difficult, obviously, in places like Poland. Getting a biometrics appointment, all of a sudden, it was looking at months of delays. And the Canadian government's intention was to approve these applications within 2 weeks. So that was a major hurdle. So the government responded, introduced things like mobile collection points for biometrics, which is something we hadn't seen before, and changing the ages. So it was anybody 14 or over needed biometrics. Now it's only between the ages of 18 to 60 that you need to do that. So that was one area where they were quite responsive in trying to deal with those challenges. Interestingly, I was just preparing for this last night and saw a CBC article from a couple of days ago that there's a lot of unaccompanied minors now coming in. And I wondered if maybe that was part of it, that the minors don't need to do biometrics so they could get their visas approved much more quickly. I'm sure other factors as well. They're the people who are able to leave Ukraine. But that's just one sort of interesting maybe implication of that change in policy. Foil-less visas was another one. Normally you need to have the visa actually inserted into your passport. They introduced a system where you could just print it out and bring that with you to the airport for a one-time entry to Canada from certain countries. Where things stand now, this 14-day processing time has become a thing of the past with, I think it's just the sheer numbers. The most recent one I filed took 3 months to process for someone who was located in Belgium. I think that's becoming pretty typical for it to be in the 2 to 4 month range for these applications to be approved. The inquiries with people looking for help with this visa or getting to Canada have really slowed down. So I think one, that speaks to the fact that this process is quite easy. People don't need to contact somebody like me, but also the fact that I think likely we're going to see the numbers of applications slowing down significantly at this point. Now I'm getting more inquiries about, okay, I'm here, how do I get to permanent status? And that's an open question. The minister had said that there was going to be a special stream for permanent status for Ukrainians, but nothing's been announced yet. And that, that leaves people nervous about what it's going to look like and whether they'll qualify. So people wanting to use the existing streams to apply. That can look like the refugee program. I won't get into too much detail, but that's not always a good fit for people fleeing war. You need to show that you meet the standard of a well-founded fear of persecution on one of the convention grounds. Certainly a lot of Ukrainians will meet that standard, but not necessarily everybody. And then the humanitarian and compassionate route to permanent residence is another one that we're starting to see people looking to use. And interestingly, we're seeing those expedited. So normally approval takes well over a year, and we're seeing approvals in about a month under that program. So anyway, I think that's where things stand now. The questions going forward that are going to be interesting to see is how many people stay, how many people want that permanent status. And then of course, the big questions about integration into our communities and labor markets. So obviously lots of issues ripe for inquiry, and I think the people in this room are doing just that. So that's exciting for me to see. So thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Jackie, for providing the legal background of the Q8. I don't know what the acronym is. Yeah. I will invite Jeff now to give his remarks, and after which we will have the discussion with the audience.
First, thanks to all three presenters for really thought-provoking and wonderful papers. And I'm not necessarily an expert in this field. I mean, I sort of touch on a lot of it, but when I was listening to these papers, I thought more about this as a Canadian citizen and someone who's been lucky enough to be born here and to have the privileges of citizenship and to think about this from a very comfortable perspective. So, and all kinds of questions were running through my mind as all the presentations were going on, and I skimmed some of them beforehand too. So I don't want to, I will probably end up shooting out a list of questions, some of which will be general for all the presenters and some of which will be specific, but I think all of which we can all think about either as Canadians or people who have come from Ukraine or different citizenships as we consider what it means to either have a certain nationality, a certain passport, and how that differentiates us in terms of movement. And the first question that came up to me in all these presentations is, as Canadians, and I link it to yesterday when we were talking about what's best for Ukraine. Is it better to really think about having these people return? Do we have a duty or responsibility and awareness as Canadians to try and understand that we should try to get these people back as expeditiously as possible? But then I think of one of the themes of this conference, which is agency of displaced peoples, of refugees, of forced migrants. We really shouldn't tell them what to do, in a sense, right? They have an ability to make these decisions for themselves. But I do think as a government and as a people, we can shape these decisions. So I wonder to what extent presenters have thought about that as either as global citizens of citizens of Canada, what our responsibility is for this. And another area that wasn't covered in the presentations that I wanted to ask the presenters about was when I think again to yesterday's panels, the marginalized groups in Ukraine. So I think Jackie had mentioned that you have to be a Ukrainian citizen, doesn't matter where you are, but I assume that means a passport. What if you're an African student who was trapped in Ukraine, for example? What if you're Romani, or what if you are, say, someone who had taken up Russian citizenship at some particular point, but you've lived your whole life in Ukraine? How does that work, and how conscious should Canada be of doing what the presenter said yesterday, who were representing Romani groups or LGBTQI, of choosing these kinds of migrants? We had the presentation of tech, which is sort of the opposite end of the scale, right? How instrumental should we be? Both in a economic case, but also in a humanitarian case, going back to Jennifer's comment about humanitarian nationalism, because and again, I'm not an expert at all on this. I just hear critiques from colleagues of mine saying that one of the advantages of Canada is we can sort of pick and choose our migrants because we don't have borders next door. So how should we be picking and choosing? Should we be picking and choosing on the basis of these marginalized groups who maybe are having a more difficult time, as we heard yesterday? Or should we be picking and choosing these tech migrants or these high-skilled migrants, these people who can navigate the system? Although, as Jackie said, the system is much easier from whatever the acronym, emergency visa, than it is for other ones. So I thought a lot about that. Jennifer hinted at this question of diaspora and diaspora geopolitics, but I wondered, and I don't know if one of the three of you or others in this room can really pinpoint what's going on behind closed doors that allowed or facilitated this move by the Canadian government. Was it lobbying by the diaspora? Was it a core political calculation that Ukrainians are important voters in particular swing ridings, to be very cold about it? I think it's quite telling, and I think Jackie mentioned, I mean, it's only 6 months lag between the Afghan and Ukrainian one, but they could have applied this program retroactively to Afghanistan, right, if they wanted to. They chose not to. And here we see these stories in the media every day of Afghans who make a case that they should be included in these categories, but they're not being able to come to Canada, whereas Ukrainians, if you have a Ukrainian passport, right, you don't have to worry about that. So how much this, and when I was listening to Jennifer's presentation, this question of humanitarian nationalism diaspora geopolitics. And I was wondering if there's sort of two sides of a coin here and how we can do this. One question, it's sort of an interesting one, and this is maybe a bit of a tangent, but I have a couple of former students who are ethnic Russians who are, well, I mean, they still feel Russian, but they're against the war and against the conflict, but they feel that these signs that, and Martin talked about this yesterday, having it's very performative, and they felt that it was very isolating for them, that they were feeling themselves as less Canadian somehow, that it was Canadian to have a Ukrainian flag on there. So I don't know what to do with that. I throw that out, but I think there has been some question of what we think about in terms of the fact that, and we talked about this yesterday, Marta talked about it when we were thinking about this question of why Poland has been much more accepting of Ukrainian refugees despite their difficult history. And it's because of the enemy status of Russia, right? And how this program and how these immigration things affect the way we see Russia and Russians. And we'll hear this afternoon about some of the Russians who are leaving the country. And what we think about that as Canadians too, I think is really interesting. So just sort of some individual questions. I think this, when I was thinking of Jen, it should be both for Jennifer and Jack, it's just maybe for everyone. This talent destination, especially for talent, do we consider this a zero-sum game if we're bringing these people to Canada and potentially allowing them to stay, depending, like Jackie said, it's still unclear what the long term is. Is it a zero-sum game? Is this a brain drain situation that we're looking at? Or can we see it as a brain circulation? When I was thinking of some of the couple of presentations, I was thinking, well, maybe they can upgrade their skills in Canada for a couple of years. They can go back to Ukraine, still work for a Canadian company. I think Juanita was talking about the sort of work from anywhere situation where maybe this is a solution now with sort of mobile work. So this could be a situation where it's not a zero-sum game, but I wonder to what extent, again, we can think about how these Ukrainians who consider or who would be considered as builders of the country. And I think of Ilya's presentation yesterday, when Ukraine will have to choose its path after this war is over. I mean, wars do end. It's hard to sort of see now how. But will it be more of an agricultural nation? Will it be a technical hub? And how do we treat the human talent? And what is our job as Canadians, as other nations in that case as well? I was thinking of Jackie's presentation about the low numbers who have come. And again, this is probably a sort of refugee agency case. I wonder to what extent maybe it's shopping. People are just applying to every country and then sort of thinking about, okay, I've got these options. Here's where I go. What's the relative advantage to going from one place to another? And then what struck me with Jackie's presentation too is thinking about, we've always heard these complaints from citizens versus often government reaction. Well, the system is very complicated. It's very difficult to get it to move, but it seems like it can move quickly if it really wants to. I sort of wonder what your view as and your view of the Lawyers Association has been, if this has changed the way you think about what can and can't be done on the immigration refugee level. When we've heard of these cases where people are waiting for years to get their status, and all of a sudden now this is happening, and there could obviously be, I think, some reaction that people are jumping the queue. But can this be, and this goes back to, I think, Jennifer's original question, the sort of humanitarian nationalism model, if we take it sincerely, can it be a model that can be applied moving forward? And what can we do then to try and move the system in that direction? And maybe try and think about, okay, well, maybe there's all these motives, diaspora politics, and so on and so forth. But if we take the program at its word and say, okay, this is a wonderful program, let's try and apply it more quickly to other groups in the future who are maybe not so connected And Jackie said she didn't want to use race, and I haven't used race either. But if we get another group that's maybe not Ukrainian, not white, comes from a bit more of an area that might be considered more alien, less securitized, what will it take for us as citizens and for the Canadian government to do that? So I'll stop there and I'll let our audience. I'll turn it over back to Anne. She can.
Well, I think at this point, if we could ask the presenters to come to the stage, and then you can respond to Jeff's comments, and then we'll also take some questions from the audience. Yeah. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Oksana?
Thanks a lot for your fascinating presentations. I have one question about explanation of this difference between different waves of migration. So comparing Ukrainians to Afghan or Syrian migration. So one factor that I'm considering or thinking about, and I never heard that, is it present, or how do you perceive it in Canada's discourse? Is it present there, this idea that Ukrainians are third founding nation of Canada? Does this maybe have something to do with the being more open, or it's not there at all? I don't even know where from do I have this thought, probably from some discussions with people around. And the second explanation factor I'm wondering about, whether you perceive here the advocacy of Ukrainians that is strategically implemented outside the Ukraine, because since 2015, civil society built these knowledge practices a lot in Ukraine to advocate, because all the reforms in Ukraine, they were done in this sandwich format where civil society does coalition with international partners, Western countries, G7, the financial institutions, and they press the government. So what I experienced from the networks in Ukraine, that they use now these knowledge practices and for other issues, other topics like advocating for weapon support, but also for opening the doors for migration. So I'm wondering about these two factors. How do you perceive them, and what do you think about them? Thank you.
And then I think we had another question there.
Good morning. My name is Chelsea. Thank you all so much for your presentation. I thoroughly enjoyed all of your discussions. My question's more directed towards Jennifer, and that is, to what extent does the concept of othering occurring at the national level affect humanitarian nationalism at the individual level? And you drew upon the examples of putting those signs on the on your neighbors' lawns, and that didn't occur with the incoming Afghan and Syrian refugees. So yeah, I'd like to hear more about that. Thank you.
Do you want to take a minute? No?
Sure. Is this on?
Hello?
Okay.
Yeah, really interesting thoughts there. I don't know if I have a good answer. You know, I'd love to be a fly on the wall in these initial discussions that led to the program, and just how vast it was. I imagine advocacy played a role there. But at the same time, you know, I know there's groups from Afghanistan and Syria that did amazing advocacy towards our government. So why didn't that lead to similar measures? Is there something unique about the Ukraine advocacy and the history that led to this response? I think, you know, the likely answer is that there's many, many different factors there. Race certainly being part of it too. So, anyway, I don't have a good answer, but definitely food for thought and interesting ideas there. Yeah.
Thanks. Just a quick follow up. I do agree that, you know, 1.36 or so million people makes a difference in terms of advocacy, but I think the localization of support is really interesting. I grew up in Alberta. Smoky Lake, Alberta has not very many people, but they have several families of, it's a very Ukrainian based community. And there's a lot of very local support. So that concrete mobilization is quite interesting. But to your point about founding nations in this decolonial moment, we want to try to, I think, undo that. But I think as a country of many nations, Ukrainians have definitely historically, and I think this historical memory may well be at play, have proven themselves as nation builders, right? They, in many respects, I would say, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, I mean, the economies of those provinces have been built on that historical legacy of work and productivity and so on. To the point about othering, I don't disagree with you at all. And I would just say that I don't think othering is a tricky one, because how do we theorize othering? Because I would agree with you. And I tried in this presentation, albeit not wholly successfully, I'm sure, to use securitization as a way for us to think through how the othering is occurring. But there's a multitude of other ways that I think we can also think through this. And I think it's something we need to pay more attention to.
I think I'll take over some of Jeff's comments. And Jeff, you touched on some things, like you questioned what's really best for Ukraine. What are we going to do about marginalized groups in Ukraine? Why Ukrainians? Similar to your question. And these are all great questions. And really, as my colleagues here say, there is no one single response to that. The Syrian lobby is also quite strong. The Afghanistan lobby is also quite strong. It just happens that these Ukrainian lobby aligned with other things. That being said, I think really what we have to focus on, and I guess this is a bit the bureaucrat in me rather than the academic, is now that we have a model to follow, can we replicate that in other ways? We have a model now that, we talk about agency. We have, for example, refugee claimants or asylum claimants and refugees. They're not allowed to go back to their home for a number of years until they get their citizenship. It's a whole thing. Like you vacate, is I think the term, for their permanent residency, and it takes away the possibility of going back home. And we all know, they didn't leave because they wanted to. They were forced to leave. But now we have this model that we can follow, that the government was able to do in a very quick amount, very quickly, where it was very flexible. You arrive to Canada and then you get to choose what you can do, really. You can even claim asylum if that's the case. But, you can get a work permit, get a student permit, meet family if you want. There's other avenues. So I think really, that's what to focus on. And to my talk in the integration of migrants into the labor force, this is usually how, if we look at the government and academics and everything over the past 10 years, now that we have more data with the census, it's really all about labor market integration. So can we facilitate that, and through this model that we've provided for Ukrainians and, the bridging services and so forth, can we also then provide it to other populations to make it, such that it's, well, for lack of a better word, just easier for them to integrate into society? I just have, as for the brain circulation and the brain drain, always very interesting. I think that's something that always comes up when we talk about skilled migration, because it seems so like a bit of we're referring to the elite, and we get to cherry pick and so forth. But really, there's two things here. One, providing agency for them to be able to go back, but two, this they can not only would they be able to go back, so we look about brain circulation, but it's movement overall. I'm losing my train of thoughts of the second, but I'm gonna skip over. There is one last thing. I was thinking about the flags a lot, about this performative thing, and I related, unrelated, was thinking about the demonstration that happened earlier here in Ottawa and what these truckers and these demonstrators did. They were presenting the Canadian flag. How do we feel about the Canadian flag now? So just something to consider. Yeah, I think. Yes.
There's a question there, but can I just jump on Juanita's point quickly? Okay. I think the flag thing is very interesting. But just going back to the comments about the numbers being so low, I kind of wanted to turn that on its head for a minute and think, well, compared to Syrians and Afghanistans, now we're really comparing three special groups here. Like Sri Lankans, nobody's talking about, but if you actually look at the data between 2000 and 2020, Sri Lankans actually are in the top 10 of immigration categories because there's so many refugees accepted into the Canadian system. So to your earlier point, Jeff, about picking and choosing, who should we bring in? We want to avoid what I've written about, again, a couple decades ago, designer immigrants. And the problem with humanitarian nationalism, in this talk, I was arguing it just applies to the Ukrainians, right? So the Afghans and the Syrians and the Sri Lankans and many others wouldn't make the mark. So how do we take what is this new numbers are so low and think about, well, maybe temporary visas, which allow Canada to screen overseas and keep its, borders, keep the integrity of its borders intact, because we are surrounded by those three cold oceans, which protect us from uninvited asylum seekers, which is an oxymoron, really. But can we use this temporary visa program in new ways that we haven't thought about? Because if we've brought 100,000 people here and we've got 1 million in the pipeline already, very effectively with all the flexibility and such thing, can we do new things that we haven't thought about before?
Yes, go ahead, Milana.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I have a few questions, and we do research also Sri Lanka's, Haitian, Afghan diaspora, Ukrainian in comparison. So I just don't want to talk to take the stage up, but I have questions. First, Jennifer, for you. My name is Milana. The question, and I completely agree with you that this racialized selectiveness and implementations of secularization is policy initiatives and immigration practices in Canada, for sure. But I do have some problems with understanding how you interpreted humanitarian nationalism through the performance of QIET program, because Ukrainians are not really invited to recreate or co-create Canadian nations right now. They are on visitors visa. So they're not really actors yet. Would you see that there could be some development on this stage that now they're invited as visitors, but there might be some other programs introduced? And from this position, is it a general shift in terms of migration policies, moving from the refugee programs, which have a lot of losses, including stigmatizations of the people who come in by these programs, to this new interesting model of this? I don't know where we're going with that, but do you see a potential in this? Second question is for Juanita. A great, very interesting presentation. Gender balance in IT. You mentioned Ukrainian gender representation in IT sectors. 24% of the women compared to the general IT workers. Is it a common trend or is it unique for Ukraine? So is it generally mostly balanced right now? And can Canada play a role in improving, for example, Ukrainian gender equality in the IT sector and providing the I would say some support on the ground and in here through the training? So it's my second question. I enjoyed the presentation, but I didn't have questions.
That's okay. Do you want to answer it now or should we collect? Okay, so Natalia. Oh, I think Natalia was first.
Thank you for the presentation. So I enjoyed very much. And currently, I even cannot say if my question to someone particular, but anyone from the presenter would like to contribute to this. And right now, I'm thinking like we are discussing, and there is the topic of the conference of the refugees, and especially this panel. It was as Ukrainians were in some way not defined as refugees, as just Milana said. It's just visitor with a limited period of time, as at least as it defined. At the same time, people who are coming from the conflict area, of course, like country already has an experience with other countries, as we are comparing with the Syrian, with Afghanistan. But my question is, if it would be worse also to think and to see where is Canada as an example on, and probably other countries put themselves and look themselves in this situation. So are they helping to people who are coming from the conflict zone because it's a stable country and economy can afford to help somebody else, and then those people can contribute to the labor market? Or is it a threat exactly to the country as everything is changing in the world? Because now we are discussing about Ukrainians who are coming, but we also know messages that coming from Russia and from Putin. He's fighting with the West, and he's fighting with Ukraine because Ukraine kind of betrayed his system and went to the West. And if like different response is a response not only to the others who are coming, but response kind of to, I would say, exaggerate, but protect itself in this way.
Thank you. And David?
Thank you. I would actually follow up Jeff's question, because he definitely asked that, and let me also reiterate that being on the other side of this immigration process, it's I would like to ask. I mean, the thing is that I think it's even applying for an immigration is a privilege, because like even the immigration forms, they are either in English or French, right? And how many Afghans or Syrians or I don't know, Ukrainians, Georgians, Russians speak any of the language? So it's still only accessible to the certain group of people who might even be in a more kind of less disadvantaged positions, other than who are really suffering from this. So my question would be how we should deal with this situation.
I can hold on. Okay, why don't I'll wait, because you have lots of questions and mine, I have two.
So who wants to start?
Yeah, I mean, so many threads to pick up on there. I've just been really fascinated thinking about this question of agency. I hadn't thought about it in that way, but yeah, giving people this option of come to Canada or don't. You know, we're open invitation. You can come, you can work, and then you can go home, or you can come, you can work, and then we'll probably have a path for you to stay. You'll be able to claim asylum once you're here if you think that's an option worth pursuing for you. Whereas the response to crises in Afghanistan and Syria and almost every other international crisis I can think of before this one was, if you come, you're coming as a refugee, and you know that has stigma attached to it, of course, but it also, to your point, has it has, you know, the message to Canadians that these people are sticking around. So they're going to need our help. They're going to need settlement services. They're going to need to find permanent jobs in communities. And so the sense of, you know, are Ukrainians just coming for a short stint as visitors? I think that causes everyone to look at it a little bit differently. So that's a really, I don't know, just a fascinating issue. And whether this can be recreated in the future, I think it certainly should be considered. I think it's been such a novel approach with a lot of positives to it. But will it be? I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to think of a situation where the government would recreate this. Of course, who knows what's going to happen politically in the future. So it's hard to predict these things, but it feels to me like a one-time thing, but I don't know. Remains to be seen.
Thank you. Briefly, I think we could talk for the rest of the day on some of these questions. They're really great. To the point about the labor force and so many cross-cutting issues, I don't think ever before Canada needed new immigrants. So we've heard that levels might go up to 525,000 a year. Absolutely unprecedented. But we, I don't think that the Newfoundland chartering of planes is unrelated to some of those forces. However, to your point, there is a kind of Cold War 2.0 framing of this whole program and the special visa and so on that we can't ignore. So I'll try again. We should talk more at the coffee break. But David, to your point, a really good one. It's such an elite activity to apply for immigration in this country, and coming in as a refugee has slightly different, criteria. And I think to Jackie's point, maybe if people who've applied and been accepted want to stay on, maybe there will be a humanitarian category where you don't necessarily have to be fluent in French or English. And there will be some accommodations made because it has been a flexible program, as we've learned. But it's not easy to get in, but perhaps it's getting easier. I don't want to speculate, but really good question. And then your very difficult questions. I appreciate them. Thank you. I would disagree a little bit that the Ukrainians are not part of the co-constituting of humanitarian nationalism, because I think the experience of Canada, over the last 100 years, and those 4%, it may only be 4% of Canadians claim Ukrainian background, but for all those who have lived with, who are married to, who whatever, they're part of, again, I don't want to celebrate humanitarian nationalism. I just want to suggest that is coming from a place that is historically bound to, the settlement of Western Canada. But I don't disagree with you that at this point, Ukrainians who are coming have been invited in to make or have as much input as they might. And we need to, keep that in mind. I'm trying to remember the second part of the question. I think it was about the stigma of refugees, and again, agreed on that. We can talk more. I think that as soon as people are in Canada and they have permanent status, they're quite happy to let go of refugees. There's even really good research. Martha Kumsa has written about how Oromos who came to Toronto, as soon as someone called them refugees, they're like, what? We're not refugees. The people back in the camp are refugees, but we're permanent residents. And I think that's important to attend to. Maybe the value of the refugee category. I study refugee resettlement, and trying to write a book, as my last one with Winona Giles was, we tried not to use the word refugee. It was so hard because we wanted to be understandable to our audience without reifying that term. So I very much sympathize with your point.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I'll answer first the question about the gender split. So this was something I found, from what I understand, in the European countries that were taking in Ukrainians. They were noticing this, obviously, mostly women and children, but that women were looking to do remote work, and that they started investing. There's already a fund in Scandinavian countries to invest in promoting, giving them the skills that they need to work in the tech sector. So there's already that going. And if Canada can do some of that, then it can certainly foster a better gender equality factor into the equation. And that would be amazing. I think to everyone's question, I think there's also the way I really hope that this is something that can be replicated, because I think that it not only allows flexibility for those that are coming into Canada, but those that are already in Canada, whether they're sponsoring family, they want to see their loved ones, but also the private sector. We think about those that are hiring and they're being more flexible with language. For example, if we have tech IT specialists that don't necessarily have perfect English or French, but they have the skills to code, and they're not doing sales, they're doing what coders do all around the world, then they can be cherry picked, for lack of a better term, but they can be brought into the given the safe haven. There's already Canada, we're exploring the economic migration pathways pilot, which is this idea of using more economic pathways to bring in people in refugee like situations or that are claiming asylum. So that's another thing that we should, find the lessons, like lessons learned, best practices, what have you. Because there's a lot to learn. The bureaucracy went through a lot to do this. Why not use the same avenues? And it's already been a charted path. Just take it again.
Laura, you've been patiently waiting with your question.
Have the mic, thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name's Laura Matacoro. I'm a historian, and I'm so sorry I wasn't here yesterday because it sounds like you had a fabulous conversation. And I do have a couple of questions about how the temporary assistance is being framed. So one question is about the question of temporary versus permanent. And I think, Jennifer, I'm going to pick up on your point about humanitarian nationalism, because it strikes to me that there is an expectation of people are assisted, whether it's as refugees or in a temporary way, that somehow they owe something to the Canadian nation. And I think that the Canadian nation, broadly defined, has a hard time if people leave. So I'm thinking, for example, of Indo-Chinese refugees who came in the 1970s, who were sponsored by government and private sponsors. Many people returned to Vietnam, returned to Cambodia, bought property when they could. That's not part of our national story, right? Because the national story is Canada rescued, with other countries, rescued Indo-Chinese refugees. So I wonder about this question of what if people do go back in 3 years or prior to 3 years? Are we going to feel differently? Currently, we're celebrating the temporary program, but I wonder about what happens 3 years from now when that temporary visa expires and people decide to stay or to go. Should we be anticipating, and maybe should the government be doing something in preparation to make sure that there isn't disappointment if Ukrainians return? I guess I'm thinking about the Globe and Mail headline, right? Or why are people going back, And so is that part of the work that has to happen? Because I think it's not just about this current moment, it's about the future as well, right? Laying some groundwork for how Canadian society might continue to support Ukrainians who've come or may come in the future. The other question I had is about, I guess, this idea of precedent. I wonder if it really is a precedent. And I ask this in terms of looking at Canada's response to refugees and humanitarian situations historically. We know that the state has consistently looked to previous incidents and either followed or changed the way things have been done. Again, to go to the Indo-Chinese refugee crisis in the 1970s, officials in the government department in Manpower and Immigration looked at the Second World War and said, right, disappointment there. We did not do a good job in terms of Jewish refugees. We will do a better job with Indochina. I wonder with the temporary program, whether this hasn't been discussed in previous circles and circumstances. I don't know, Jackie, if this would have been something that the immigration lawyers might have picked up on, and whether in previous instances, perhaps Afghanistan, perhaps Syria, the government said, no, we're not going to do this. We're not going to innovate in this way. But I wonder about the extent to which this really is unprecedented, and whether it may have not have been considered in particular ways previously, and then the government didn't act on it. So I'd be curious to hear your thoughts, both on what we may have seen in terms of origin stories for this particular initiative, but also more importantly, what happens now in anticipation of the visa expiring in 3 years? What kind of groundwork can civil society, can government be doing to maybe pave the way for a true welcome where there's no pushback if people decide to leave? Sorry, that was a very you can tell I was totally inspired by all your papers and I had so many thoughts. I apologize that was so long. Does somebody else want the mic now?
I actually have a follow-up question. Thank you, Laura. I'm going to abuse my power as chair here. This is a question to all of you, whoever maybe can answer it. I wonder if you can speak a bit about the decision to decide to not have a refugee program for Ukrainians and to go with this temporary program instead, because there are some benefits, but there are some drawbacks. For example, if Ukrainians want to study in university here, they would have to apply as international students, and the international student fees are over $20,000 a year. So of course it's not realistic. And then to Laura's question, I actually have the opposite anecdote. I was speaking to a friend here, and I was talking about my own family in Ukraine and how they were thinking of coming here. And he said, yeah, I hope they will have the chance to come here, but I hope they will also have the chance to leave when it's safe to go back to there. And he's generally of this view that people can come to Canada as long as it's unsafe to be in their country, but then they should go back at the end of that time period. So I don't know if any of you want to comment on that.
I have a question, and Anna, thank you for mentioning your discussion with your friend, because actually I know that all three presenters were talking about government programs and policies and so on. My question is the 57% of respondent in Jennifer's presentation really struck me, because so people who come from conflict zones bring conflict, and that's what Canadians think, 57% of them at least, and it's a big number. And my question for you is about Canadian citizens. So what do we do to prevent this othering? Not about government, but about the top-down approach, the top-down power, the bottom-up power. What do we do to change people's perception and to avoid populism from taking over the way people look at others? Thank you.
Yeah, we can take one more question.
Hi, I'm involved with several Facebook groups that deal with the Ukrainian diaspora. I'm also connected to several of the settlement groups here in Ottawa. One of the questions that a lot of people have had for newcomers renting rooms or apartments is when they apply and they have no credit background, does the QIT program actually guarantee them like a credit rating for the landlord? So like, so in that case, so okay, that was the question we were asking because we weren't able to find that. So what happens to those people then when they want to get an apartment and they don't have a credit rating? So.
Well, just on that point, I don't think there's any like there's certainly nothing in the QIT visa that would touch on that. It's just, you know, it's a visa in your passport, you arrive, you get your work permit printed, and then that's it for immigration. So I think it would come down to the settlement piece, which is such an important piece. You know, it's one thing to get here, get your visa, get your work permit. What's next? How do you access housing? How do you, you know, with healthcare, for example, all people who come under this visa are supposed to be eligible for healthcare, but then there were issues with some border agents putting a special notation on the work permit, and others didn't do that, and only the people with the special notation were getting OHIP. So all kinds of issues like that come up, and it's such a key piece of the question. I have the mic, so maybe I'll pick up on the other threads too. Such an interesting point on both sides. I see it on both sides. I think there's this sense that if you come to Canada as a refugee, then if you were a real refugee, you would never go back to your country. You would stay here forever. And I have seen that, this sense of outrage that, what, you're going back now? Like after Canada welcomed you, you're going back to that place? And then on the other side, you know, that perspective that you stay while it's dangerous and then you go back because Canada was so kind to welcome you, and now get out. So I see it in my practice all the time. I see attitudes from other people applying from immigration. I probably get an email once a week with people frustrated that their cases are delayed and these Ukrainians are getting in a month. So yeah, these perspectives that sort of seep in are important to consider. And I think it's a really good point that we should be looking down the line to 3 years from now, and how are Canadians going to react whatever happens. If the bulk of people do decide to go back, what will that mean? If the majority decide to stay, what does that mean? And it's going to come up for sure. So we need to be thinking about it now.
I don't have the mic, but I'll just say some of these ground level questions will be with the next panel too. So we'll have to come back to that.
Phew, I'm glad to hear that. So challenging, all of these questions. Laura, to your point, first of all, we got to stand on guard for rescue narratives and take them down carefully whenever we see them, because I don't think that's constructive at all. But given your historical approach to things, in your own work, I'm working on a small project based in Alberta with meat packers. And so I was going back to the historical record, and Myrna Kostash, Ukrainian family, but was writing about her grandfather coming to Edmonton as a meat packer, and talked very interestingly about the ways in which Ukrainians were racialized. They were effectively, the Blacks of Alberta. And she talks in incredible detail and beautifully about how do you explain this, when your skin color may not be different, but there's a place for Ukrainians near the meatpacking district. But my grandfather lived near the Anglos, and as it turned out, he died of pneumonia, in her view, because he had to walk that kilometer every day to and from work. So let's remember that that 80, 100 years ago, Ukrainians had a different place in the Canadian fabric of what is, today. And so I want to state that. Third point, what are we going to do going forward and in the future? My hope is that, a reasonable humanitarian program might be put in place if there is no, I want to say if, but should there be a warranted need for people to stay here? And I hope there will be some transition no matter what, bridging that seems fair and reasonable, but it needs to be laid out very carefully as such to kind of negotiate and navigate the populist sentiment around immigration at the moment, and some of the unusual tropes that we hear in the news recently because of the convoy investigation going on. But I wanted to say to your question, Laura, the settlement agencies are swimming in anxiety at the moment. There's no capacity. If someone said to them, there'll be an extra 1 million people on the docket, they'll be saying, but we only have, our numbers in any given year for GARs have just gone up to 11,000, GARs being government assisted refugees, privately sponsored 22,000 in a year. These are the regular programs that we have. So to talk about 100,000 is one thing. To talk about 1 million people being in a backlog, we might have ourselves set in a good way for this 525,000 per year, but we'll need to amortize all those folks, or at least, get them in the door and then figure out the number somehow. But it will need to be done in a very deliberate, fair-minded way. The question of students not being able to access domestic fees is something that affects so many students, failed asylum seekers, children who through no fault of their own, children meaning like teenagers who might be 18, can't pay the international student fees. And yet to allow a special dispensation for Ukrainians could fuel that very special treatment problem that we have to avoid.
I'll take this. I just think this is so interesting. This idea of the special treatment, because it's, like, how do you approach it? Can you approach it as the model that is to follow, or is this just a one-time thing that's never going to happen again? But I think there's been some like a bit of a learning curve that Canada as a whole, not just the government, but also private entities and so forth, have had to deal with this program, which, by the way, some people call the sweat. Yeah. So just so like, for example, it was after a while, and they had already arrived to Canada. I was like, oh, maybe we do need to give them settlement services. Maybe we do need to assist them with this. Maybe it's not enough for the private sector or the nonprofit sector to pick this up. But actually, all PRs, for example, they're entitled to certain levels of settlement services. Like, we're talking about economic migrants, family reunification, what have you. if we look at it in a way that, you know, there should be a higher investment for these other people, can we then bring it on to these temporary like avenues that we've created, for example, with Ukrainians? I like, it's quite convoluted what I'm getting at, but essentially, can we just continue replicating this, and can there be a spillover from, you know, these, like, for example, what I'm talking about, the tech workers or more like privileged class that is being brought, to have a better settlement service overall that benefits also those that need it, that can, you know, maybe they can have their education paid for, maybe they can have translation services, whatever, what have you. Yeah.
I just wanted to, first, just to Laura's point, or maybe to Jen's question, or comment about racialized Ukrainians. I grew up in British Columbia in the, I won't tell you when, but a while ago, long enough ago to remember that Ukrainians were stereotyped and racialized. And I remember the Pacific National Exhibition, which is when there were Ukrainian, so our major contact with Ukrainians. It was all about Ukrainian folk dancing and Easter eggs, and there was a restaurant, a pierogi chain that had a slur. I know you've heard of Sambowitz restaurant in the United States, right? It's the same slur applied, the Ukrainian type slur, which I won't use here, but it was something that was not that long ago, right? And I think that's in people's memories. And I think we can't predict for sure it won't happen again. And I think it goes to Fatan's question, which is what I really wanted to think about. And that's just one of the things that I think I wanted to do by holding this conference, was to try and figure out how we as Canadians can understand this question of integrating minorities among the more broader population, and really trying to understand. I think we have a better sense, partly because I think we have this the sense both of empathy, because many of us have been traveled or are more maybe global citizens, but we understand the information better about what immigrants contribute to the Canadian economy. And I think it's very challenging. And we had this discussion at dinner last night about the Quebec situation now. How do you counter these populist narratives and instrumentalization on a racial and ethnic basis? We haven't used the term race yet, but it overhangs all of this, right? And maybe it's more powerful than some of the other things that we've been talking about. So is Ukraine an exception on the one hand, because maybe they're white and there's a founding, this sort of founding member, but it could turn on the other. And then how do we as Canadians try and figure this out? The reception with Syrians was very nice for the first 6 months or so, right? There was all this huge outflow of support, but how long does this continue to last? And if we jack the numbers up to 530,000, I think are the numbers, like, but without the same resources to accommodate these people and to settle these people and give people language lessons and to really help them out and to recognize their agency, right? I think these are all, I'm just throwing out questions and comments because it's very troubling, right, in this particular age. So I hope in the second panel, we'll hear from refugees, people who are refugee scholars at risk on the ground, from their perspective, what they've experienced, and we can maybe explore these questions a little bit more.
Yeah, I think this is a good place to stop. So I want to thank all the presenters and Jeff for his comments. And now we have a 15 minute coffee break before the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm happy we got to the discussion.
Yes, exactly. Oh, perfect. Yeah, it's just send us the details most of the time. It depends a bit on life. I know, so maybe it's something it's not like, okay, so proper like once you send through, we can get a better sense. Probably be going back to data and maybe also doing policy. Yeah, we have it. It is there. We also have some iron data that's really useful. But the audience for this is raw, like matching studies. We should be able to try, I don't want to delay it to August, so I think people are aiming for March, then we can try it. It's good to have deadlines, because something else will be coming right up on my. You know, I think we could work with that. I imagine admissions at schools are absolutely after that, so. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah. Hey, sorry. Here's some pictures that Tatiana wants to show during the presentation. That are on
This whole,
we could have some slideshow or something like that. Хотите именно показывать и рассказывать, или просто что-то записывать? Пусть они себе как слайд-шоу.
yeah, so I can probably do it with this, but I'll do it on there.
Okay.
So then if you, yeah, if you just want to tell me when you want to know to expect it.
No, just
on
10
that.
seconds.
Okay. You can do it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks. Yes, yes. Yeah, I got it. Yes. Sure, I can just show you how it works. So it's already on. So basically all you have to do is press that arrow.
Okay,
And it will move it. Yeah.
Thank
Yeah.
you so much.
No worries. Actually, no. I would have to log into the.
I'm kind of like reformulating it, but so I'm in the PhD in science and international relations. So I think right now like, I'm trying to see what I'm like more interested in. I don't want to pursue what I've studied. Janice is gonna have to dash to teach around noon, so I'll stay for a bit of this. But I hope it goes well. That was really good stuff.
Yeah. I've been just so happy with the effort people are putting in. Really thoughtful presentations.
Yeah. And good parents.
Yeah.
And I've worked with her really well.
It's like I'm actually making another call. It's good though, right? It's nice.
Right now, like when you look at papers and you find casualties, the only sign is like instant mortalities. But like destruction leads to unsustainable livelihoods, right? So that should also be considered casualties as well. That's what I'm gonna make my argument, but I gotta figure out how to get there. And then all these like working messages, but this is what I like to do, right? It's a work in progress, so it's yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah, I'm only first year, so I got another like 2 years. Yeah, we'll develop it. And it's just like, I asked Dr. Robinson, Dr. Sloan, like, if they find any work in it, and they're like, I really know you're not really good. Well, I just want to be like, I'm doing something really good in doing this, but at the same time, like, how was I supposed to guide, you know, to decide what I want to do, so. Yeah. What about you? Okay. Yeah, sanctions is really interesting. You can also use like ideas as a good guidance, right? It's like adjacent.
Yeah, I wondered.
There's trans.
I don't know what sanctions are not also.
I want to figure out this out.
I guess like it's just what you're right? It's more interesting that like infrastructure.
So we probably need just like other microphones.
Yeah, so there's a mic up here.
Okay.
Do you need both?
No.
There's questions afterwards.
So it's like if not easier about it.
Here, and then I'll sound
Yeah. Are we starting? Are we starting or shoot a lot?
and I'll sound and then there's six. So we're just organizing ourselves because we have a couple of translators here. Is Natalia, where Natalia is? She's coming, okay. So as we wait, Natalia, I just want to thank everyone again for really being a wonderful audience over the past day or so. Those of you who've been here for every panel, those of you who are just here for this panel. And what we'll be working on looking at today is really, or this panel is really a flip side of what we looked at in the first panel. So we're looking at refugee settlement on the ground, and particularly right here in Ottawa, in the Ottawa area. I don't know if we'll wait for Natalia maybe for a minute. Does anybody see her? She coming out? I don't see Natalia, but I think what we can do while we're waiting for her is just have everyone introduce themselves. I wanted to, not that this is sort of self-serve and I don't have bios, but I think my idea for this roundtable was to have everyone speak for about 8 to 10 minutes initially, so we'll have lots of time for question and answers. And in this case, I just wanted, part of the introduction is really, and the comments, is I didn't want to give many really guidelines for people, just to ask them to talk to what they would like to talk to this audience about. What kinds of things, sort of mixed audience, we have some academics, we have some professionals, we have some students, what kinds of things you would like to tell them, what kinds of things would be interesting for us to know, to start a conversation on the complexity of the settlement questions here. So maybe I'll just start and ask people to introduce themselves. I'll start with this.
Hello. Hi, my name is Zach Nethery. I am co-creator and director of Ukrainian Diaspora Support Canada.
Okay, yes, okay. Yeah, for sure. My name is Olenka Rashitnik-Bastian. I am a volunteer lead of humanitarian fundraising efforts for the Ukrainian Canadian Congress Ottawa office, and I am the curator and organizer of the Майдан Market.
Доброго дня, мене звати Тетяна, я з України, я біженка, буду вам розповідати свою історію.
My name is Tatiana, I'm from Ukraine, and I will tell you my story, how I got from Ukraine to here.
Let's go ahead and start with Zach. So like about 8 to 10 minutes, I'll find you.
Sure. So yeah, Ukrainian Diaspora Support is the organization that we run. Naturally, that's a mouthful, so we just go by UADSC. It's easier to follow. We originally started the organization to try and help one family, our own. So my fiance is Ukrainian, and when the war broke out, day one, we were trying to get her family out of Ukraine. But we didn't know the logistics on how to do that. So we reached out to resources, we reached out to the community, and we gathered as much as we could. By the time we were at the point where we could actually facilitate their safe travel from, Europe to Canada, we had amassed a lot of resources, be it donations of food, clothing, money, and things like that. And we realized that it's more than we need for ourselves. So we pulled that from our family into the next, into the next, into the next, until we are over 160 now. We do as much as we can, from assisting with the visa application process, vetting and finding host families for them, as well as paying for the airfare when the funding is available. We've raised few $100,000 in the effort to do so. Our entire group is completely volunteer based, including myself and all of the other directors and people who run the organization. Doing the whole thing not from a background of settlements and refugees, we learned a lot along the way, and a lot of it was learned from a lens of, as I mentioned, not really having that background, which means we were able to learn it from a ground up perspective, being able to go around some of the minutiae that can happen during things like this. Crises are extremely complicated. They're very, very difficult. And unfortunately, there are some, places, people, individuals, and organizations that want to have a very simple explanation or a simple answer to an impossibly complicated question. And because we weren't on some level shackled by some of these, rules and things that other entities might have, we could forge it in the way that would be best, in our opinion, for that. And one of the best things that we thought we should go after mainly is safety. Throughout the entire time, we heard horror stories of people showing up at places that were not where they were supposed to be. The host lied, or they showed up and the arrangements weren't livable, and things like that. And we had people who arrived that way and then came to our organization for some sort of intervention, or arrived and the person who went to pick them up at the airport was not who they said they would be. And they said, I don't feel comfortable leaving the airport, but now I have nowhere to go. Safety is paramount for us. So in doing so in our process, we created, with obviously legal help, a legal agreement between host and guests. And it outlines a list of requirements that go through. They're very, very basic, don't break the law, don't beat each other up in your sleep, or normal things that you should not do, as well as a minimum 90-day requirement from the host to take care of them. Finances have to be on the host. The whole point was that it would give the guests 90 days basically cost-free to be able to settle, get their finances in order, get a job, get on their feet, so that when that 90 days is done, they have a backing to stand up on. Because that was a big thing that we noticed, is that it's expensive. There is a housing shortage, and rent is very, very expensive. For Canadians, for immigrants, for refugees, anybody, it's very, very expensive. So we wanted it to be safe, and we wanted to give them ample time to be able to get on their feet. But again, as I mentioned, very, very complicated. Very, very difficult. A lot of growing pains and a lot of trial and error to get things right. And we did our very, very best. And I think we've come to a place that is better than when we first started, to be able to do so. And the difficulty now comes with the fatigue of support. And I'm not sure if it was spoken about earlier, but as this drags on, it becomes wearing on the people, be it hosts, be it people who are donating, be it people who are supporting. And we are unfortunately having to spend now a lot of time, and this is why forums like this are fantastic, because we're spending almost more time trying to advertise that there's still a war going on and people still need help, as actually solving the problem. Because, the people who we're helping or supporting are getting worn out. And as, the world keeps spinning, it burns out in the eyes of people. And we're doing our very best to ensure that people fully understand that it's not any better than it was 3 months ago or 5 months ago. And it's probably not going to be any better 3 to 5 months from now. And that this is a long haul journey, and that people need to buckle in, and that there's going to be millions of people who need help and millions of people who still need help, which led into our big problem of money, and that financing is difficult. Everything is expensive, especially right now in airfare, which was sort of the thing that we really, all of our money has gone to airfare, other than, as a registered organization, we have to pay taxes, we have to pay accountants and things like that. But other than obligations, everybody's a volunteer, and all of our money, all of it has gone to airfare, which is very, very expensive. And, you can look at something and say, like, raise hundreds of thousands of dollars, that's fantastic. But when you match it against what airfare costs today, it doesn't go as far as you might think. And we, within, I think, 60 days, we had 2,200 families sign up with us. And even if that's only $1,000 a head, which is very unrealistic, that's an exorbitant amount of money to go through. And as I mentioned, we are still having to remind people, like, hey, there's still a war over there. People still need assistance, and be it us or another organization, we always push to let people know that there's still something you can do. And that's another problem that we're having, is that a lot of people are thinking, like, there's just, what can I do? And people have had that since day one, and people have had that a month ago, and people are going to have that 3 months from now, in that, what can I do to help? And it's always find an organization. Again, it doesn't necessarily have to be us or whoever it may be to help the thing. We're bringing people over, but let's just say you wanted to help bring medical supplies. There are organizations that do that. clothing and things like that. And there's always things to do. And we're spending time to, as I mentioned, advertise almost. There's no war still going on, to be able to assist in sort of the best way that you can to further the assistance. I think that's probably it.
Wow, good job. Yeah. I've heard of Zach. He's felt like a bit of a ghost to me. So this is really nice to be here today, Jeff. Thank you to the organizers. Hi. Okay, so I thought my introduction, I'll just kind of introduce myself, kind of my background, and then go into what's happened in my life for the last 7 months and the efforts that we've been putting forward locally here in Ottawa. Like I said, my name's Olenka, and I was born and raised here in Ottawa. My husband and son and I live on the outskirts in Russell, which is a nice little community out there. But I'm a descendant of Ukrainian immigrants. All 4 of my grandparents were from Ukraine. I'm second generation. They had immigrated to Canada post the Second World War. And I grew up in a very consciously Ukrainian household. We did everything from church to Ukrainian school to scouts. My father even worked overseas at the Canadian Embassy as the head trade commissioner for a couple of years with my mother. So I had the opportunity to live there, meet family, experience Ukraine personally, work, travel. And then my involvement here within the settlement community began a week into when the war began. The Ukrainian Canadian Congress, many of you have likely maybe heard of this organization, but I want to just break it down a little bit because it can be a bit confusing. The Ukrainian Canadian Congress has a national office here in Ottawa as well. I am not a part of that office. The national office is a lobbying group. They also advocate education. They're a charity organization that is kind of the father, mother, parent group that oversees / envelops and is the umbrella organization that kind of hosts all these other groups that are volunteer organizations for the most part. So UCC National is its own entity almost. And then there's little groups across Canada that are a part of that group that gets supported. So for example, in Ottawa, we have the UCC Ottawa affiliate office. That's me, a volunteer. And then Toronto has one, Sudbury, honestly, Victoria, Vancouver, like it's across the country. And we are not a part of that charity status, but rather our own non-for-profit. And some of them aren't even non-for-profit groups. They're just groups that do good work. So I just want to preface that. So I come from the UCC Ottawa affiliate office as a volunteer within the Ukraine crisis response team. They approached me saying, Olenka, can you help us with fundraising and humanitarian stuff? With your background, you'd be perfect. So I came on board and I decided to do a very big, over the top, actually it got a bit out of control, drive for Ukraine through an organization called MEEST, M-E-E-S-T. They're a freight shipping receiving company that specialize in work in Eastern Europe. And they were offering Canadians to help Ukrainians send packages. They had a list going and send it for $2 at your local MEEST location, and we'll ship it overseas and help Ukrainians on the borders who have fled. And also we'll put it by ground into Ukraine and help those people who are in need. That was everything from combat gear, military gear, shelter, protective, first aid, medication, clothing, warm clothes, because this was in March. Oh gosh, so much stuff, comfort stuff, sleeping bags. So food, non-perishable foods. So I took to arms and I did that for the Ottawa community. I was able to get a trucking company on board to ship all this stuff for free to Toronto, straight to the airport, and MEEST would take it and do it. Within 3 days, we had raised we had collected over 85,000 pounds of donations. Yeah, it was stressful. And what happened was I was able to send most of that stuff overseas. But by the time I was ready, they said, Olenka, we don't want your clothing. We don't want your food. And we don't want your, I don't know, hygiene items, because we're so inundated with donations that where it's getting lost in the noise. We need the first aid, we need the medication, we need the combat gear, the military gear, the shelter, the protective, the tactical, the stretchers, and we had all of that too. It was amazing. Like we got inundated with stuff, so much so that I had the media say stop giving. So maybe not a really good PR move, but anyhow. And then the next issue occurred. I had to figure out, what am I going to do with 35,000 pounds of stuff that I can't send over? Luckily, in my back pocket, lots of people who donated space. A warehouse is still to this day storing a lot of this stuff for me. And I thought, I have to open a store. You know, in the post, although I would say we're still in the COVID era, Facebook groups were really great, a great way to communicate with newcomers coming from Ukraine. But what was missing here in Ottawa was a physical space that wasn't necessarily a church. Traditionally, in the last waves of Ukrainian, churches were very much at the forefront of doing this, but churches aren't open all the time. I wanted a space to first get rid of this stuff and to support the people that they were initially intended to support, which was Ukrainians. And in this case, it just translated to Ukrainian newcomers coming to the Ottawa region. I wanted the space to be neutral. I didn't want it to be necessarily affiliated to a church where people would come and collect clothing or hygiene and be expected to be in church on Sunday. I wanted it to be safe. I wanted it to become a space where people could volunteer their time. So what did the Maidan Market look like? Well, RioCan Development, which is a huge developer in Canada, donated the space completely at the Westgate Shopping Centre. So we have it for a year. It's still there, and everything's paid for. Rogers Communication came on board too and gave us internet and a phone call, because a lot of the Ukrainians would come and say, do you have internet? I want to call my family. You know, and we had a little coffee area with a beautiful map of Ukraine with numbered pegs, and people could peg where they were from, and then in a notebook put your name, your number, your email, and then you'd realize that, oh my gosh, someone's from Bucha, someone's from Lviv, someone's from Kyiv, lots of people from Kyiv. But also for us, it was interesting to see what region of Ukraine people are coming from. Since then, we are only open 2 days a week right now, temporarily closed. I'll get to that. But we are open 2 days a week, run primarily by volunteers. Well, actually all by volunteers. And a lot of them were newcomers. I made sure to have 8 people on staff all the time, 4 Ukrainian speaking and 4 non-Ukrainian, because Ottawa has a very philanthropic and just hungry to help, especially when it came to the Ukraine crisis. And so we had on average 16 to 20 people a day who would help on any given day that we were open. But then the other days of the week, you're at the warehouse pulling boxes to make sure to keep up with the needs of these people collecting these items. Since the opening, we've had over 3,000 people come locally. And how do I know that? People register when they come in, and those are 3,000 unique emails to names and addresses to their hosts. So we collect that information to keep them in the know of things that are going on. And then we did a jacket drive for winter jackets, where we were able to address about 500 newcomers in September. And then we had to take a break because volunteer burnout is a thing. And throughout this process, we were also fundraising through the Ottawa Community Foundation. We had a nice partnership with them, and we've fundraised just under $200,000, which has given us the opportunity now to hire 2 people full-time to do this and to help Ukrainians and speak their language and connect them to the services that exist within the settlement community. I heard this a bit earlier, but yes, the settlement community here in Ottawa, the government agencies are inundated. They're over capacity. And we were feeling that struggle because we were having a lot of people come to us asking for housing support, English support, you name it. And to be honest, I couldn't even do it because I was so busy folding baby clothes, like, you know, and keeping volunteers showing up each day and making sure that we had Ukrainian speaking people. But then as time goes on, the Ukrainian newcomers that were volunteering their time get jobs, and then they leave. And then as the time goes on, people get tired and they don't want to show up anymore for shifts. And then, you know, it outflux when new waves of Ukrainians coming in. So truly not very sustainable. But now we are about to hire 2 people full-time. They're not professional settlement officers, nor are they meant to replace any of our settlement agencies here in Ottawa, but rather be a space still at the Westgate Shopping Centre where people can come and almost be triaged. These 2 people will be professionals, knowing who's connected. They'll be connected with the settlement community, knowing who's offering what service, what's up. If they're doing that 40 hours a week, I feel really good about it. I think that 2 people doing that are going to really bring a benefit to the community, and again, give that physical space for people to come and show up and get connected. and speak their language and have all those documents translated for them. I know a lot of these settlement agencies are doing a good job trying to hire people who speak Ukrainian and Russian, but I guess we're just trying to alleviate some of that effort and support that too, because we still feel that there's very much need. Another thing I want to mention, the Maidan was doing things like SIM card registration sessions where we had someone from Service Canada come and a volunteer translator, helping people even write their name in English. We wonder why people have spelling errors. It's because they don't even know how to spell in English in some cases. And so we had someone there supporting them to do that. We had probably 3 sessions of that, and we had over 60 people get their SIM cards at the Maidan market. They were able to do that remotely. We also offer life coaching sessions, psychotherapists and therapists from Ukraine whose credentials don't carry over here in Canada, but they do life coaching where they sit down and talk to people just about their experience, how things are going, and help them out on a mental load capacity. And that's kind of where we're at. So currently the doors are closed, but they're to reopen in about 2 weeks, not giving away clothing, but rather be more service-based. And I mean, there's so much potential. It's an old physiotherapy clinic with 12 rooms. It's a little bit on the crazy side, but I think that there's potential to do something really great there and to really add to the fabric of the Ukrainian community here, but also hopefully support the settlement community from a Ukrainian standpoint.
Хорошо. Да. Thanks a lot for the opportunity to take part in this conference, but
Just speak in the mic.
yes. Ага, хорошо. Значит, я, наверное, немного скажу о себе, потому что без этого, наверное, будет сложно понять, что дальше я хочу сказать.
I briefly want to introduce myself. I
Да.
will explain the story.
С точки зрения того, что мы переселенцы в Канаде сегодня, и наша, наверное, ситуация благоприятная. Мы попали в руки к друзьям.
Our story is probably happy and story in some way because we are in the hands of friends here in Canada.
Да, в принципе, никаких проблем особых у нас в Канаде нет, потому что, вот так сложилось. У нас оказались здесь друзья. Но я буду говорить не просто как беженец из Украины, из Донбасса. Я буду говорить как журналист, который за эти годы сделал очень много текстов и репортажей и приложил с другими людьми очень много усилий, чтобы этой войны не случилось.
Today, I don't want to talk about my experience just as a refugee, but I want to talk about my life as a journalist in Ukraine, living in the Donbass area and working hard on preventing the war.
Да, дело в том, что просто мое комфортабельное существование здесь меня не устраивает по той причине, что мой средний сын сегодня на первой линии фронта, он воюет.
My comforting life in Canada is troubling me every day because my second son, my middle son, is right now on the front line in battlefield in Donbass in Ukraine.
2 остальных моих сына, один в Киеве уже 4-й или 3-й день, в городе отсутствует свет полностью. Это 13-й этаж многоэтажного дома.
My oldest son, he's in Kiev right now, and they experienced energy shortages for 3 days already. There is no light, no electricity, no water.
И мои дети каждый день находятся в опасности, под прицелом этой войны.
My kids are every day experience the threat of the war.
Вот, поэтому я скажу следующее. Первоначально я иначе строила свою речь, и мне хотелось говорить об особенностях этой войны, о том, что провоцирует все новые и новые потоки миграции и беженцев в нашей стране.
Just I was talking mostly about what actually provoked the refugees and migration flow out of Ukraine.
Но все-таки я скажу сначала о том, что для нас, жителей Донбасса, эта война длится не полгода, не с февраля 22 года, а уже долгих 9 лет.
But I rethink my presentation for today and want to start with the point that the war we experience right now for people of Donbass started 9 years ago.
И я смотрю на эту проблему не как политик. Я буду говорить и о состоянии журналистики, потому что журналистика сегодня в Украине независимая и не пропагандистская сегодня отсутствует.
I just want to give a reflection on the state of journalism in Ukraine. There is a lack of transparency in journalism and
отсутствует, да,
and the free press is absent.
Да. Дело в том, что в условиях войны, наверное, это так и должно быть, существует всего лишь один государственный канал, который излагает события, которые происходят в Украине.
So during the war, there is only one channel who actually transform the information to the people.
Но на самом деле ситуация намного сложнее, и на нее нужно смотреть с разных позиций, со стороны Донбасса, со стороны Киева, со стороны внешней политики. И здесь очень много разных составляющих.
But situation is really much more complicated, and you have to take in a look at the situation from the position of Donbass, Kiev, from domestic policies and international perspectives.
8 лет я отработала с обкором киевских ведомостей по Донбассу.
So for 8 years, Natalia was a journalist for Kievsky Vedomosti in Donbass region. This is a major media outlet, Russian-speaking.
Эта газета была трехязычная, она была и на английском.
So it was, so 3 languages media outlet, Ukrainian, Russian and English.
Да, English. Она выходила несколько раз в день, но это я буду отвлекаться. Значит, это была первая независимая газета в Украине, основанная группой журналистов еще в 90-е годы.
It was the first free media outlet established in 1990s by free journalists.
Она стала достаточно влиятельной в Украине и была всегда независимой и оппозиционной к любому правительству.
So it's always been an independent media outlet and quite often been in opposition to the existing Ukrainian government.
Потом я возглавляла луганскую редакцию «Острова». Есть такое интернет-издание «Остров». Он существует и сегодня, это интернет-издание.
So also Natalia was the head of international internet-based media news agency called Ostrov Island, could be translated.
Да.
It's located in Lugansk.
Которая финансировалась благодаря разным международным грантам. И это тоже давало нам способ быть независимыми.
This media outlet was funded by different international donors, which allowed the journalists of the Ostrovok being independent.
И вот в 2014 году, когда Луганск был охвачен уже пожаром войны и стал оккупированной территорией, новое, так сказать, правительство собрало журналистов и сказало, что вы не имеете права употреблять следующие слова: оккупация, терроризм, брать в кавычки ЛНР, там, ДНР и так далее. Если вы это сделаете, вы будете сидеть в подвале.
So in 2014 in Lugansk, a new government, after the occupation started in the spring of 2014, collected all the journalists in Lugansk and said you cannot use words occupation, terrorism, or put Lugansk, Donetsk and Donetsk Republic in the brackets.
Да, и мы поняли, что мы должны уехать, безусловно.
So that's triggered Natalia's decision to leave the Lugansk.
Да, мы должны были покинуть Луганск. Мы оказались в Ивано-Франковске, потому что это запад Украины, это самая крайняя точка Украины.
We moved to Ivano-Frankivsk, which is the western part of Ukraine.
Потому что мы с мужем и социологами заканчивали проект «Восток-Запад Украины». Это исследование длилось с 2005 года, и мы изучали регионы Украины и пытались предотвратить эту войну.
Why decided to go into Ivano-Frankivsk? Because there was connection. Intellectual work was conducted between Luhansk and Ivano-Frankivsk since 2005, and it was called.
Называлось «Восток-Запад Украины».
East-West Ukraine. So it was a collaborative project between.
Там была целая серия самых разных проектов, финансировавшихся и правительством США Украины в Украине, посольством США в Украине и другими грантами, и ученые принимали в этом участие. А социологи объединили усилия, и Донецк, Луганск, Ивано-Франковск, Львов, Киев принимали участие в этом большом исследовании глобальном.
It was a global research, included many political scientists, sociologists, journalists as Natalia, and they were researching and surveying different attitudes in the regions of Ukraine.
Мы сделали сотни публикаций о том, что с 91 года в Украине борьбу за электорат и за кресло президента ведет между собой две части украинской элиты, Востока и Запада. И это делает Украину очень хрупким государством.
So as one part of research, they find out that there's a majority of the battle on the political field among political elite is line on the lines between Ukraine, East and West, which made Ukraine very unstable.
Очень хрупким, да, государством.
Fragile state.
Да, да. Вот, поэтому Украина нуждалась в очень умелом, правильном, умном управлении все эти годы.
So Ukraine need to have very intelligent, adequate model of ruling.
Управление, да.
Management.
Теперь я нарисую маленькую картинку, которую я часто использовала как журналист.
There is a little example, a visual picture.
Значит, у нас был корпункт, там сидела группа журналистов, и мы всегда искали сенсации.
So we have a group of journalists which were always looking for sensations.
Это наша работа.
That's part of the job.
И вот такой маленькой сенсации, тогда мы все смеялись, это было очень смешно.
So there's one little sensation, we were laughing in the beginning.
Это был населенный пункт Меловое на самом севере Луганской области, который граничит, вот просто граничит с Российской Федерацией, с населенным пунктом Чертково называется.
So that there was a settlement called Milovoye. It's located in the north of Lugansk Oblast, and it's actually right corresponding to the Russian settlement on situated on Russian Federation.
Чертково. Да, и эта граница, ну, я потом скажу, сколько составляет. Значит, дело в том, что через это Меловое, украинское Меловое, граница прошла через центральную улицу этого города, прямо через середину центральной дороги.
So the national state border of Ukraine actually divided Milovoye and went right through the central street of the Ukrainian settlement.
Она называлась улица Дружбы народов.
So the name of the street was the street of friendship for the people.
С одной стороны пятиэтажки живут украинцы, дед, бабушка, с другой стороны как бы Россия, и с другой стороны улицы живут их внуки, дети, там, зятья и так далее. И вот они по междугородному телефону разговаривают друг с другом через эту улицу.
So on one side of the street there was grandparents Ukrainians living in the Ukrainian territories. On another side of the street there were grandchildrens and their kids. And to communicate they have to actually call international numbers, to use international calls to communicate to each other through a few hundred meters.
То есть, да, и кроме того, значит, когда проводили границу, то парикмахерская просто была разрезана пополам. Один зал мужской остался в Украине, а женский ушел в Россию. Вот это вот мнимая граница абсолютно.
So there also was hairdresser salon right in the Milovoye, which was divided, literally divided between two states.
То есть люди не воспринимали эту границу границей. Это была одна и та же для них территория. Это были семьи, одни и те же. Части семей, с двух частей как бы вот этой улицы.
So for so long period of time, people still didn't think about this border as an international or national border of Ukraine.
И вот когда луганские социологи возглавили вот это изучение регионов Украины, привлекли многие другие регионы Украины, они говорили, что культурное разнообразие, особенности исторических регионов, они налицо. И нельзя, чтобы политики использовали риторику, культуры, символы культурные, языковые, чтобы натравливать одну часть населения на другую.
So when Luhansk sociologists were part of this Vostok Zapad research, they were pointed to the differences in the region and pointed and kind of recommended to the politicians to be very careful about rhetorics, using rhetorics, not and avoiding all the possible scenarios when you conflict East and West.
Но приближался 2014 год и новые президентские выборы.
So new president elections were coming in 2000.
Да, это был 2014 год, да, год. И я не буду говорить о геополитической составляющей причин этой абсурдной войны и самой кровавой, наверное, войны за последнее время. Потому что граница с Россией составляла север Луганской области более 700 километров.
I don't want to touch on the geopolitics of the war and absurdity of this bloody conflict, precisely because just in Luhansk Oblast, the national border of Ukraine was about 700 kilometers long with Russia.
И на востоке Украины, юго-восток Украины насчитывает, я помню по памяти, 134 нации и народности. 134. Это не этнонация, это огромное разнообразие культурное.
So even Luhansk,
это Луганская, Донецкая область.
It's Luhansk and Donetsk region of the war, accounting about 130 different nationalities of people living there.
Да, 134. И безусловно, эти региональные отличия играли огромную роль в том, как дальше будут развиваться эти события. Но, значит,
regional division played a significant role in the upcoming events.
Война произошла, и я не буду говорить о внешнем факторе. Илья Кононов очень подробно вчера расписал особенности этой войны, которая вызвала такую огромную волну миграции. По некоторым данным, это 14 миллионов человек.
So I want to avoid the discussion of the international impact of the war, and it was described yesterday in greater details, and particularly in presentation of Ilya Kononov. Some scholars estimated about 14 million people were forcibly relocated during the conflict.
Значит, больше всего людей выехало в Польшу и в Российскую Федерацию. В Польшу где-то 5-6 миллионов, но это данные очень приблизительные. Где-то 2-4 миллиона в Россию, скорее всего.
So
никто точных цифр не знает.
We know the data on the Poland, on the people moved from Ukraine to the Poland, about 5 to 6 million people. But we have much clear understanding how many people moved to Russia. It's the second largest destination of the forcibly migrated people from Ukraine during this conflict. It's estimated between 2 and 4 million people.
Ну и дальше уже пошла там Венгрия, Словакия и далее другие страны Европейского Союза.
Those other countries as well.
Хорошо, сейчас я заканчиваю. Значит, что касается внутреннего конфликта, вот именно он дал, так же как и внешний конфликт, эту страшную волну миграции. Причем внутренняя миграция перетекает во внешнюю и наоборот. Эти волны, они как бы взаимосвязаны.
So Natalia want to emphasize there is external impact on the war, but also internal conflict, which affected migration waves out of Ukraine right now.
И вот тут я скажу о праворадикальном украинском национализме, который стал питательной средой для этих бацилл войны.
Natalia want to mention right radical nationalism in Ukraine, which actually supported the nationalism in the war.
Ну, стали питательной средой для...
Okay, so they actually submitted some, it became a food base for the aggression inside the country.
В 2014 году, когда еще стоял Майдан в центре Киева,
in 2014, during Maidan in Kiev,
праворадикальные националисты, как фамилия этой радикальной националистки?
Radical nationalists in...
Которая отменила региональные языки. Фарион.
So Natalia mentioned one of the representatives of the Ukrainian rights.
В срочном порядке убираются все региональные языки. Ирина Фарион, да. Вот, и праворадикальный национализм украинский начинает разрушать украинские на Востоке памятники, улицы. Я сейчас скажу о музее Булгакова, великом писателе. Да.
Okay, so Natalia said that after 2015, we see that starting of the nationalization movement in Ukraine by renaming the names of the streets.
Переименование улиц. Ну, я сейчас, значит, я приезжаю в Канаду, в Оттаву, и вот буквально в первые дни я попадаю в Картландский университет к профессору лингвистики Дане Драгунову.
My first impression of moving to Canada, on first days of my settlement in here in Ottawa, I went to the lecture at Carleton University taught by Professor Dana Dragunov.
Я настолько была поражена, значит, она проводила лекцию Достоевский и братья Карамазовы здесь, в Канаде.
Her lecture was based on research on Russian literature, Dostoevsky and братья Достоевский, братья Карамазовы.
Да, и я тоже делаю репортаж с ее лекции «Зачем Канаде Достоевский и Толстой?» вопросительный знак.
So as a journalist, I expressed my feeling in the article for the Luhansk, for the Островок, why Canada needs Dostoevsky.
Мне этот вопрос, у меня есть ответ на этот вопрос, потому что я понимаю, что Достоевский ставит вопрос через своих героев, какова цена свободы, что позволено человеку, если мир несправедлив, может ли он использовать все средства в противостоянии этому миру. Но Украине эти вопросы сегодня непонятны. И сегодня ликвидируется как бы часть украинской культуры. Она просто вот, чтобы тебе было плохо, я сейчас отрежу себе правую руку, называется, симптом.
So why Canada have this interest in researching on the Russian literature? Because Dostoevsky in his novels asking the universal questions: what the freedom of value, what are my personal liberties, etc. So now move back to Ukraine situation right now by this community. Applying this discriminating cultural policy, Ukraine is almost cutting its own hand.
Радикальные националисты позволяли себе врываться на канал Интернаш, блокировать работу журналистов, все, заканчиваю. Вот, и это результат того, что сегодня Украина имеет вот такое качество этой войны. Вот культурная составляющая – это один из элементов этих вещей. Ну, я останавливаюсь.
So the cultural aspect is important, and cultural differences is an important aspect of this war. Natalia brought a few more examples on the oppression on the journalists on particular cases, but I think we can move towards this during the discussion.
Еще одна фраза, Милана, еще одна. Дело в том, что я попал в центр на Parliament Hill, я увидела великолепные памятники в Канаде и увидела, какая огромная сила воли. Национальный вопрос – это часть, наверное, любого государства. И я увидела, сколько прилагается усилий и в Канаде, чтобы балансировать и не допустить никаких столкновений серьезных. Я делала публикацию, там день оранжевой футболки и так далее, и так далее. И я увидела, что проблем очень много. И двуязычие это, против которого радикально сегодня категорически возражают в Украине. Вот.
So I was impressed by Canadian approach to the nation building because I saw the sculptures of the different nationalities and very careful approach to balancing national attitudes and bilingual approach, which is not an issue right now in Ukraine.
Thank you. На этом заканчиваю. Спасибо.
So let me sit down that you can see. Я тут сяду, тут вас не бачить.
Доброго дня ще раз. Мене звати Тетяна Додонова.
Hello everyone, my name is Tatiana.
Я б хотіла попросити продемонструвати деякі фото, які
May I ask you to show some slides?
If it's possible. Ці фото зробив мій друг та вчитель, відомий одеський фоторепортер Борис Бухман.
These are photos from Boris Buchman, who is my dear friend in Odessa, and he's a famous photo reporter.
Зараз він є військовим фотокореспондентом, і на цих фото ви зможете побачити наслідки цієї жахливої війни.
Right now, he reports about the war, and you can see the damages from the war on these photos.
Ці кадри зроблені в Одесі, в Одеській області, в Миколаєві та Запоріжжі.
These photos were made in Odessa, Zaporizhia, and Kharkiv, right? Kharkiv? Mykolaiv, sorry.
Зараз я вам хочу розповісти свою історію.
Now I'd like to tell you my story.
Я приїхала до Канади з одного з найкрасивіших міст України, із Одеси.
I came to Canada from one of the most beautiful cities in Ukraine, which is Odessa.
Для початку я б хотіла подякувати за запрошення Ані Козловій з Карлтон Університі, а також організаторам цієї конференції, присвяченої питанню переміщення українців, яке пов'язане з російським вторгненням на територію суверенної держави України.
First of all, thank you to Ms. Kozlova for inviting me from Carleton University. And I'm happy to participate in this conference that is dedicated to displacement, that has been the reason or the result of the Russian invasion in Ukraine.
З початку повномасштабного вторгнення, яке розпочала Росія 24 лютого 2022 року, мільйони українців були вимушені покинути свої домівки та шукати порятунку в країнах Європейського Союзу, Сполучених Штатів Америки та Канади.
Since the beginning of the full-scale invasion on the 24th of February 2022, many Ukrainians, they were forced seeking a new home in Canada, but also in Western Europe.
Це спровокувало найбільшу міграційну кризу у світі в 21 столітті. Більш ніж 14,6 мільйонів українських біженців виїхали з України, і біля 8 мільйонів стали внутрішніми переселенцями.
This is the largest crisis of displacement in 21st century because over 14.6 million were displaced abroad, and within of Ukraine around 8 millions of people are displaced.
Через обмеження на виїзд із України чоловіків призовного віку біля 90% українських біженців складають жінки та діти.
Around 90% of refugees are women and children because male are obliged to subscribe to the army.
Одним із перших українських біженців прийняли країни Європейського Союзу: Польща, Румунія, Молдова, Словакія, Чехія, Германія та інші.
The EU countries were the first destination for refugees. This was Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and others.
Хтось і досі залишається в Європі. Багато хто після багатьох місяців повернувся додому. Принаймні ті, кого цей дім залишився.
Many people are still in Europe, but some of them returned home. If their homes are still there.
А хтось продовжив свій шлях далі до Сполучених Штатів, до Австралії та до Канади.
And some people, they moved further to Australia, Canada, and the US.
Волонтерський рух набрав неймовірних обертів. Різні організації та звичайні люди надавали і продовжують надавати українцям житло, фінансову допомогу, їжу та інші необхідні речі, психологічну підтримку, допомагають з пошуком роботи та адаптацією.
There is a massive volunteer movement behind managing this crisis. So these are people who are helping with food, with clothes, with first aid, and also psychological treatment.
Сьогодні у рамках цього круглого столу я б хотіла поділитися історією свого шляху до Канади, бо з історії кожного українця складається новітня історія України.
Here I would like to share my personal story because from personal stories we have a full picture of the massive migration.
Приблизно о 5 годині ранку, 24 лютого, пролунали перші вибухи. Я одразу прокинулась, і моє серце почало битися з неймовірною швидкістю.
Around 5 a.m. I was awake and heard first explosions, and my heart was beating very fast.
Я одразу написала повідомлення своєму товаришу, який працював лікарем в одній з військових частин в Одеській області.
I wrote right away a message to a friend who is a doctor in Odessa region.
Я спитала: Олеже, що це за вибухи?
And I asked, what is going on? What are the explosions?
Він відповів: почалося. По всіх містах вибухи.
He said it started, it began everywhere across Ukraine. There are explosions.
Земля пішла з-під ніг. Я розбудила чоловіка, сказала: прокидайся, війна почалася.
I felt like there is no ground under my feet. I waked my husband and said him that the war has started.
Ми зателефонували батькам, почали швидко складати документи, речі, схопили дітей і поїхали до наших друзів, в яких був підвал.
We called our parents, we grabbed our children and fled to our friends who had a basement to hide.
Поки діти, загорнувшись в ковдри, сиділи в холодному підвалі, не розуміючи, що відбувається, ми слухали новини, дивилися в небо і не могли до кінця повірити, що це відбувається з нами.
As long as children were sitting in the cold basement in covers, we were listening all the time to the news and trying to understand what is going on.
За декілька тижнів до цього мій старший 12-річний син, надивившись новин і відчуваючи недобре, благав мене вивезти їх з України. І я дала йому слово, що якщо почнеться війна, я врятую їх.
Few weeks before that, my son who is 12, he watched news and he was begging me to leave Ukraine because he was afraid. And she promised him that she will take care and nothing will happen to him.
І ось у моїй голові була лише одна думка: не встигла.
And the only thought I had at this moment in my head that I didn't make it.
Але потрібно було щось робити. Цілий день я вмовляла чоловіка виїхати до Західної України, де наші друзі вже для нас тримали будинок.
In this same day, we left for Western Ukraine, where our friends, they were already keeping the house for us.
Чоловік навідріз відмовлявся їхати. Батьки благали цього не робити, бо невідомо, що може трапитися в дорозі.
My husband was begging me not to leave because also parents, they were afraid that on the way there can be a lot of danger.
Я плакала і складала речі. Я обіцяла: я зможу, я врятую.
I was crying and I was packing the stuff because I promised my kids that I will save him.
Коли ми йшли до батьків, відбувся страшний вибух неподалік, на відстані біля 2 кілометрів від нашого дому.
When we were going to the parents, there was a huge explosion very close nearby to our home.
Земля здригнулася під ногами, і ми побачили стовп диму.
We felt how the earth shook and we saw a huge the dim smoke. Yeah.
Я розуміла, що залишатися дуже небезпечно.
So this is when I realized this is really dangerous to stay.
На протязі першого дня Одесу атакували біля 8 разів.
During the first day of invasion, Odessa has been attacked 8 times.
Пізно ввечері я все ж таки вмовила чоловіка їхати, і ми з дітьми вирушили в дорогу.
Late in the evening, I finally convinced my husband to leave, and we killed the children and left.
Батьки і сестра вирішили залишитися. Я прощалася з ними, не знаючи, чи колись зможу побачити їх знову.
My parents and my sister, they stayed there, and I was saying them bye without knowing whether I will see them again.
Ми намагалися їхати сільськими дорогами, побоюючись, що можуть бути великі затори, а також атаки по центральним трасам.
We tried to take always the streets through the rural areas because we were afraid of the large roads because of the shellings.
Вночі нас зупинили на блокпосту, і нам довелося зупинитися і чекати до ранку.
In the night, we were stopped at the block post and we had to wait through all the night until the morning to continue
Наступного
the trip.
дня ми нарешті по обіду дісталися Карпат. Це місце мені здавалося набагато безпечніше.
Next day, we came to Karpati region, and this seemed like a more safe place.
За декілька днів кількість біженців зросла до неймовірної кількості. Іноді в тому будинку, де ми зупинилися, одночасно знаходилися біля 10 осіб.
In these days, the number of refugees of displaced people increased immensely, and in the house we were staying, there were like sometimes 10 people around.
Кожного дня ми виходили на полювання. Треба було купити їжу, якісь речі, медикаменти. Магазини і аптеки не були готові до такої кількості людей.
Every day it was like hunting to get some food and to get medicine at the pharmacy.
Знайти муку чи картоплю було великою вдачею. Ліків взагалі майже ніяких не було.
He was really lucky if someone found some potatoes or flour.
Yes.
And it was impossible to find some medicine.
Щоб якось бути корисними, ми з іншими жінками займалися заготівлею для наших військових. Місцеві жителі приносили яблука, ми їх різали на шматочки і сушили. Це якось відволікало.
To make ourselves somehow useful, we were trying with other women to cut apples and to dry them, to send them for the army, to at least somehow distract ourselves from the situation.
Також я ще намагалася якось дистанційно працювати, бо в Одесі ми з чоловіком маємо свій власний бізнес, який, як виявилося, є однією з ланок в харчовому ланцюгу.
I was also working remotely because in Odessa we had business with my husband, and that was in a supply chain for the food.
Тому що ми постачаємо поліпропіленові мішки для борошна, круп, цукру та інших продуктів харчування.
So we were providing the packages for sugar, for flour and other food.
Yes. Також мішки знадобилися для наших військових, для спорудження укріплень.
So these packages, they were useful for military, for the army, to create the shelters, yeah.
Наші працівники, які залишилися в Одесі, між звуками сирен намагалися організувати постачання. Іноді навіть доводилося зустрічатися з клієнтами в підземних паркінгах під час сигналу тривоги.
So our colleagues in Odessa who remained there, they were producing somehow in the shelters all these products. Sometimes they were meeting the providers of the the stuff that is needed to produce these packages. They were meeting somewhere in the basements.
2 березня мій чоловік вирішив повернутися додому.
On the
Він був впевнений, що це вірне рішення.
On the 2nd of March, my husband decided to return. He was convinced it was the right decision.
Я не стала його стримувати, це було його рішення. Він повернувся, а ми залишилися в Карпатах.
It was his decision. I wasn't holding him, but we remained in Karpaty.
Нескінченний потік жахливих новин, страх, біль, безсоння, відчай.
All the time, really bad news. It was a lot of fear, sore, insomnia.
4 березня унаслідок обстрілів розпочалася пожежа на Запорізькій атомній електростанції.
On the 4th of March, there was the fire broke out at the Zaporizhia or Enerhodar power plant, nuclear power plant, the largest one in Europe.
Всю ніч я намагалася в автомобільній аптечці відшукати йод. Плакала і писала своїй подрузі в Канаду, що це, мабуть, кінець.
All the night I was trying to find some iod to iodine. I was crying and trying to reach out my friends in Canada.
І я писала, що це, мабуть, кінець.
And I was writing that this is probably the end.
Ця ситуація, мабуть, була вирішальною для того, щоб рухатися далі.
So this was the decisive moment to decide to move forward.
За 2 дні я переслала всі необхідні документи своїй подрузі в Канаду. Вона з чоловіком відшукала людину, яка визвалася допомогти нам і прийняти нас в своєму дому в Румунії.
So I sent quickly all the documents that were needed to initiate our move to Canada, and also some friends, they provided the accommodation in Romania for us to stay.
6 березня ми вже перетнули кордон. Ми йшли через старий дерев'яний міст над рікою, йшли в невідомість.
On the 6th of March, we already crossed the border. We were moving through the wooden bridge on the border, and we were moving into something that we cannot predict. Невідомість. Неізвісність. In unknown.
Назустріч нам біг якийсь чоловік, це був волонтер. Він допоміг нам з важкими валізами, подарував малому іграшку, всунув мені в руки гроші і зник.
We met a volunteer on this border. He came, gave us food, gave a play toy to my child, and gave us money and left.
На кордоні вже були організовані палатки для біженців. Нам запропонували гарячу їжу, чай, каву, солодощі для дітей. Надали безкоштовну картку для мобільного зв'язку.
At the border, everything was very well organized. There were shelters, there was food. They gave us a card to make international calls.
Волонтери обіймали нас і плакали разом з нами. І я не розуміла взагалі чому.
And volunteers, they were hugging us and they were crying with us, and I didn't understand why.
Чому до нас таке відношення? За що? Чому ці люди нам так допомагають?
I didn't understand why do these people are helping us so much.
Це було щось неймовірне, нереалістичне, немов в кіно, немов не з нами.
It was quite incredible, something like a movie, as if it didn't happen to us.
Стільки добра, підтримки, добрих слів від незнайомих людей.
There was so much tenderness and kind words from unknown people everywhere.
Брат хазяїна дому проїхав 700 кілометрів, щоб зустріти нас на кордоні.
The brother of the family who was hosting us in Romania, he moved for 700, he drove for 700 kilometers to meet us.
Вся його сім'я допомагала нам на протязі 3,5 місяців. Вони зробили все, щоб ми почувалися як вдома.
All his family, they were hosting us and helping us for 3.5 months and doing everything for us to feel like home.
Вони допомагали нам потрапити до лікарів, безкоштовно дістати необхідні ліки, влаштувати мого молодшого 4-річного сина в дитячий садок, відволікали від важких думок, влаштовували відпочинок.
They were helping us, providing food, providing medicine. They arranged the kindergarten for my younger son, who is 4, and they were also organizing some leisure and trying to distract us from difficult thoughts.
Я не можу навіть передати словами свою вдячність цій родині. Це просто неймовірні люди з великим серцем.
I don't have any words to thank this family, how they were supportive.
За цей період мені вдалося вмовити сестру, а потім і маму переїхати до мене в Румунію.
And this time I convinced also my sister and my mother to move to Romania.
17 березня Канада запустила нову програму тимчасового перебування для громадян України, які постраждали від війни. Canada-Ukraine Authorization for Emergency Travel.
On the 17th of March, Canada started its migration program, opening the doors for Ukrainians, and that was the name of the program.
Подати всі необхідні документи нам безкоштовно допоміг канадський адвокат.
There was a Canadian lawyer who helped us to apply with all the documents.
Absolutely free.
For free.
Всередині травня я з дітьми отримали канадські візи. Через деякий час візи отримала сестра і мама.
So it's only mid of May that me and kids, we received the visa, and then my mom and my sister, they got the visa a bit later.
Наприкінці червня ми нарешті прилетіли до Канади.
So end of June, we finally around to Canada.
Мої друзі Альона і Олег Чижевський, які вже тут живуть на протязі 6 років, прийняли нас у своєму домі.
My friends Alona and Oleg Chizhevsky, they received us in their house.
Їх діти віддали нам свої кімнати, щоб нам не довелося ночувати в бейсменті, бо в нас це може викликати неприємні спогади.
The children, they gave us their rooms so that we don't have to stay in the basement, so that we don't have any reminding thoughts, difficult thoughts.
Коли я здригалася, почувши шум літака, вони казали: "Не бійся, це мирний літак."
Every time when I was shaking, when there was a plane coming, they said like, "Don't worry, it's a civilian plane."
Почалося нове життя, нові плани, нові надії. Пройшла адаптація.
So the new life started, the adaptation began.
Ми переїхали в дім, який нам допомогли зняти в оренду.
We moved to a new house that they helped us to rent to.
Багато людей надали нам безкоштовну велику кількість речей, необхідних для облаштування дому, в тому числі меблі, посуд.
Many people supported us with different stuff like furniture and all necessary stuff. Yeah.
Це була дуже відчутна допомога, адже дома в Канаді здаються в оренду взагалі порожні.
It was really useful because the houses in Canada, as you know, are rented out fully empty.
Канада надала нам велику допомогу. Це і одноразова грошова допомога, і доступ до медичного обслуговування осіб, безкоштовне користування транспортом, мобільним зв'язком, банківськими рахунками.
We got a lot of help here. It was one-time help, but also all the access to transportation, medicine, medical care.
Після оформлення всіх необхідних документів ми одразу вийшли на роботу, яку знов ж таки нам надали наші друзі.
And when we had all our staff documents done, our friends helped us to get a job right away.
Ми вчимо англійську, вже так не соромимося розмовляти, не боїмося помилитися, вчимося і ставимо нові цілі.
We learn English, and now we are not anymore ashamed to speak, to make some mistakes. So we are setting new goals and developing.
Час летить, діти ростуть. Я спокійна, що принаймні вони в безпеці. Я виконала свою обіцянку.
The time is flying, the children are growing up, and
Я виконала свою обіцянку.
and I made my promise to protect them.
Але моє серце крається від болю кожен день. Мій чоловік, батько, дядя, мої брати з сім'ями, мої друзі в Україні живуть як на вулкані.
But it's really tough because my husband, my uncle, rest of the family, they are still in Ukraine, and they live there as if it would be anytime the explosion.
Кожен день нашу країну засипають десятками, а іноді й сотнями ракет та дронів камікадзе.
Every day there are tens and hundreds of shellings, drones across Ukraine.
Продовжується геноцид українського народу.
The genocide of Ukrainian people is going on. It continues.
Росія знищує енергетичну інфраструктуру країни, намагаючись залишити людей без світла і тепла, наносить удари по цивільним об'єктам, житловим будинкам.
Russia is destructing civilian infrastructure. It's heating civilian houses.
Знищує енергетичну систему.
It destroys energy, so making basically the country unlivable.
Погрожує атомною зброєю, шантажує весь світ ядерною катастрофою.
There are nuclear threats not only to Ukraine, but to the entire world.
Неможливо уявити, що це відбувається в 21
It's
столітті.
impossible to imagine this is 21st century.
Неможливо уявити, що люди, з якими ми розмовляли однією мовою, стали для нас найлютішими ворогами.
It is hard to imagine that people that we shared our language with, they became our worst enemy.
Неймовірно, що мільйони росіян підтримують свого божевільного і психічно хворого президента.
It's unbelievable also how many Russians are supporting their crazy president.
В них немає цілі і ніколи й не було врятувати українців від вигаданих нацистів.
There was never this goal to save Ukrainians from anything like some national radicals.
Вони просто бажають знищити наш народ, стерти з лиця землі.
All they want to destroy our nation, to wipe away the country from face of the earth.
Спалити нашу історію, закатувати всіх незгодних.
They want to destroy our history and to torture everyone.
Але не так сталося, як гадалося.
But luckily, everything turned different way.
Всі їх намагання по денацифікації і демілітаризації обернулися повністю протилежним результатом.
So all attempts of Russia in demilitarization and denazification, they turned the other way around.
Україна – це велика країна. Наш народ – самий сміливий, мужній, відчайдушний.
Ukraine is a great country, and our people are really very brave.
Ми боремось за свою землю, за свій дім, за свою свободу.
We are fighting for our land, for our houses, for our freedom.
І ми обов'язково переможемо.
And we will win.
Слава Україні!
Слава Україні!
Дякую.
Thank you so much, Tatiana, for sharing that extremely poignant story that I think there's not a dry eye here, and maybe it's hard to move to questions right now, but I think if anyone has questions or comments or thoughts for our commentators, we'll go ahead and do that. Danny.
Test. It's working. First, I'd like to thank all of the participants of the roundtable. My question is actually for Natalia, if I may. If I may ask it in Russian, and then I will translate it to English. Наталья, вопрос для вас. Вы упомянули, что информационное пространство является неотъемлемой частью конфликта. И вы сказали, что вы работали многие годы именно в информационном пространстве, и вы старались предотвратить конфликт, который сегодня развязался. Мой вопрос, как независимые журналисты работали в информационном пространстве, чтобы стараться предотвратить конфликт? Конкретно, какие способы, какие стратегии были использованы независимыми журналистами и организациями таких журналистов? И как, в принципе, на сегодняшний день, несмотря вперед, можно проработать информационное пространство так, чтобы потенциально помирить людей? My question is specifically about information space that Natalia mentioned, that where she has been working for many years. And as I understood from the presentation, you have been working for many years trying to, as you say, prevent the conflict between communities. So my question is specifically, what are the strategies that independent journalists have worked prior to the onset of the current intervention? How these strategies, what are they? And looking ahead, what are potential impacts that independent journalists can have on the information space to bring communities together in Ukraine? Thank you.
I'll maybe collect 2 or 3 questions if there are any others.
Just a brief question from somebody who's watching online. It's from a local settlement group in Ottawa. Again, they wanted to know approximately how many Ukrainian newcomers now are in the general Ottawa area. So that's what they were curious about. Okay.
Any more for now? Okay, maybe Olenka and Zach can ask that for answer. Oh, go ahead.
I also would like to ask the question to Natalia. I also will tell first originally in Russian. I think that would be easier for her, and then I will translate it. Наталья, у меня к вам вопрос. Вы говорили о культурном аспекте этой войны, о том, что происходило до 2002 года. Я бы хотела, чтобы вы прокомментировали, какое ваше отношение к тому факту, что на оккупированных территориях сжигались украинские учебники, и россияне привозили своих учителей, свои программы и пытались учить детей. Я переведу. So my question was, as it was mentioned about the cultural aspect of this war, so I would like to hear that Natalia said it's about your attitude that the only occupied territories Ukrainian textbook has been burned, and Russian brought their own programs and brought their own teachers. So in order to teach Ukrainian children in the way how they see that. Thank you.
Natalia responded that she does not support it. She has a very negative attitude towards what Russian authorities doing on occupied territories. Yeah.
Go ahead, Natalia.
To answer your question, Michael, with regards to how many people have come and settled here locally, based on, I mean, I'm not a settlement agency here in Ottawa. However, based on the numbers that we've heard, at this point is between 3,000 to 4,000 here in Ottawa and region. Yes.
And then the sort of surrounding, the surrounding area, there's probably a couple more thousand just in terms of, like, greater Ottawa Valley area and things like that.
Sorry, can I just follow up? Do you see the flow, has the flow flattened a little bit recently, or are people still coming in?
For us anyways, it kind of comes in waves. And what I think it is as events happen in Ukraine, a lot of people are holding out that the war's going to end, or something happens and then they think, okay, well, after this is over, it'll end. And there are these kind of waves, and it comes when the basically event happens. And then about a month and a half, 2 months later, when those visas would come through, there's another big influx. So we kind of see it go up and down, and it's hard to say because sometimes it trends lower, sometimes it trends higher. So I can't really say if it's going down in general, but it is an ebb and flow based on, and it does seem to be like, big events that happen. It's always like, whatever, 9 or 60, 70 days later, there's a big influx, if anything.
I think many of us have seen that a lot of these people are just holding on as a safe gatekeeping option to be able to come here to Canada. They're so lucky. We benefit from a really strong Ukrainian fabric in multiculturalism here in Canada. So when they come here, they know that they're not alone and that there's been generations of Ukrainians here ready to receive them. And so hopefully they find them. But airline prices, I've heard people coming here because it's cheaper at this point in the fall. People were holding out because the flights seemed to have been cheaper at the time, but yeah, you know best.
Technically, that is true. But there was a big problem that happened in the beginning of September, in that a bunch of airlines went on strike, and there were a bunch of problems, and a lot of in the month of September specifically, we didn't actually buy a lot of airfare, and we didn't do a lot of that because we spent the majority of our time fixing broken itineraries. Lufthansa specifically went completely on strike, and every Lufthansa flight that we had on the trajectory just stopped. So people would fly from, Germany to, whatever they were going to, and then their connection flight from there to Toronto doesn't exist anymore. So we spent a lot of time fixing dozens of broken itineraries. And because of the airline industry, it has a big, as everywhere has a labor shortage, but the airline industry is having a big problem with it as well. So a lot of flights are being moved and things like that. And because of that, prices dropped briefly and have gone back up since then. So like near the end of September, prices went back up to, at least for what we're doing, because we're also not booking travel that is like, smart. We're not booking it 6 months in advance for a vacation somewhere. This is like we're putting on a plane 14 days from now, which is expensive, and that makes it worse.
Yeah, are we talking like $2,000-$3,000? I'm just curious.
No, not that expensive, but if we were to spend $1,500-$1,600 a ticket, it wouldn't be ridiculous. In the very beginning we had $15 ahead allotted, but that also included, in the beginning there was a mandatory COVID test if you weren't vaccinated. And also if they had long layovers, that we could actually supply them with money for food. And that $1,500 was supposed to sort of encapsulate everything, whereas now on average, it doesn't even cover the flight. So it kind of, the scale's been moving up, and it's because the airline industry basically has a big labor shortage.
Я еще отвечу на вопрос. Ну что, медиапространство до войны, Украины до войны, и вот в данный момент, конечно, оно кардинально отличается. До войны это было нормальное европейское медиапространство, где присутствовали государственные здания, частные здания, компании. И это были разные точки зрения. Медиа работали через рекламу, это давало им возможность быть независимыми. Ну, независимыми, это значит, что издание имеет право, оно финансово свободно.
Yeah. So there was a big difference between the media's climate before the war and after the war. So before the war, we can see the different, really real free space, because some media outlets were working this financial support from the selling commercials.
Да, и это делало их как бы вот, это были разнообразные СМИ. С началом войны, безусловно, ну, наверное, это целесообразно, что в условиях войны создается телемост единый, чтобы смягчить агрессию, необходимо контролировать СМИ, и они контролируют сейчас на 100%. Нет, я говорю, что медиапространство отличается.
Since February 2022, we see that there is much more control over the media space to unite the information regarding the what's going on in Ukraine in the battlefield.
Да, все оппозиционные каналы на данный момент закрыты. Ни одного оппозиционного канала.
There's no oppositional channels now. TV channels, no opposite TV channels in Ukraine.
Да, онлайн, наверное, тоже практически они сейчас исчезли. Ну, дело в том, что сейчас оставшиеся телеканалы, они объединились в единый телемарафон, и новости транслируются как бы множество раз в день, одни и те же, общими усилиями этих телеканалов. Это, как правило, озвучивается позиция правительства того, что происходит на фронте.
So since the February 2022, there's a United TV channel for news, which actually translated the most important information about what's going on battlefield, what's going on in Ukraine. Quite often it's reflected the government position.
Но мы продолжаем работать. У нас есть, за эти годы мы сделали свое онлайн-издание, и мы пытаемся делать ежедневную, ну, в силу возможности, когда 1,5 землекопа в издании, это очень сложно. Вот, и мы пытаемся делать свою ленту новостей и аналитику, и вот все, что мы видим, выезжая, мы пытаемся через фотографии, через репортажи доносить до украинского читателя.
So internet media space still allowed people to maintain a journalism activists, and Natalia mentioned her own case when they have some people working on the media outlet. The media outlet Astrovok online based, and it's now working more not just the storytelling but also wires, so they provided updates on the hour base.
Вот, например, была такая ситуация с Amnesty International, международная организация, если вы помните. Они сделали доклад по Украине и обвинили Украину в нарушении гуманитарных прав ведения войны. И вот мы выезжаем из Бахмута буквально в апреле 2022 года. Это второй раз мы теряем жилье в Донецкой области. На этот раз то мы в Луганской потеряли, теперь в Донецкой. Мы выезжаем из Бахмута. Нам помогают военные выбраться из города, потому что администрация города обратилась покинуть город. Да.
So Natalia started talking about her own experience when they have to relocate or leave her house again, first in 2014 and second in April 2022. Then they have to forced to leave Bakhmut. It's also region of Lugansk, Donetsk Oblast.
Да, и вот конфликт с этим Amnesty International, которых обвиняют в том, что они предвзято смотрят на ситуацию в Украине и подыгрывают России. Выезжая из Бахмута, мы видим тяжелые орудия, которые стоят между домами, жилыми пятиэтажками, и нам военные говорят.
Okay, so it was the story begin actually with Natalia mentioning report of Amnesty International. It was published during the summer 2022. It's become quite an exemplary discussion in Ukrainian society and abroad about how to evaluate military engagement. So Amnesty International of Ukraine mentioned that Ukrainian military forces also shelling civilian buildings, and Natalia now bringing her experience of leaving Bakhmut in April 2022 when they were passing the artillery positioning of Ukrainian forces between civilian buildings.
Да, и получается, что военные отстреливают какое-то количество снарядов, уходят, но ответ летит по этим многоэтажкам. И мы пишем, что благодаря смелым людям из этой организации есть реальная ситуация, что да, в Украине нарушается гуманитарное право ведения войны.
So at this point, Natalia said that there's an Amnesty International report was telling the truth at some point, because she saw it with her own eyes that after the Ukrainian artillery finished the attack, they removed their guns and the Russian artillery come back to the civilian buildings.
Или еще один пример, я приведу последний. Значит, у нас оккупация Донбасса длится с 2014 года, и миграция происходила на неоккупированную территорию через КПВВ, такие пункты пропуска, которые контролировались пограничниками и ЛНР, ДНР с одной стороны и украинскими пограничниками с другой стороны. И вот эти пункты пропуска становились, ну, пыточной камерой для мирного населения, которые могли стоять там по 10-12 часов под дождем, под снегом и так далее.
Milan, after you translate, I've got a whole bunch of questions already lined up.
Okay, so the final point there also that there was, if coming back that it was started in 2014, that also was a very problematic movement between Ukrainian territory, Ukrainian controlled territory and so-called Donetsk and Luhansk republics, particularly on this point of transfer when the people were spending 12 or 14 hours in a line waiting to pass. I think it's it. We're going to move to the questions.
So we have a few questions. I did want to take my privilege as chair just to ask a question about children and their special needs. And this could go to Zach or Oleg or Tatiana, of course, as a mother. And what facilities have been made available? What do you think some of the challenges might be? And Tatiana, sort of your experience as a mother with your children in school, I suppose now, and that story. So that one question I have, Oksana and Anna.
I'll quickly speak to what we've been doing at the Maidan Market, and then Natalia, I'll pass it to you to speak of your experience with your kids. At the Maidan Market, that's been a huge barrier, actually. We've put so much focus on the adults learning English and the newcomers getting into the workforce that I feel like a lot of the kids have been put on the sidelines, although they had to do a lot of English testing to get into the schools too, to see where they're at in terms of ESL. Yeah. There are Ukrainian organizations in Canada like Plast, which is a Ukrainian scouting organization, SUM, which is another type of scouting organization. We have that here in Ottawa. We have a dance group. We also have a Ukrainian school for kids. So I know a lot of the families have been getting involved there, but there's been definitely a lack. There was a Ukrainian kids camp that took place this summer by the Ukrainian UCSS, Ukrainian Canadian Social Services Group. So I think everybody's trying to do their part, but I would say there's definitely been a lack of Ukrainian youth programs and things for children from my experience.
Що стосується дітей на своєму досвіді, я можу сказати, що, наприклад, у мого старшого сину, якому вже виповнилося 13, він пішов до школи, 8 клас, і в Україні він вивчав англійську мову з 3 років. І зараз в нього взагалі немає. Okay.
So with regards to kids, from my own experience, my older son turned 13 now, and he went into 8th degree, and he studied English at home already in Ukraine.
At home from his 3 years. And now he doesn't have any trouble with education. And he told me that the Canadian school program is much more easier than Ukrainian, much more easier. So, for example, in math class, they now learn the program that he learned at the 5th class. Understand? So it's easy, too much easy for him, and sometimes it's boring, really. But I'm happy that he knows English too well, and he can communicate, he can find some friends and so on. But I wanted to tell a little story. When we left our home, the last thing that he took with him, it was drumsticks, and he stayed near his drums and put his hand on it, and he was very sad because he's a great drum player. And now I can't find some music school or some, I don't know, maybe some group, yeah, some band. Продолжить. To continue. He's studying of drum. Concerning my little son, now he's 5 years, and he came to the same school like an elder son, but it's kindergarten, and he has huge troubles, because he doesn't understand what teacher tells him. He can't explain what he wants or what he doesn't want. He started crying. He started to be aggressive. He started to be hitting teacher because he can't explain. He can't explain. And they create for him, maybe for him especially, I don't know, some interesting method. He can explain by painting. So if he's angry, he can draw angry face. So if he wants to do something, he can draw this on his picture. And it's very interesting. And sometimes at home he does the same. He's starting drawing a picture to me. I asked in school if they have maybe psychologist for him, because he has big trouble with communication. But now we didn't get this support, unfortunately. Maybe in future, I don't know. So even if it will be possible, he has to communicate on his language, because he doesn't understand English now. And it's for us it's big trouble.
Not to market the Maidan market, but there is a woman there who specializes in psychology for children, although she's a life coach here, but she would definitely be able to help. And it's free for Ukrainians. It's fundraised by our donors. So anyways, that is something that we do.
Yeah, it's not in Ottawa, but in Carleton Place where we are, we had a similar understanding that could be a problem. So we had psychologists and therapists offer their time for free for Ukrainians as well. And we've had people go through the programs, as well as before anybody showed up, we went to the elementary schools and ensured that they had a resource officer for the children if they needed that. So it takes some prep work, but I think that those resources can come in place. It's just time more than anything, probably.
So I think we'll have one sort of a round. We'll collect some questions and then we'll before lunch. So I do have Oksana and Anna, and we one or two others maybe. And over here, Laura. Okay, so we'll do those three and then we'll go with the whole town.
Yes, I have a comment on some issues that Natalia rose, and I'm commenting now as a corruption researcher working for 10 years now on political corruption in Ukraine and political elites. Why is this important? Because Natalia mentioned that there was competition with Western and Eastern elites for the position of the president. There is no such thing as Western elites or clans, because historically, if we see how clans developed in Ukraine, it was around industrial regions, which is not the case in Western Ukraine, and industrial regions in Donbass, in Kharkiv, Dnipropetrovsk, and also there was a Kyiv elite. And also the fragmentation is not so easy to say West or East or good or bad, because, for example, during Kuchma time, two clans from the same city, from Dnipropetrovsk, they were fighting. That's fine. I think they are fine. I can exchange with Natalia on that during the break. Why is this important with regards to the media? Because from these clans, from these regional clans, the oligarchy rose, and oligarchs were controlling media space completely, fully, until the recent, actually until the Maidan, there was no free press in these terms because it was controlled by oligarchs. So it's problematic to say it used to be good and now it's bad because it never was good. Now, what we see now in June, the law of de-oligarchization, it came into force. And in July, one of the largest oligarchs, Akhmetov, he refuses from his ownership of the media because of the definition in this law of oligarchs that it combines three elements: that they possess economic wealth, they have influence in politics, and they have media. This is the three parts that define. It means that if someone with a certain amount under this definition fulfills it, they need to enter in the register all their activities that they do with regards to the state. So what Akhmetov does, he rejects from his media ownership. This is just as a matter of fact about the tendencies in the information space in Ukraine. They are not really towards censorship. Now, about the censorship, I would like to put it in the perspective that there is a huge difference between control of speech and the censorship by the state, as it was used to be in the 90s in Ukraine, or continues to be in Russia with Chomniki and telling what the journalists must say. There is a huge difference to the situation in Ukraine now, when there are some rules that in the society people are also sharing with regards to security, that if you post some photograph in the media that the enemy can trace how the missiles are flying, they can adjust where to bomb. So all this information from the front line, this is a highly sensitive issues that are security issues. In fact, on that depends the life of some people, or whether civilian infrastructure will be hit or not. So I would just bring this into perspective, that we need to clearly differentiate it from censorship in terms of political censorship of the media. And my last point about Amnesty International report, the problemacy of this report was not that they are critical, because there are many civil society organizations in Ukraine critical, who raise and still criticize the government. The problem was that this is the organization that has no so ever military competences to comment on some tactical situation, military issues that are going on in the field, that they bring up this report without putting it in whatsoever professional and like expert context that is relevant. So that was the main issue about it, and not that, there was a misinterpretation. I think that there was Amnesty International Ukraine, the chapter in Ukraine of Amnesty International, they distanced themselves from this report. The head of the chapter quit because the global Amnesty International, they did not consult Ukrainian chapter even on this report, that they disregarded their opinion, and they gave Ukrainian government only 3 days during the weekend to react on this report. So that was a highly problematic issue. And maybe one last question with regards to cultural repression of Ukraine, or in a way how it was kind of framed. My question would be to those who study here pluralism: where do we see the border between decolonization and some, I don't know, distancing or rejecting some cultural things, or with regards to the language, or with regards to communication?
These might be more lunchtime questions or comments, because I think it's a big issue, but thank you.
Thank you to everyone for their presentations, and especially to Tiana for sharing your personal journey here. My question is for Zach. It's no secret that there is a huge housing shortage crisis issue with housing in Canada, and especially in Ottawa. And I was wondering, in your experience, I know that the people who sign up to host the Ukrainians have to sign up for a 90-day minimum. What happens afterwards? Have you, do you follow up with the people, and have they had challenges in finding permanent housing afterwards?
So after the 90 days,
I'm just gonna, all right, Laura has a question. and then
oh,
I'll
well,
give you
pool
the
them. Gotcha. Sure.
mic. Go ahead. You're sure? Okay.
It's not my fault, is it? So after the 90 days, it becomes discretionary between the two of them. In our experience, we haven't had any families not find somewhere to live and not have a job by the end of that 90-day period. We follow up every 30 days to get sort of, sanity checks on both sides to understand what's going on. And the hard part is not necessarily finding a place, but finding a place that isn't just insanely expensive. But the caveat to all that is that there isn't a whole lot of them at all. But that's why our system is sort of in place where they apply to the government and they get financial support from the government, as well as can work for, up to 3 months or more if they stay with the hosts and have virtually no expenses. So what ends up happening is they have, sometimes $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 of saved money in a very short period of time. So even if their rent is a bit expensive by, maybe our standards, it might be temporary in the fact that they spend whatever $2,000 a month on the rent, which is, a lot. But 6 months down the line, they have a full-time position, a job that's more in their field, and they're not working, part-time for minimum wage or whatever the first thing they might have been able to get. The whole thing is to be able to get them on their feet. Whether you're a displaced Ukrainian, a recent immigrant, or a Canadian, I mean, the market is just high for everybody. If I wanted to go rent a place, it's going to cost me the same. And on some level, I have less support systems in place than maybe that. And, we all work together to help each other get to that place. And in that, by that same notion that at the end of the 90 days, hosts we've had people where the host then pays, first month's rent for them, or even first and last month's rent, or people rent them their car so that they can get to a job. Like the end goal is for their success. And as I mentioned, we haven't had anybody fail. We haven't had anybody not be able to hit that goal. And anybody who came, let's say close to not hitting that goal received more support so that they could get over that line. And we have had people who came here and have been here for 6 months already, and nobody's come back to us, which we have set our doors open. If something happens, we have partnerships with immigration consultants, different institutions, schools, things like that. So we say, if something happens, you come back to us, and we can't necessarily do it directly ourselves, but we will try and find resources for you. And we haven't heard anything back. So I can only deduce that they didn't need the help or they got it elsewhere. But the end result is that they're okay at this point. So it's not ideal, but it's making the best out of the situation that we're in, I think.
Alenka, did you want to comment on the same question or?
That's so amazing. Those are really good stories, because on the other hand, here in the city, we've had not so great stories. We've had human trafficking issues. My parents have taken in emergency cases for abusive partners. So it really varies. And I agree with maybe they've sought out other supports. Maybe these are just like your dream organization. And I want to believe that with all my being. So thank you for everything you do. We've seen it all. We've, taken women off the streets from shelters as well here in Ottawa. Our volunteer group has done that. So it's all encapsulated, complicated, difficult exchange rates, all of that. But we are all trying to do our best. I call these groups kind of more like settlement pop-up offices almost, in these settlement Facebook pop-ups, that we're just trying to do what we can to support these people, but it's not always an easy trajectory or a linear path for some of them. So.
Great. Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
We're going to break to lunch here in a second.
Yeah, I think give Natalia a couple of minutes, but then go ahead.
Sure. I just want to have a more closing point that isn't necessarily a answer to a question, but just, encapsulating sort of everything that goes on. And I mentioned it before, but this whole thing is extremely complicated. It's very messy. It's very, difficult to deal with at every level, be it housing, hosting, supports, getting health cards, whatever it may be. It's fluid, it's moving, it's very complicated and very difficult. And information that is relevant right now, a week from now may not be. Everything is all over the place. But be it, the fact that you're here or that we're here or anything, that shouldn't be a discouraging factor. It just means that we need to innovate and evolve as we go on, and that everybody can help at any pathway in any piece of it. And I just wanted to, leave with the point that there's something that could be done at every step of the way, whether it's complicated or simple, or it's small or big, that this thing is ongoing, and that organizations like ours and everybody else and people like the people here that had the direct support, be it from organizations or individuals, wouldn't have been able to be possible without support of people, just everyday people. So I just wanted to make the point that everybody can help at any point, and that it's always welcome, whether it's big or small, and that it's extremely important to hold on to that. I just wanted to make that point.
So maybe 2 minutes each for Natalia and Tatiana, if you want to have a concluding comment about anything.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to tell that I am sorry that I had to read my speech. I was too nervous, and it was very difficult to describe this situation. And I was thinking about my story, how to describe, how to tell people about it. And I watched many photos from this period, and it was difficult, really. So thank you very much for your help. And I wanted to tell that refugees from Ukraine, they needed and need now support. Especially we don't understand what to do in future, because in 3 years all of us we have clearly understand and make decision what to do, or come back if it will be possible, or to stay here. So my personal plan is to stay in Canada, and I have sometimes to think about and create my own plan, what I have to do to get permanent residence in future. What criteria I need to соответствовать? Как сказать соответствовать? Yeah. What qualification I need to have, or of course maybe some people hope that it will be some special government program to explain people what is waiting for them in future. It will be very important. Thank you very much.
So I'd encourage all of you to chat with our guests, and we can follow up this conversation. But thank you to Natalia and Tatiana for sharing their stories of displacement, and thank you, Zach and Olenka, for all the work that you've done. And it sort of just personifies, I think, all the things that we've been talking about over the first panel. So go ahead, everyone, enjoy lunch, and we'll come back with our panel in the afternoon. We'll come back about 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much.
That was very difficult, I'm sure.
Ой, это было очень. Я, блин, у меня начала рука вот это вот дрожать. Я не могу просто. Думаю, что же делать, как же говорить, не могу. Спасибо. Ой, я микрофон уже.
And I think it's because of that familiarity and that. So like I just, you know, I was trying to explain it. It sounds kind of bad, but I was sometimes you can approach it. Maybe you can put any sort of volunteer this thing on. So basically, we're the only business of transport. So you know, what I'm trying to say is just have the whole thing or something that's not because it and I also have guys, there's some of that stuff. It does get I mean, I've been on the phone with, you know, airlines but I'm also, you know, yeah, so we just we sort of feel well for them. Well, not so what I do is this specific thing, yeah, but I have a lot of team set up. So I just those are the business hours of this. And I just that whole thing. With volunteers, so keep them on top. So I do ballet where like for us it doesn't work that way. But I have military you know, crisis prevention and things like that in terms of how to deal with it because it does get trying, it does get hard, but I know that or there's a problem or if I break down yes, oh yeah, you're welcome. Somebody's got to do it. As anytime someone says that, I always you're in your position where that was happening, and if we're not doing stuff today, we happen to be in the right place, the right time, the wrong place, no one matters. Which means when I look at it, we're in the place at the time, so we just you have to moralistically. And the hard part is, and I don't know about your organization, but I hear the numbers of those I mean, but now and Ohio's the first step. So we see literally thousands of pictures exactly like that, and I would just find that their stuff, and then we go, okay, it's full, and they don't have to pay. It's hard. Helps me people.
There's really no, I don't really know committee, like, really study data there, but the only there.
Really good. Very good clarification. And our social growth and your right. No, and I fully agree. And it's like, you know, engage I was a federal employee. And I thought that, and I tried to register. You know, again, what they but like, well, we're also in the nation now, and that's our journey. But I think you're right. I think they sort of looked at us as something small, something kind of legitimate, something not as settled. So they sort of just keep that over.
Yeah, like here, and you know, in our monuments, and all these monuments were covered with bags of sand. Oh, just on the edge, just on the edge, just hold. Yeah, just protect people.
Well, we did something like this, but it's not. Don't look the old. Don't go back and watch this. You're not seeing the video from watching this later. Like, it just, and that's why I like. But I want to. Looking from the top down. And I was like, this big thing. I was totally. And sort of found. And I just wanted to make sure that we don't have the power to do everything. Sort of bottom up groups together. That's been our.
All right.
It was really nice to meet you. It's just funny. Kind of funny that, but definitely for you. Oh, no. Yeah.
For me personally, because I feel like
Right. Right, that's fantastic. Yeah. Well, that's what we had whatever 20 it's not. At first she was doing everything and she just wasn't speaking. I wouldn't even say on the edge. I think that she was past that point. And I was like, this is not sustainable. Yeah, I just need help. I need to do it. We realized, as I said, it was very, like we had, more than one thing. Stuff. We were thinking about it. Right, so we couldn't sort of let that go, but then there was this sort of,
Yeah, hey, you went out. Yeah. Yay. It was nice.
yes, it's very nice to meet you. Well, if there's a, you were talking about that space you have, and I just, I'm sure it was a space.
Yeah.
Especially with kids, like we wanted to get a club set up at the library. But in it's just 5 kids.
And the beautiful thing is, like, it won't be necessarily be me, it'll be like two employees who
Well, exactly.
is to create these spaces and bring the community together. So we have to the goals of our is to create that community hub space.
Sure. You open the doors and let them kind of run the doors.
And there's so many folks talking that you don't even call or work that has.
Yeah. We'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
I haven't had time lately. So much of my energy is taking this communication work. I got across there. Oh yeah, that was in April, and I was like, okay. Like, so I'm gonna make it so beautiful, you know. I still made it. And it's not. Wow, that made me feel this big, and my conversation was like, I really like this person, and I really respect myself too, and I can't talk in such a frame of terms, I'll say, and share something that's like defense, and I can't really elaborate that. Because you make me feel like within that thing. You know? So yeah, so that's like really great, but I was like, not, and then someone's like, well, I'll just give books and swim the lyrics. And I was like, okay, and I was like, but I'll be honest with you, like after license developer, I'm like, amazing. So what would you like to do? Okay, well, I want to do this, and so I need you to use a poster, and I need you to do the volunteers, and I need you to like, I'm not here to do this. Yeah. And then they come back and they say, like an authoritative like dictator who is like not letting them run with anything. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm like, I never once said no. Some girls like, they speak that, like, okay. And I was like, well, let's be honest, like, I don't have the capacity to post the Facebook page
page and we'll do communication. By that, we have an ECC auto page, that's where I filter. No, we like, okay, so you have one, you run, you do it, girl, you got this. 3 weeks later, it's okay, everyone, you keep doing it. And by the way, he's like, and by the way, you're like, you respond to all the inbox, and I'm like, it's like, can you take me off this and hit? I'm like, you know, so a lot of that, so a lot of oh, yeah. Sorry. And sometimes it's easier to back off into these I'm hiring 2 people and getting out there. I mean, I feel bad.
No, but I mean, it was a book from Well, that's a 68. Yeah. Both think that. Right? And the problem is like, I just almost said this one's like, what would you say to kind of describe what has been like some of the they'll fix it. So no, they're gonna fix that. Really. And then for another question for the I mean, I don't say what it has like so and I thought that already taken stats courses. I'm taking it, but I thought I was going to go. I just felt like it was a reflection of second year public side. I thought it was really good stats. Yeah. I'm super interesting. There is, yeah, at least it's small. Yeah, it should be love. No break, so yeah. It's not writing essays, it's consistent. I don't know why it's maybe like I think these are really awesome. Like, what's the thoughts media? And obviously, so I find that's pretty much what that means. I'm just yeah, I got overnight. I know it's I got one, I got a 91. Yeah, 91. On that class today, it's pretty much tell you step by step. Yeah, yeah. Like they just use different variables. I love this. That's why I like but classes. They said that. I don't know about that. They said law. See, here,
yes, great to meet you.
Very nice to meet you,
Yeah.
and I really loved you guys.
Oh, thank you so
So
much.
I actually had stuff about George on mine because I've done research in Azerbaijan, so I pulled it out and listened to reference
Oh.
you guys. So
Yeah, yeah, I'm very happy to have you at the.
oh, thank you. Possible, I did administrative enlightenment.
Yes,
Is it
I
possible?
think,
I guess it's not.
Are you university or you? Yeah, we're with Oh, yeah.
I guess we can start. Welcome to the last panel for our conference, Displacement in Eurasia Beyond Ukrainians. My name is David Sujinova. I'm an adjunct research professor here at Carleton, and I'll be chairing this session. We have 3 papers today. Then we'll have roughly about 10 minutes time for comments from our discussants. Professor David Cameron, who is at the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs. And thanks so much for being our discussant. I would like to invite our speakers, maybe here at the podium, if that's possible. I will introduce each of the speakers. Let's try to be to keep up with the timing. So we'll have about 13 minutes, 13, for each of the presenters. I will be the strict timekeeper. I have the high technology piece of paper, so I can just show that when the 2 minutes are up. Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to this panel. And after the remarks from our presenters, and from our discussant, we'll have more open-ended discussion, and the audience can ask questions to our panelists. And let me introduce our first first group of participants. So these are Karina Gulordova from Koch University and Vera Surakosh. Vera is joining us online, and hopefully she'll be she's able to we can see her on the screen. Let me introduce each of the speakers. Their paper is titled "Not Digital Nomads, Displaced and Self-Exiled Ukrainian, Belarusian and Russian IT Specialists in Georgia and Turkey." Karina Gulordova is currently completing a PhD in sociology at Koch University in Istanbul, and is affiliated with Migration Research Center at Koch University, Mirakoch for short. Her research focuses on the linkages between migration and urbanization, particularly in Istanbul, Turkey, and Beirut, Lebanon. Previously, she completed her master's in urban planning and policy at the American University of Beirut. Additionally, she has worked as a practitioner and a researcher in the humanitarian development sector with MENA and European-based organizations. It's wonderful to have you with us, Karina. And co-presenting with Karina will be Vera Surakosh. Vera is an independent policy researcher from Belarus who focuses on migration and development. Vera is currently based in Warsaw. It's pretty late there, so we very much appreciate your participation. Vera recently graduated from Moscow's Higher School of Economics in economics with an A population and development. Her expertise lies in the field of gender and public administration with the intersection of health, education, and migration. Most of her activities have been focused on Eastern Europe. She is also globally connected to a wide network of NGOs and multi-stakeholder initiatives, which are devoted to the elimination of gender-based violence in all forms. In addition to her academic background and training, she has a very diverse professional background with practical experience in the implementation of various projects that promote gender equality, in a training of advocacy of sexual and reproductive health and rights, and also related to policy advice and policy making. And today's talk is based on their current work as researchers for the Turkey, Caucasus, Central Asia, China, TCCC sub-project at Carleton University, directed by Dr. Martin Geiger, whose work focuses on the high-skilled migration and innovation. Thanks so much for being here, Vera. And I'm very happy that you could join us. So without much further ado, I'm gonna move to the sideways.
Good afternoon, everyone. Dear honorary guests and co-panelists, I'm very honored and happy to present virtually on a panel. As been said, the topic of our presentation is following: no digital nomads, displaced and self-exiled Ukrainian, Belarusian and Russian IT specialists in Georgia and Turkey. This talks draws on field research and conference funding provided by Canada's Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council and relates to SSHRC's Partnership Development Grant led by Dr. Martin Geiger. We are very grateful for SSHRC's financial support and the guidance received from Martin Geiger when conducting this research and preparing this talk. Can you please move the slide? Yes, thank you. First, I want to say about our focus, the focus of our research group. It is how state and industries attract and retain international professionals from STEM. Through comparative perspective, we investigate migration management and examine the strategies in place across countries to utilize highly skilled immigration as means to foster innovation and growth for localized STEM industries. In our research, we are stemmed by two preliminary questions to guide our exploratory research in Turkey and Georgia. First, what are the motives and strategies of displaced and self-exiled IT professionals from Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia? We are fully aware and taking into account the substantial differences between displaced Ukrainians compared to self-exiled Belarusians and Russian specialists. Second, what have been the reactions of the host governments and industry stakeholders in Georgia and Turkey to the arrival of these specialists? It's very important to mention that both questions are subject to rapid regional developments that result from Russian invasion and are based on the understanding that both of them self-exiled and displaced individuals, as well as governments, as well as IT stakeholders, they are still in the initial steps of the adaptation and response. Our findings are based on media review and interviews with relevant stakeholders in each country, as well as individual Ukrainian, Belarusian, and Russian IT specialists. On this slide, you can see the general numbers about all Russian, Belarusian, Ukrainian people in Georgia and Turkey. As you can see, among Ukrainians, the number of displaced individuals in Georgia and Turkey is significantly lower than it is in many European Union countries. And Georgia and Turkey has become one of the most popular destinations for Russians and Belarusians to move. On this slide, there is some data on the number of displaced and self-exiled IT specialists from each country. As most Ukrainian men cannot leave the country, the number for Ukraine are likely lower than they would be otherwise. And numbers for Belarus, they include data since 2020, not necessarily since Russia's invasion. And overall, we can say that the number of self-exiled IT specialists is highest from Russia. This is due to the fact that Russia has the largest population and the overall number of IT specialists in country before the invasion of Ukraine was the largest. In our review of media sources and speaking with IT professionals, we identified several categories among the specialists. The first group consists of IT specialists employed by foreign companies, companies who decided to exit Belarusian and Russian markets, companies who decided to relocate from Ukrainian market, and assisting in relocating employees. The second group includes freelancers working for either international or national companies. And the third group includes IT entrepreneurs who decided to relocate the companies in the wake of the invasion and to continue operating globally. So what has been our findings on Georgia? The first and very important to highlight is the political positionality of Georgia towards Russia's invasion of Ukraine. At the level of foreign policy, Georgia officially and at the popular level supports Ukraine. But given the history between Russia and Georgia, the government has proceeded with caution and has not closed its borders for Russian citizens and nor applied sanctions. It is also important that public opinion of Georgian population on the foreign policy has changed drastically. For example, in the face of Russia invasion of Ukraine and Russian citizen migration to Georgia, there is a significant public support for the introduction of visa regime for Russian citizens. So what have been the reactions of the government and industry stakeholders in Georgia to the arrival of this specialist? First of all, even before 2022, Georgia named the IT industry as one of the sectors of economy that is under the most priority. And Georgia provided good tax conditions for foreign companies, and this all resulted in major tech companies entering Georgian market. And also, additionally, Georgia has good conditions for legalization and regime of stay in the country. And all this formed a solid base for more IT specialists from all three categories to come to Georgia now. Secondly, stakeholders mentioned that there is a lot of interest from IT companies in Georgia who want to recruit top IT professionals, and the recruitment process is very intense. However, at the same time, stakeholders shared their concerns that probably more Georgian specialists will move abroad now because IT companies will prefer this new IT specialist to be hired. And also the general positive effect of competition was mentioned, of course. And what's most important, that experts believe that right now the multi-sectoral agenda should be focused on providing the means for increasing innovative contributions of these IT specialists to the economy and development of Georgia. However, experts noted the lack of tools to ensure that these high potential talents not only just stay in the country, but share the knowledge on a mutually beneficial level with the local specialists. Because for now, this contribution, finish soon, because for now, this contribution manifests on itself only in the form of financial resources and money these IT specialists and their families spend in the country. Yes, next slide, please. Thank you. So what are the motives and strategies of IT specialists? From our interviews conducted with specialists who moved to Georgia, we identified four main groups of indirect and direct motives to move to Georgia. The first is political reasons, and people being simply unhappy to live in the time of political unrest. Secondly, stands for security reason, which comes with emotional burden of living in unstable and unpredictable environment. The third important reason is economic. Due to many companies relocating specialists because of limitations resulting from international sanctions, and also on a personal level, many specialists have shared that they do not have a feeling that they can achieve their maximum professional potential back at home. The fourth group is related to the fact that going to Georgia is an understandable and easy way to migrate for citizens of these three countries. No visa needed, easier cultural adaptation, and relatively simple legalization process of the country. And to elaborate more on why the specialists decided to choose Georgia specifically, we can say that first of all, country looks for them like more stable, less bureaucratic, less corrupted country compared to the other alternatives they had in the region, like Armenia or countries in Central Asia. It is a country with a good climate and low taxes. However, most of the interviewers seen Georgia as their temporary place, and were aiming to relocate further to Europe and other countries. And yes. And most of the newly arrived specialists had very little knowledge about Georgian IT market, and they had no prior personal ties. However, for some of them, it was crucially important to have the support of a community of previously arrived migrants. So that was a very important factor for them. And to finally conclude, we can say that the respondents were not prioritizing special policies such as digital nomad visas, relocation cost reimbursement, free internet access, or other incentives that were widely provided in other countries in the region. And they did not choose these regions over their reasons of choosing Georgia. I think that's all for Georgia. Thank you so much. And over to you, Karina.
Okay, thank you, Vera. Thank you, everyone. I apologize for my voice. I think it's a sign of how many interesting things there have been to discuss at the conference so far. So I will provide some remarks on Turkey and some concluding remarks as well. Vera mentioned some numbers on the number of IT specialists from the 3 different countries. And for the case of Turkey, while we spoke with IT specialists from all 3 of the different countries, the largest portion do tend to be from Russia. And this will, from the findings, the initial findings we have, I think it'll become a bit clear. This is, of course, first due to the sheer volume of Russian IT specialists compared to Ukraine and Belarus. And also due to the travel restrictions and Turkey being very accessible for Russians at this time. And our speculation is that Ukrainian IT specialists would be more likely to go to the EU, to Canada, as Juanita discussed this morning, or elsewhere. So first, I want to cover Turkey's positionality on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. At the political level, we see that Turkey has walked a very careful line and has become a kind of political broker where possible, especially in the UN-supported grain deal. Turkey has condemned the invasion and also the illegal annexation of Ukrainian regions, and the Turkish government has not sanctioned Russia. However, Turkey has supported Ukraine verbally and through weapons supplies, although with some caution on the lighter front. But the Turkish government maintains very close ties with both governments of Ukraine and Russia. When we look at the IT sector, the review of our online news sources indicates that Turkish officials have taken little, if any, steps in attracting or retaining the new IT specialists that have come into the country. We think that perhaps Turkey may instead be prioritizing diplomatic opportunities. Overall, especially because the development of IT infrastructure and policies would be particularly costly. It's important to also mention that there has been a very large number of Russians coming into the country and purchasing real estate and also opening bank accounts. And this has been well covered in the media. So in reflecting on some of the interview data that we have obtained in our kind of very preliminary research, so Turkey is seen as an attractive destination because of easy access to the country, possibility to obtain residency and remain there legally, familiarity with previous tourist trips. Prior to Russia's invasion and also prior to the pandemic, Russians and Ukrainians were both the highest tourist numbers in Turkey, which has a very large tourist sector. There is a lower cost of living in Turkey compared to other accessible destinations. And also our interlocutors perceived a higher level of development in Turkey and compared to other more regional countries like Armenia, Georgia, and Central Asian countries. While everyone we spoke to was unsure of their long-term plans, Turkey is seen as a possible destination for about a year or 2, but also with some people considering a much longer term. One of the surprises for us was that the IT specialists were not attracted by the IT-focused policies that many countries have, especially Armenia, Georgia, and Central Asian countries. They were not very convincing for them. The listed reasons for choosing Turkey were seen as much more important than these policies. Second, from our interviews, we see very little integration between the newly arrived IT specialists and the Turkish IT sector. The interlocutors expressed some surprise about this because all of them had traveled a lot for work before. And they said there was a lot of integration when they would go to these other countries with the local IT sector, but it's not something that they're experiencing in Turkey. And also they said, instead they are connecting with one another. And they also explained to us that neither them or anyone they know is seeking work within a Turkish company. However, we see that there might be some future developments concerning IT specialists in Turkey, particularly Russian IT specialists. We don't have official information on this, but from media reports and also the interlocutors we spoke with, there is some speculation that the Russian companies Yandex and Mail.ru are considering opening offices in Antalya in the southern part of Turkey. We also made some contact with the Antalya Organized Industrial Zone Technology Park, which is still under development, but they have had some contact with these new IT entrepreneurs. And one entrepreneur we spoke with is considering relocating his company there. And finally, we see that bureaucracy really emerged as a critical challenge for the IT specialists who are coming to Turkey. Unlike some countries, Turkey does not have a digital nomad visa, and there's not a straightforward process for registering as a freelancer or independent entrepreneur. For example, in Ukraine, there is this possibility, which was very attractive for many people. Instead, the IT specialists, regardless of country, tend to hold a tourist-based residency permit that is renewed yearly, and there are no tax obligations. The interlocutors had a very strong desire for such a freelance or independent entrepreneur residency that would allow them to pay taxes. Everyone was very interested in paying taxes and gaining a legal foothold. Just 2 minutes. Okay. There's no clarity if Turkey is thinking about doing this kind of residency, new type of residency process. And if they did, of course, it would attract IT specialists from other countries as well. But I think it's worth mentioning that since Turkey right now hosts the largest refugee population in the world, plus a very large number of non-refugee foreigners as well, this has become a very political question in the country. And finally, entrepreneurs with their own companies found that registering a company in Turkey was significantly more difficult than in Georgia, Armenia, or Central Asian countries. But despite this, Turkey was more attractive, especially as Central Asian countries by the entrepreneurs and their clients are seen to be as too closely tied to Russia, especially at the economic level. We are over time, so I'm going to go through the last slide very quickly. So to consider some future considerations, there's really a need for long-term monitoring, not only on our subject, but I think from all of the subjects that were covered in the conference, in order to understand both the motives and strategies and the responses, both of the IT entrepreneurs and the governments and local stakeholders. Long-term monitoring is also required to fully conceptualize the linkages of this new group of migrants to frameworks of existing migration theory and within the larger global consequences of displacement resulting from Russia's invasion. And finally, we should also already consider questions of integration, perhaps through a lens of existing migration integration theory. This group of migrants is mixed between refugees and those forcibly displaced by the war and those who are self-exiled. And we also admit that especially many of the Russian IT specialists, we cannot really call them self-exiled. Some of them still move freely between Russia and Turkey, although this has likely decreased since the mobilization. I have a bit to say, but perhaps in the Q&A since we're over time. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Karina and Vera. It was a very, very interesting presentation, and I hope that we can explore some of the issues in the Q&A session. Let me introduce, it's an honor to introduce our next speaker, Professor Jennifer Wriston from Miami University of Ohio. Professor Wriston's talk is titled Competition Among the Displaced, Nagorno-Karabakh and Russians in Yerevan. Dr. Jennifer Wriston is an assistant teaching professor in the Department of Global and Intercultural Studies at Miami University of Ohio. She's a cultural anthropologist whose primary research interests are migration and forced displacement in the former Soviet Caucasus and Central Asia. And Dr. Wriston has several publications on the region, including a forthcoming chapter on displacement and belonging in Eurasia in the book Central Asia, Context and for Understanding, which will be published by the University of Pittsburgh Press. And Dr. Wriston teaches introduction to international studies and problem solving in international studies at Miami University. And she has also taught various courses on migration, refugees, internal displacement, international development, and former Soviet Caucasus and Central Asia. Thank you so much for being with us, Professor Wriston, and it's great that you managed to join us.
Thank you. Thank you very much for this very generous introduction and the opportunity to participate in the conference. Was mentioned, I'm an anthropologist by training. I've done long-term field-based research, both among IDPs in Azerbaijan and among labor migrants in Azerbaijan. I've also had the opportunity to do several consultancies with the World Bank, one of which was specifically focused on the IDP population in Azerbaijan. And I bring that up just because later on I'll mention, I think we've had a lot of discussion about the humanitarian community's role, understandably, but I think there's also a space for the development community to be very involved. So in my paper, which I mentioned there's been a title change since the original was published. So the title of my paper is Implications of the Conflict in Ukraine for Eurasia's migrants and displaced people, competition among the displaced. So I'm interested in looking at how the ongoing conflict is potentially impacting the IDP population in the South Caucasus, as well as potentially impacting the labor migrants in Central Asia. And so the paper as it is right now, broken down, I begin with a discussion of terminology, focusing on migration versus forced migration and refugees versus IDPs. Then present some information about Ukraine's displaced population in the context of the world's displaced population, as well as that in the South Caucasus. Then move to looking at a little bit about labor migration, the role it has historically played, both between Ukraine and Russia, as well as between Central Asia and Russia. And then finally, I conclude with some discussion about, again, this word competition, which I'm still not sure that's the word I like, but competition that could result between the Russian nationals who have relocated to the South Caucasus and Central Asia and those regions, displaced people and labor migrants. And specifically, I'll come back to in the conclusion, but what I argue is, depending ultimately on the label that is bestowed upon these people, do we call these Russian nationals migrants or do we call them refugees? That could ultimately result in some competition between both the displaced people in the South Caucasus and the labor migrants in Central Asia. Okay, so what I've got on the slide is some definitions. So according to the International Organization for Migration, which was an independent organization and then in 2016 was incorporated into the UN and is now basically the migration body for the UN, which UNHCR is the refugee body for the UN. So they define migration as the movement of persons away from their place of usual residence, either across an international border or within a state, while they define forced migration as a migratory movement, which, although the drivers can be diverse, involves force, compulsion, or coercion. And the reason I put these definitions up there is because these definitions are descriptive. They're not legally binding. Just like the definition I've got below of migrants, migrants being people who engage in migration, that is also descriptive, not legally binding. The definition of a refugee, however, is legally binding. And that's why I think we have to take labels seriously. Again, I know there's been discussion about labels being outdated, but it's because of the fact that some of our labels are legally binding and some are not, that I think we have to discuss them. Okay, so you can see here on the left, I've got on this slide both definitions of refugee and IDP, so two categories of forced migrants. So according to Article 1 of the 1951 UN Convention relating to the status of refugees, a refugee is an individual who, quote, owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, is outside the country of his nationality and is unable or, owing to such fear, is unwilling to avail himself of the protection of that country, or who, not having a nationality and being outside the country of his former habitual residence as a result of such events, is unable or, owing to such fear, is unwilling to return to it. So in other words, basically three facets that define a refugee, right? A refugee has crossed an international border, and a refugee is fleeing persecution. And according to this definition, they're fleeing persecution for one of five and only one of five criteria categories. So that's the race, religion, nationality, social group, or political opinion. So you notice, according to this definition, economic circumstances do not constitute persecution, and environmental problems arising from climate change also do not constitute persecution. Okay, the definition of an IDP coming from the 1998 UN Guiding Principles, quote, persons or groups of persons who've been forced or obliged to flee or to leave their homes or places of habitual residence, in particular as a result of or in order to avoid the effects of armed conflict, situations of generalized violence, violations of human rights, or natural or human-made disasters, and who have not crossed an internationally recognized state border. So you'll see the biggest difference between a refugee and an IDP. The reason why refugees receive more attention than IDPs, despite the fact, as you'll see on the next slide, IDPs are nearly 2 times as numerous as refugees. It has to do with the fact that a refugee has crossed an international border while an IDP has not. This fact alone triggers international law and international organizations to respond in a way they would not be obligated if an international border has not been crossed. And that's why
Getting back to my original thesis, I think that the label that ultimately the international community bestows upon the Russian nationals who have left it could potentially be very consequential, because if the international or the Russians who've left Russia, the Russian nationals, are deemed to be migrants, they are not entitled to any special treatment. If, however, they are deemed to be refugees, they are. And this treatment could unintentionally create some kind of competition. Again, I'm not sure that's the right word, but competition between the Russian nationals who end up in the South Caucasus, where you've got a large IDP population, not refugees, IDP population, and the Russian nationals who end up in Central Asia, where you've got a large number of labor migrants. Okay, so some of this information has been gone over before, but so I'll move a little bit more quickly for it. But roughly, international migrants collectively make up between 3 and 3.5% of the world's population. That number has risen a little bit in recent years, but it's also remained fairly steady when you compare it to the rise in refugees and IDPs, which has spiked in recent decades. So every June, UNHCR, which is the body within the UN that is responsible for protecting and assisting refugees or people in refugee-like situations, they release their data for the previous year. So you can see up here, the numbers, these are based on as of the end of 2021. So it's not going to obviously capture what was taking place in Ukraine, but you can see of the 89.3 million people who were forcibly displaced at the end of 2021, 53.2 million were IDPs, 21.3 million were refugees under UNHCR's mandate, 5.8 million were Palestine refugees, and I won't go into the historical reasons, but they have a separate entity that's responsible for them. 4.6 million asylum seekers and 4.4 million were Venezuelans displaced abroad. So I draw your attention to the fact that Venezuelans displaced abroad are singled out as a category. That's going back to that earlier slide in the 1951 UN Convention definition of a refugee. Because the greater share of the Venezuelans who are leaving Venezuela are fleeing economic circumstances rather than one of those 5 categories, they cannot be deemed refugees. But as you'll see in the next slide, since the Venezuelans who are displaced abroad represent such a large percentage of the world's forcibly displaced people, we can't ignore them, right? They simply can't be categorized as refugees. So just to underscore that point, this again, same data showing from the end of 2021, more than 2/3 of the refugees and Venezuelans displaced abroad came from just 5 countries. You can see there, again, Syria being in first place, Venezuela coming in second, but again, we can't categorize the greater share of them as refugees. So now bringing in some of the UNHCR data with respect to Ukraine. So every 2 weeks, UNHCR updates its data to the extent possible on the number of refugees and IDPs. So as of October 7th, you can see you had 7.6 million Ukrainian refugees spread throughout Europe. It's looking at Europe, and 6.2 million Ukrainian IDPs. You can see Ukrainian refugees have already eclipsed Syrian refugees, while Ukrainian IDPs are a close second to Syrian IDPs. The number of estimated Syrian IDPs right now is 6.7 million. So as we've discussed over the past 2 days, obviously the Ukraine refugee and IDP numbers are overwhelming for a variety of reasons. And if the present pace of displacement continues through the end of the year, Ukraine is unquestionably going to top both the refugee charts and the IDP charts. But it's at this point, I do want to segue and say Ukraine is not the only country within the Eurasia space that has a displaced population. So the South Caucasus states of Georgia and Azerbaijan also have large displaced populations, the vast majority in some cases who have been displaced for 3 decades. And they have the potential to be impacted by this conflict too. As was discussed through several excellent lectures yesterday, present day South Caucasus displaced people are by and large, not exclusively, but by and large a consequence of conflicts that have taken place over the regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia in Georgia, and then over Nagorno-Karabakh in Azerbaijan. So since Georgia's IDPs were discussed yesterday, there's nothing I can add to the presentations that were yesterday, simply to reiterate some of the numbers. So as was noted yesterday, during and following the wars over Abkhazia and South Ossetia, both in the early 1990s and again in 2008, many of the ethnic Georgians who had been living in those regions were forced to flee elsewhere in Georgia, making them become IDPs, and many of those people are still IDPs today. So you can see here data from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center, IDMC. It's estimated that there's around 305,000 Georgian IDPs. Azerbaijan's conflict over Nagorno-Karabakh goes back to the late 80s and early 90s. For time's sake, I won't go into the details exclusively of the conflict. Anyone focusing on the South Caucasus knows all these conflicts are very intricate, right? And it's not really fair to reduce them to kind of simplicity, but for time's sake, I'll just say the conflict that has resulted in the large displaced population dates back to the late 80s, early 90s, basically when the Soviet Union dissolved officially in December 1991. Grievances between Azerbaijan and Armenia over this region of Nagorno-Karabakh very quickly escalated into an armed conflict that continued until the declaration of a ceasefire in May of 1994. So Armenia succeeded in taking control of Nagorno-Karabakh as well as parts of 7 adjacent regions. This essentially remained the status quo until fall of 2020, when the two countries fought a war again over the region, effectively reversing the outcome of that 1992-1994 war. So Armenia is supposed to cede the greater share of Nagorno-Karabakh as well as those adjacent regions. But what's relevant for these purposes is going back to that 1992-1994 war, the Azerbaijanis who had been living in Nagorno-Karabakh as well as the adjacent regions were forced to flee elsewhere in Azerbaijan, becoming IDPs. So very comparable to the situation in Georgia. And most of those people 3 decades later are still IDPs. And so you can see the numbers here again from Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. They estimate around 655,000 Azerbaijani IDPs today. Just briefly on this, since some of the characteristics of Georgia's IDPs were discussed yesterday, so I just wanted to share some characteristics I observed also from my long-term research among IDPs, because I think there's a fair amount of overlap. So specifically 4 characteristics I observed. You have insular communities because of the nature of the housing. I know housing actually came up quite a bit yesterday, so I saw very insular communities as a result of the housing, insular communities as a result of the schools, limited employment opportunities and income because of these insular housing and school situations. And then finally, poor mental health stemming from all of those previously mentioned reasons, insular communities, insular schools, and lack of employment opportunities. And all this can collectively create a stigma around IDPs. And so I share this again, just going back to my initial comment in the beginning. I know we're very much focused on humanitarian responses because with all displacement situations, we want them to be short-term, right? The reality is what you have in the South Caucasus is what we call protracted IDP situations. Most refugee situations at this point, 3/4 of refugee situations are protracted, meaning you've got 20,000 individuals outside their country for 5+ years or more. So I think should be more discussion about the way the development community can contribute in addition to the humanitarian community. Okay, I want to transition from that then to looking at labor migration. So as people who study the region know, there's a long history of labor migration between the former Soviet republics. And a lot of this goes back to the Soviet period. In some cases, it actually even predates the Soviet period. But I want to just highlight 3 slides looking at the role that labor migration continues to play among the former Soviet states, specifically through the lens of migration corridors and economic remittances. So migration corridors being basically heavily trafficked routes between 2 countries, and economic remittances being the portion of a labor migrant's earnings that they send back to their family. So this first slide, so these 3 slides are all coming from World Bank's Economic and Remittances Fact Book. I went back to 2016 just for consistency across the 3 slides, but they do update this data every year, more than every year, all the time. So this first one just shows you top migration corridors, number of migrants. So basically what you can see from this is of these top 5 migration corridors, where do you have the greatest number of labor migrants going back and forth between 2 countries? You can see that 3 of these 5 are between 2 former Soviet states, right? You've got Russia to Ukraine, you've got Ukraine to Russia, and then Kazakhstan to Russia. Okay, second, top remittance receiving countries. So this is in absolute amounts, US dollars. So you can see here the top 5 remittance receiving countries in 2015. We've got India, China, Philippines, Mexico, and France. Okay, so with the exception of France, probably none of these countries are that surprising, right? India and China are the most populous countries, so it would stand that they could have the greatest number of labor migrants coming out. Philippines, they instituted, can I have Philippines instituted a very novel labor migration policy back in the late 1970s because of their economic circumstances, basically where they wanted to incentivize their population, upwards of 10% of their population, to go out in the form of labor migration to remit back. So you can see because of that, obviously the Philippines doesn't compare to India or China in population size, but they've been highly successful at getting their country to remit. And then finally, it wouldn't be a surprise either that Mexico would be high when you saw on that previous slide, right? The Mexico to United States migration corridor, by far and away the largest. Finally, what's more interesting, I think, than looking at absolute amounts remitted back is percentage of GDP. And so here you see, this is the top 5 remittance receiving countries as a percentage of GDP. Top 5 countries here: Tajikistan, 41.7%, Kyrgyzstan, 30.3%, again, going down, Nepal, Tonga, Moldova. So just like with those top migration corridors, you see that 3 of the top 5 remittance receiving countries as a percentage of GDP are former Soviet states. And 2 of these states, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, historically, Russia has been the location to which those labor migrants have gone. So I will wrap up in 1 minute, or give me 90 seconds to do my conclusion. So obviously the conflict is still unfolding. We don't know the direction it's going to take, but I think there are some at least preliminary conclusions we can draw or educated guesses we can make. So if you go back to what I was talking about with respect to Azerbaijan's IDPs who've been displaced now for upwards of 3 decades. So I mentioned that conflict that was fought again between the 2 countries in fall of 2020 that effectively reversed the outcome of the 1992-1994 war. So this was the first opportunity in 3 decades that these Azerbaijani IDPs had that likelihood of quote going home, right? The problem is that as opposed to it being the OSCE Minsk group, which was co-chaired by the United States, France, and Russia, they weren't the ones that mediated the eventual ceasefire. It was Russia itself that mediated the ceasefire. And Russia is the only country that has peacekeepers in the region now. So it would seem likely that the longer that Russia prolongs its conflict in Ukraine, that's going to be a distraction from actually resolving the IDP situation in Azerbaijan. Moving to looking at labor migrants, again, that previous slide you see, right, Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, a significant portion of their GDP is dependent on labor migrants going predominantly to Russia and sending remittances back. So I think it's not, I mean, it's probably likely that it's more difficult for them to travel up to Russia now. Also, there could be some fear on the part of some of those labor migrants because of the partial mobilization of not wanting to travel to Russia. And then my final point, number 3 and number 4 are linked, and this gets back to my earlier focus on labels, okay? So depending upon the label that is given to the Russian nationals that have left Russia and have moved, let's say, to the South Caucasus or Central Asia, I do think there's a possibility for some tension ultimately to develop. So as I said before, if they are deemed to be refugees, they are entitled to certain benefits from the international community because that's an international label that comes out of international law. It's also easier for international communities to access refugees and give them help. So one of the big reasons IDPs get less attention and gets less help is because of that principle of state sovereignty, right? Organizations cannot go into a country if it's an IDP population in the same way they can with the refugee population. So that creates tension. And then finally, with respect to the labor migrants, again, I think there could be tension that develops there as well. Again, if the Russian nationals who are down in Central Asia are deemed to be refugees, you've got this large labor migrant population. I'm not going to equate the Tajikistanis and Kyrgyzstanis as being in comparable situation to the Venezuelans, but they are still, many of them, in dire economic circumstances. And if their ability to travel up to Russia is impacted and the people who are coming now down have a special status, I think that, again, could potentially create some tension between those populations. So I apologize for going over, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be Professor Danny Bell from Webster University, St. Louis, United States. And his presentation is titled Stranded Communities, Russians Outside of Russia in the Wake of the Ukraine Crisis. Danny Bell is a teacher and scholar of international relations, specializing in conflict management and security. He's an assistant professor of international relations at Webster University and a fellow at the Norman Patterson School of International Affairs at Carleton University here. And his research focuses on gray zone conflicts, non-state actors in hybrid warfare, grand strategy of middle powers, nationalism in the post-Soviet region, and many more themes. Professor Bello, the floor is yours, and we're very happy to have you today.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction, David. When I was thinking about my position of my presentation earlier, I was thinking whether it's a privilege or a curse to be the last presenter at this wonderful conference. And I think it's a great opportunity to provide some interesting perspectives, but also present some points that are intersecting across the different disciplines and perspectives that were presented throughout the 2 days. Now, David already introduced me, so I will not use up my time. The topic of my presentation is stranded communities, Russians outside of Russia in the wake of the Ukraine conflict. I will adopt a slightly different perspective from many of the presentations here. It will be at the intersection of grand strategy and how what we're seeing on the ground in terms of what we call stranded diasporas should impact our policy decision-making. What are the policies? And I will be providing some of my own analysis regarding these policies. So one of the key points that I'd like to make, and can everybody hear me if I move away from the microphone? Excellent. Is that it's important to situate what we're seeing now in Ukraine in the broader trends of international conflict. And that in itself will give us a different type of understanding. So my presentation will look at local governance dimensions and some of these other points that were made by previous speakers, and hopefully it'll leave you with a lot more questions than answers as well. So in terms of general trends of international conflict, and this stays true even with the onset of the current intervention, that the phenomenon of interstate wars is declining in terms of numbers and frequency. But that in itself, just by looking with the naked eye outside, states have not become more peaceful. International conflicts are continuous. It means that states are fighting by other means. And I will explore what I mean by that in my presentation. So before I begin, I'd like to point out a simple principle of international relations, that all wars end with diplomacy, all of them. In other words, the question is, how much human suffering, how much do we have to wait until we get to that inevitable point anyway, where people are going to be sitting at somewhere in the world around a table and talking things out to a conclusive resolution? Next question that I'd like to pose to the audience. Are our efforts meant to help Ukraine or defeat Russia? This is a question for us in this room, but it's also a question for our policymakers. The different policymakers have different emphasis when we listen to the rhetoric. The implication of our answer is significant because the consequence is going to be entirely different strategies in terms of our policies. So let's keep that in mind as I'm going through the material. Now, the agenda is as follows. I will start with an explanation of what is gray zone conflict. What is this dominant conflict format or an era through which we're living? I will then discuss the Russian diaspora in the context of an escalated gray zone conflict environment. I will discuss Russia's compatriot strategy. What is it? Where is the original source of that compatriot strategy that I'm sure many of you have heard about before? Question of the Russian diaspora being willful participants, or are they victims of the conflict? Still a question that we have to answer ourselves, which has significant policy implications, of course. And finally, the question of the diaspora in Ukraine remaining in Russian-occupied territories. We have to keep in mind that people have remained in the territories and have not fled. What do we do with that phenomenon? How do we think of it? How do we conceptualize in the consequence in terms of policy? So, even though certainly this conference and our policymakers are focused on the conflict in Ukraine, in other words, what's happening on the ground in terms of fighting, but we should not lose sight of the fact that the conflict is much more than just the kinetic physical fighting operations on the ground. If we just look at the landscape of participants or stakeholders, the situation is very complex. These are just some of the entities that are, to different degrees, directly involved in what's happening. We just take a zoom out of all of what's happening on the ground. So, in other words, we have to look at this as a much more complex phenomenon in terms of the solutions as well, not just about ending the violence, but resolving a lot of complex webs of relationships and interests, which doesn't make our situation any easier, but this is what we'll have to deal with one way or another. So let's situate this in the broader phenomenon of international conflicts. So gray zone conflicts, something that I've studied for many years at this point, throughout my doctorate and now as an academic. What is gray zone conflict? First of all, it's a format of international conflict that has become dominant in international relations. On one hand, it's not a state of absolute peace, but on the other hand, it's not a state of absolute war. This is what some of the phenomena that we're trying to avoid now. The majority of international conflict happens somewhere in between, which makes this conflict format very difficult and resistant to resolution, especially in the long term. Now, other characteristics of gray zone conflicts, something that we're seeing on a daily basis in international relations, and the Ukraine conflict not being excluded from that. So it has become the dominant format of international relations as a function of direct warfare becoming very costly in terms of infrastructure damage, in terms of human losses, and other associated costs. Consequences of increased technological innovation, other words that international foreign policy can be promoted through cyberspace and so on. So there are other much more sophisticated tools and tactics that can be used to achieve foreign policy goals. Permeability of international borders, it's a key prerequisite for at least the success of this type of operation if states choose to engage in this format of conflict. Permeability of international borders has become a challenge considering the conflict in Ukraine. So what is the impact of that? Now, next, ambiguity of international law. Non-state actors are often a gray area in terms of what are they responsible for? How are they held accountable? Who's providing funding, tools, equipment, so on? What do we do with that as a policy community? Finally, again, non-state actors being often the core part of the fighting and a lot of the operations that do not involve direct fighting. So the management of these complexities is serious, and we have to think through these, all of them. Now, interesting first point, contemporary conflicts are whole of society phenomena. In other words, contemporary conflicts are not just fought by militaries, and they're not just conducted by the civilian aspect of society. It's a symbiosis. What is the balance? Depends on the conflict, depends on this, the specific events that take place, but it's a whole of society approach. And this is something that, for example, NATO has begun to recognize through what they call the comprehensive approach, where there's an understanding that in order to engage in conflict, there has to be a military aspect and a non-military aspect, as well as conflict management and resolution that will have to integrate both spheres. Whether the comprehensive approach has been integrated in any way in the practical sense, no. It was born in 2008 in the Bucharest summit, and there was a general understanding that this is the new contemporary form of international conflict, but the comprehensive approach hasn't been operationalized, whether in terms of conflict engagement generally, or especially in conflict resolution of any sort. So it's quite different from the Cold War era when military balance of power was the backbone of the standoff between the two sides. That's no longer the case. And gray zone conflicts are also protracted. They take place over decades. It's difficult to know when they start sometimes, and it's even more difficult to know when they end, because they're often perpetual in nature. So I've painted a complex picture. How do we navigate this? Because again, what we're seeing in Ukraine is not separate from any of this. It's one of the interesting case studies. The incentive to engage in gray zone conflict, again, high costs of engagement in open warfare. Waging modern warfare is also expensive, even if you have the means and tools. Maintaining standing armies is expensive. Now, escalated gray zone conflict. What we're seeing, for example, around Ukraine today. Escalated gray zone conflict is certainly a movement towards open warfare, but it's not there. There's more violence. However, the violence in itself that can be a part of that conflict will not determine grand strategic outcomes, especially between great powers, because great powers will not engage in a direct conflict anyway, because of, for example, the fear of major war that could escalate to nuclear confrontation. So there should be no expectation that violence, even if it's there, it's clearly there in this conflict, is going to actually achieve any substantial tectonic grand strategic outcomes. Okay, so we have to keep this in mind. Now, in terms of Russian foreign policy, now, as I mentioned, I'm sure many of you have heard about the concept of the compatriot strategy. So this was originally embedded in Russian domestic law, and then subsequently in the 2000 foreign policy concept of the Russian Federation in the year 2000. As I might note, this is something that was embedded in Russian law before the current president, right? Vladimir Putin arrived in power in the year 2000. So this precedes him. Generally, that legal provision therein provides a conceptualization of what is a compatriot and the necessity to potentially intervene across international borders in the role of protector of these compatriots. So generally, when we're looking at this law, it defines compatriots not just as people who identify as ethnic Russians, for example, but even people who have some sort of affinity towards Russia or even the Soviet Union. So it's a rather broad coverage of what a compatriot is. It's not just the ethnic dimension. And that law is still in force. In other words, there should be an expectation that there could be a continued implementation of it. And the commitment in terms of foreign policy will still be there. How will Russia operationalize it in the context of now, for example, less permeable international borders? This is something that we have to think through because, again, the expectation is that it will continue. In what form, we will see. Now, this is just a general map of the distribution of ethnic Russians across some of the post-Soviet republics, former Soviet republics. As you can see, in the Baltic region, there's a concentration in Ukraine and Kazakhstan and throughout Central Asia. So again, under Russian law, these also form the compatriots group that Russia has committed itself in law to protect. Now, causes for Russia's intervention. If we look at peer-reviewed pieces that emerged throughout the years, policy papers, and so on, generally speaking, there are two reasons that have been identified. One is this affective, ideological reason, that empire building, trying to reconnect lands, kin, ethnic kin, and so on. The other one is the more instrumental one, so resistance to NATO. I'm sure many of you have come across this argument. But how do we attribute Russia's foreign policy to either of those? If we attribute it to affective reasons, it means that it will be more difficult. The conflict will be much more difficult to resolve compared to instrumental reasons such as NATO expansion and so on. So how do we credibly and accurately identify why Russia does what it does? We've seen arguments on both sides. So what happens to the diaspora? The Russian diaspora that I showed you in the map found itself politically and physically isolated from Moscow. We should treat the Ukraine conflict as an earthquake phenomenon, meaning that it's not just a question of what happens to the Russian community in Ukraine, but also in the Baltic region and elsewhere. They found themselves politically and physically isolated. Disconnection of families For example, I've looked at disconnection of families in Estonia and Russia, Narva and Ivangorod, which 2 cities on 2 sides of the border, and there are families that can no longer see each other, really, because the Baltic states closed travel for Russian citizens for tourism or business. So is it a prudent policy choice or unwise symbolism? Well, if we look at the people who are actually leaving, the vast majority of them hold anti-Kremlin sentiments, right? So essentially what we're doing is keeping people inside of Russia who vast majority of them hold anti-Kremlin sentiment. So if the fear is that there are going to be sabotage groups or some sort of agents moving along with the people who want to leave Russia, well, Russia will be able to deliver those sabotage groups across international borders, regardless of whether we close the borders to the masses or not. It's not a particularly, relatively speaking, it's not a particularly difficult operation to throw people across the border if necessary. The question is about the policy regarding the large Russian community. Now, in terms of stranded diaspora, we have 2 stranded diaspora, or communities actually. The ones who live outside in the Baltic region and other places in the post-Soviet region, who can now, their ties politically and physically have been severed with Russia, right, because of the flow, but also because of the closure of the borders, we have people that are kept inside and can't leave. In terms of policy, how do we remedy this situation? Now, in terms of securitizing the Russian community, should that be undertaken? Because, for example, in Latvia, the Russian community has certainly been securitized because of certain surveys that indicated that there's much more loyalty, for example, to Russian foreign policy priorities by members of the diaspora compared to the priorities of their local government and so on. So I will not read the surveys, but this is kind of the basis. The second one is, for example, the Moscow House in Riga has been a subject of discussion because many members of the Russian community go to events there. The question is this worthy subject to securitize? In other words, are people who are going to a Russian-speaking center in Riga going to next day say we're going to support the Russian intervention in Latvia? A little bit of thinking. So Latvian Orthodox Church, another entity that has been securitized, significant organization in Latvia, 370,000 members. That's a significant portion of the Latvian population, actually. Latvia is not a very large country. So generally speaking, there has been push by the Ministry of Justice in Latvia to separate the Latvian Orthodox Church from the Moscow Patriarchate, to the point where the Minister of Justice actually sent a letter to Moscow Patriarch Kirill asking for autocephaly or independence. The question becomes, what about the principle of separation of church and state, which is embedded in Latvian law and Latvian society? In other words, how do we manage our security concerns and avoiding democratic backsliding potentially? How do we harmonize the two? In other words, if we want to securitize a diaspora and we want to say that there's some sort of criminal activity potentially, let's look at it through means, motives, and opportunity to act as agents. Is there a motive? Possibly. This is what we hear a lot about, that there's a motive, that they're speaking Russian and so on. But if we actually look at the evidence, means, I haven't come across, my colleagues haven't come across any. So no evidence of means. And opportunity, haven't seen any arguments in terms of opportunity. So really what we're working with is a motive. Is that sufficient to securitize a significant percentage of a population? Society divided amongst affinities. We see that in Ukraine as well. There are people who stayed and chose to live under a Russian occupation. Examples, 25% of Mariupol stayed and 30% of Kherson stayed. What do we do with that? Not a small percentage of the population. indicator of potential pluralism, divided affinities, divided loyalties, something we have to keep in mind as we're trying to formulate policy and governance in pluralistic societies like Ukraine. Some final considerations. It goes back to, for example, what Oksana presented on is idea of shared governance in Ukraine. Social, economic, and political inclusion. This is something that's very important in pluralistic societies. Can that be achieved in a meaningful way? And finally, border closure policy. Again, you have to look at who are the people who want to leave. Is border closure prudent policy? Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks so much. I would like to invite Professor David Carmen for the remarks. Professor Carmen is at Scotland University's Norman Paterson School of International Affairs. And yeah, we are looking forward to your comments. And I would like to invite our speakers to the podium.
Come back and join me, so I don't have to do this alone. Yesterday we had a lot of time on our hands, so go over. Let's hope that we can get a rich discussion going. So all three of these papers are excellent contributions to research on the impact of a crisis, perhaps an invasion, certainly an intervention, on the movement of peoples and the connections states have amongst each other. I would suggest that overall, these papers draw some similar conclusions with respect to how we interpret today's state of affairs politically and economically. I think it's fair to say that we are living in a world where globalization is being challenged, perhaps undermined, certainly weakened as a result of a number of things that are unfolding in which we are participating as nations, specifically what we call decoupling and delinking, not just with respect to US-China relations, but more generally how the West is engaging Russia in an effort to isolate, contain, and delink from that country as well. So what we're seeing here, I think, is a good reflection of how important understanding the decline of globalization, that is interpreted as economic interdependence, is impacting regional affairs and having significant consequences for the movement of peoples, as well as as I said, the ties between them. I think it's fair to say that we are emerging or entering into a multipolar world. And what really matters here is how things will unfold in the area which we call the Central East European states, as well as the Near, Broad, and Central Asia, matter much more than what states outside that area of interest are doing. I think in this respect, Canada might be considered an outlier in the sense that it has a strong connection to Ukraine, but what really matters are the relations that these states have amongst each other, because ultimately, whatever course of action will emerge, peaceful or not, will impact these countries more than any other in the world. Canada is free to do what it can and face limited consequences for its actions. I think that's true of the United States as well. But these countries, as we've heard from all three papers, have to be careful about how they approach engagement with both Russia and Ukraine and specifically. And they are intertwined in ways we can't possibly comprehend as outsiders looking in. So in an era of weaponized economic relations, in the sense that it no longer benefits certain countries to be trading partners with other countries, economic warfare has emerged as a primary instrument for foreign policy, particularly by the West against certain countries such as Russia, Iran, and China. We are witness to an unfolding multipolar system. And so these papers all highlight the impact of that decline of globalization in specific areas such as IT, technology transfer, whether it's diaspora and remittances, or more generally, the relationship diasporas have with Russia and host states. I think the other thing that can be drawn from all three of these papers is the obvious conclusion: this war, if we want to call it a war, did not start in 2022. It has been ongoing since 2014. The fact that it has been the world's largest unmet humanitarian disaster since 2014, I think speaks to our ignorance, quite frankly, and our unwillingness as a nation to address what has obviously been a long-standing humanitarian crisis. The framing of this conflict as an invasion of 2022, I think, does not do justice to what has unfolded in the prior 8 years. In fact, 15,000 people have been killed prior to 2022, many of which were Ukrainian citizens. So let's not forget there's a larger context here, and I think all three papers would benefit from drawing a comparison between what happened post-2022 and the prior era, when there were certainly trends in play, whether it's with respect to IT transfer, technology transfer, or diaspora movements or remittances. Certainly the trigger for this larger conflict preceded the events of 2022. So that means that we then need to have a broader global context. I think Danny Bellows' paper puts that into play. So we also have to, I think all three of these papers also draw our attention between the distinction between conflict and war. Danny Bellows' paper in particular makes this point by suggesting that parties can be engaged in conflict while actually engaging in diplomatic relations simultaneously. Certainly the IT paper draws our attention to the fact that neighboring states within Russia's sphere of influence must maintain a working relationship with Russia, while at the same time recognizing that they don't see eye to eye with Russia's policy towards Ukraine. This is a reality we often forget. We just simply believe that everyone shares our own values and will follow us blindly into a war that seems presumably to have no end. So ultimately, I think what these papers are showing us is there's a regional solution out there waiting for us. And the people who are ultimately bearing the brunt of this conflict and taking the highest cost for an ongoing conflict must find the solutions to this conflict. But it also speaks to the issue of how globalization has an impact on the movement of peoples in particular. Because what we've seen is that there have been some expectations that globalization with its decline would have a direct impact on diaspora relations negatively, as well as the labor migration and forced displacement and so on. In fact, the evidence is, I wouldn't say it's the opposite of that, but it suggests that things aren't as bad as we thought they would be. Now, there are a number of reasons for that. Russia's economy has not faltered to the extent that I think many anticipated. The World Bank projected at the beginning of the war, 2022, that all Central Asian states would see a major hit on their GDP of about -5%, -6%. Some more, some less. That has not come to fruition. In fact, what we've seen is a actual growth within some of the states in Central Asia. So moving specifically in the time that I have available to me, I want to highlight each of the papers. Well, let's start with I have to remind you that the papers that I was given were much different than the presentations. I think the presentations were, in fact, I didn't get one paper, so I'm kind of winging it here. So let's start with the first paper. You speak to alignment and positionality, and I think this is a great way to frame the paper. But I would push you a little further. When you speak of positionality of the host state, whether it's Turkey or Georgia, towards the conflict, you might also want to look at whether or not the diaspora align with that particular position. So there are, if they're coming from a certain country, their views of the conflict obviously matter. But I would like to know a little bit more about how convergent they are between the host state views regarding the conflict in Ukraine. I think it's important to note that these are people, whether we consider them to be labor migrants or refugees or simply economic migrants, are transmitters of knowledge. And so by virtue of bringing knowledge to the host state, whether that is Turkey or Georgia, what are the prospects for them to return someday and bring this knowledge back to help rebuild an economy? Because this is ultimately what the bigger picture is all about. Are they fleeing for long-term self-interested goals, or will they build a better future for the country from which they came. I mean, this is the troubling aspect of all fragile states, that they are typically neglected by the diaspora, and only under certain circumstances do we see this desire to return to rebuild a frail economy supported. So I would encourage, in terms of framing your questions, to ask people a little bit more about their likelihood of returning to their homeland. It would also, as I pointed out, be useful to see some trends prior to 2022, so you could draw up some comparison. What I didn't get from your overview was the sense of whether this was significantly different behavior than what occurred prior to 2022. So here we have an opportunity to look at the importance or the impact of 2022 on behavior. You mentioned a fairly sizable influx of Ukrainians into, I think it was Georgia. And I'm curious whether or not they were Crimean Ukrainians, because just territory from which they're coming. We know, as Danny pointed out, I think also Jennifer pointed out, that a significant portion of Ukrainians fled to Russia and elsewhere instinctively at the prior to 2022. So there's been a large movement of people outside. I'm just kind of curious, when you characterize those people, exactly where they came from within Ukraine. I'm a little interested in your case study selection. Well, you gave us good reasons why you can justify both Ukraine, Turkey and Georgia in terms of their positionality. It's kind of ex post facto, after the fact. But why did you choose these cases to begin with? Something about proportional size, importance, influence in the region would be helpful. I like your focus group approach. One would need to know a little bit more about sample size, timeline, when did you conduct these interviews, so we have a better sense of how they feel about the particular situation at any given time. Do you have a control group? I mean, in other words, are you asking people who are not, who are either arrived before 2022, who are not part of this particular group, the same kinds of questions, so you could determine whether there's some significant differences in choices that these people are making? Finally, I would encourage you to look a little bit more at the implications for both theory and policy. Here we have something about digital nomads, and it would be useful to know whether or not there's something unique about the IT sector that lends itself to this kind of analysis, or more importantly, whether it defies my assessment of the globalization downturn. In other words, will IT workers always have a place to work, independent of the delinking that's going on? It's a question that needs to be asked in terms of the implications for growth within the region. Now, turning to the Displacement paper. Well, this is really important paper. It labels matter, as she pointed out. I didn't see the word asylum, or the two words asylum seekers, mentioned, and I wondered where you would put them within your lexicon. Do they even matter? I mean, a large number of people moving from Syria into Germany were described as asylum seekers. This gave the German government an out in terms of how they could be treated. And I think in a number of cases, we saw a similar kind of framing by countries such as Poland, when they chose to turn away refugees forcibly who were fleeing. I think it was they accused Belarus of weaponizing refugee flows, but they were treated as asylum seekers, locked up, or maybe I'm being a little unfair, but put in cages and treated distinctly different than those fleeing from Ukraine. So you've given us a strong assessment of two different regions that matter to Russia's sphere of influence. I would just put this out here. I think there's some important assessment here of remittances. On the one hand, as I pointed out, there really were these two phases. There's the first phase prior to 2022, in which Russia's hit hard by sanctions, and we see a downturn in the regional economies of Central Asia as a result of two things. One is loss of job and employment in Russia proper, and the return of those migrant workers back to the Central Asian states. which puts further burdens on a weakened economy because the ruble itself is not performing well. And as I pointed out earlier, post 2022, I guess things could be worse. That's the basic point. Everybody expected the Russian economy to collapse completely. Maybe some were even hoping that would happen. We haven't seen that happen yet. In fact, I wouldn't say it's prosperous, but compared to, I think, the Ukraine economy, which has seen 35% decline in GDP, it's hovering around 15% decline in the last few months. So this has negative consequences for the neighboring states, particularly for Central Asia, but not as significant as one expected. On the other hand, there has been a rise in commodity exports. And as you point out, remittances account for a huge portion of some of these economies' growth. And I think in the case of Central Asian states, they've compensated through commodity export. Georgia hasn't been nearly as lucky, and I'd like to know a little bit more about that. The Caucasus in particular caught up in a regional conflict. So the consequences, I guess one could argue the fallout from the 2022 invasion has been much more severe for the Caucasus. So I think there's a need for comparison across those two breakpoints, the period prior to 2022 and also across the region. I think an important element here, since you mentioned it, you're making that distinction between refugees and IDPs, is the percentage of expenditures on social support, whether that's, you mentioned mental health and other things. And one can't lose sight of the fact that these are countries that weathered the storm in two ways: post-COVID recovery, as well as then the weakened Russian economy vis-a-vis sanctions. So one would have to maybe be able to nuance it a little bit. How did these countries learn from responding to COVID to build a stronger social network, social support network? And I think there's some evidence here to show that the Central Asian states are performing a little bit better on the social expenditures to buffer the impact of and reduce the potential conflict that you mentioned between returning migrant workers and locally employed people. So now we come to Danny Bello. Well, I mean, I worked with Danny as a student. Obviously, he and I are co-authors. So I'm going to try to be as brief as possible here. I think in terms of the paper you presented and I was asked to read, I would focus solely on the Russian sphere of influence and leave the other cases out of it. The ones in which we have a contrasting set of case studies where technology and so on may not have played as important role. I think, this is a question we all have to ask ourselves because the media doesn't help us at all. What is Russia's end goal? I bet if I ask that to this audience, we get as many answers as there are people in this room, right? And why did Russia invade Ukraine in 2022? Because Ukraine was about to be a member of NATO, because it was to be a member of the EU. Ukraine was being armed to retake Crimea, because someone mentioned Russia's hell-bent on committing genocide in Ukraine. It wants to remove its existence off the map. We would get any number of answers. The truth is we don't know what its end goal is, do we? And not knowing what its end goal is means it's much more difficult to resolve. That's the definition of a gray zone conflict, which Danny Bello presented to you. Not knowing what will satisfy Russia's demands, if you will, put it that way, what will lead to a negotiated settlement becomes more difficult when the end target, the termination agreement, cannot be satisfied through conventional means. We thought that we could solely rely on a territorial settlement, right? Minsk II, looking at autonomy or respect for minorities within certain regions. This would encompass political, social, economic agreements, and some progress was being made in each of these. And then something happened. Well, I know what happened. I have probably a different view than what you think. But I think Russia's view was that it was either defend Crimea now, or we're going to face the consequences of facing a much stronger Ukraine. given the level of military buildup by the West into Ukraine prior to 2022. I mean, that has to be a little more nuanced. So the question then that Danny presents to us is, can this happen again? I mean, okay, this was the argument for granting Finland NATO membership. This was the argument from giving Sweden access to NATO membership. And this may be the argument why Turkey is preventing those two from becoming members of NATO, because they don't believe that the need for it exists. Well, if you go on the assumption that it can happen again, which Danny seems to question, then that's the solution that's waiting for you. You provide a deterrence capability across the near broad within all those areas where we believe Russia may intervene on the basis of its compatriots policy. Beginning of this war, arguments were made that Russia would walk clean through Ukraine. Estimates said that they were so powerful they would walk clear through Ukraine and into Poland. I mean, I don't know if anybody here believes that, but that was the premise upon which a lot of policy solutions rested, including massive arms buildup, which we haven't seen since the end of the Cold War, $50 billion alone from the US. So you can see not being able to define this conflict in certain ways will lead you to certain policy solutions. So I think ultimately what I would encourage you to do, Danny, is to push, clarify, like you asked us questions, but you're supposed to answer those questions at the end. So is in fact a motive which you feel is not sufficiently nuanced or specific enough, sufficient to motivate Russia to intervene yet again and again and again? Because if we agree with that, then maybe Russia's collapse is a good thing. It's a collective good, right? And that's not an argument I agree with. Maybe that's a solution that waits for us out there, that we ensure that Russia can never again have the capacity to do this kind of thing in the near future, bring harm to other nations. If you don't agree with that, then maybe there's an opportunity for a peaceful solution, at least a negotiated solution that will satisfy all parties to this conflict.
Professor Carmen, thank you so much. I think it was a good way to kind of summarize our paper. I would suggest that we will allow our presenters just to kind of respond, like reflect to your comments. Okay, so we can take one round of questions, and so perhaps the presenters also can answer questions and also reflect on comments. So that yeah, please go. Yes.
Yes. So thank you very much for your presentation. That all three were so interesting. Danny, I thought I'd mention this. I was really funny because we were talking about this last night, and I kept thinking when I was thinking about your topic, this is really random, but the Russians that were stuck in Bangkok at the beginning of the conflict. I'm like, is that what he's talking about? No, clearly not. So just random anecdote. But to Karina's and Vera's presentation, obviously my subject touches a lot on that. And so I find quite interesting this idea of looking at these two case studies, and specifically Turkey, that's always been seen from my point of view, from my research really, as a transit country. So I thought quite funny that you brought up this idea that they want to stay there, but they're really keen on paying taxes. So can you speak a bit more about it? And I guess Vera, for you, like, can you contrast that with what's the Georgian experience?
And
Thanks. Thank you for your presentations. I would like to challenge Danny with two arguments. I'm wondering around your definition that this is conflict in Ukraine. So 2 points that I would like to raise and hear your opinion about it. First point, you were referring to the time of the long peace, what we know from the literature, that there are less and less interstate conflicts, which also you said that it doesn't mean that states became more peaceful, but that the conflicts, they became intrastate preliminarily. So do I understand it correctly, just briefly, that you mean that in Ukraine we have the interstate conflict because you do not differentiate it as a war? Because in my opinion, so in my understanding, what is understanding of international relations, I am not an expert of that, but in my understanding, it suggests, if we call it conflict in Ukraine, it suggests that there was feasible, also in terms of international law, ground for the military clash, which is either religion or ethnic division. And we see in Ukraine, again, to my view, that this is not the case. And it's not only my view, but 2/3 of UN Assembly voted that this is not the case. So that there is no legitimate ground to do the intervention. So we are speaking in these terms of international law, as far as I understand, not of an intra-state conflict, but we are speaking of invasion. Or to put it in a to make a very blatant comparison, maybe, I don't know whether it's suitable, but I can have a conflict with my neighbors, but if I'm raped, I am not in conflict with my rapist. So I think this is like, for me, this is the difference. First point, and the second point about your definition of full escalation. I'm not sure, also maybe you can elaborate, do you mean that this must include the nuclear catastrophe? Like a nuclear fight, or like what is in your definition full escalation that this is the war? Because I don't know how much more it should escalate in Ukraine to call it the war. And not only in Ukraine, but this war has like huge global implications. And as you pointed out, the list of different agencies there engaged. So I'm a little bit confused or not really buying your argument for this reason. And then you're also very important and interesting question, what is the end goal? Is it supporting Ukraine or defeating Russia? And I would hear your answer. I would like to hear your answer to that. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for the panelists for the interesting presentations that you brought forth. I actually kind of have like a comment / question to Jennifer and Danny. You both raised really important questions. One, Jennifer, you raised, can Russians leaving Russia be classified as Russian refugees? And Danny, you raised the question of whether or not securitizing the Russian community is the right thing to do. And my comment here is that I think it's really important to actually differentiate between who is classified as an ethnic Russian and who is not a non-ethnic Russian, but yet falls under the Russian national identity. So with that being said, for example, you have Northern Caucasus, where it's being right now disproportionately impacted through forced mobilization. You have Chechens, you have Dagestan, and you even have the Circassian people that are being forced to go and fight in Ukraine. And there is a disproportionate number of victims coming from those specific regions that are basically, you know, casualties now of the war. And technically, when you take a look at the history there, they have also been in conflict with Russia for decades. So I think it's just really important that when we talk about, you know, and really think about hashing out these questions and trying to figure out an answer to it, that it's not just one approaching Russia as a monolith with one shared history, language, culture, but rather an eclectic mix of people that have different lived realities, experiences, cultures, and histories. And so I was wondering how you both would actually incorporate that into your analysis. Thank you.
Thanks so much. I guess, yeah. We can take, okay, I guess we can take 2 more and then we should perhaps.
Thank you. I would ask a question maybe for different presenters or whoever would like to answer, but probably first of all to Danny. So that was in the very beginning also the question of should we wait or will we wait until the diplomacy means could work and a diplomatic way of resolution the conflict. I would kind of continue with Oksana also suggestions and comments. If we look to another direction, so let's say today by the end of the conference, or maybe not today, but we came to the decision that right now there is no diplomatic solution for the moment. And should we think about some actions, or should we do, what should we do if we come to the conclusion that we cannot wait for diplomatic resolution?
Thank you for very insightful presentations. My question is for Danny, and maybe also Jennifer could answer. I defend the inclusion and the right to space and open borders for everything, and I'm against the homogenization of people. Yet I didn't know what to think when European borders were closed for Russian men who were trying to avoid the enrollment in the Russian army. So I know that, Danny, you mentioned that the Russians, the diaspora, but and Jennifer tried to classify migrants and refugees and so on. So where do you place this category of people? I mean, Ukrainians in the media said that they are not rightful for asylum because when they were inside their country, they did not try to oppose the government's decisions. And the European countries, I mean, some political interpretations of their decisions for closing the borders for Russians is that they wanted to add pressure on the government, the Russian government, on Putin, and keep potential opponents to the, I mean, inside the Russian borders. So what do you think? Where do you stand? What should we think? Thank you.
To kind of allow our presenters to respond. First of all, of course, I'll ask Vera to respond because well, she's online and we like kind of. I felt that perhaps it makes sense to hear her opinion. Vera, please, could you share your reflections on the questions that were posed to your presentation, and we will go kind of by presenter. Vera, can you hear us?
Yes, so I will start first responding to the general comments that was given to our paper. I should say first that the Georgia and Turkey were part of our cases we decided to choose. So other countries were under our focus, but we're not presented now. We're also Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan. And other very interesting examples in the region who either provide special policies for those new incoming tech specialists, or a country like Kazakhstan, who has always been the centrum of in Central Asia, or Georgia, also recently become tech center in the Caucasus. I also wanted to address the comment on the Ukrainian people in Georgia that was made. Yes, definitely we can say that the refugees that were coming from Ukraine were from eastern part of the Ukraine, and actually it is true that some of the respondents we have were from Crimea. However, we should also remember that the Ukrainian IT specialists were mostly relocating internally to the western regions of the country, or to the EU states like Poland and Lithuania, mostly Poland. So we had a few examples. I will also address the question that was made first by first person. I didn't see who was that. but it touches very interesting topic about Georgia being a transit state and Turkey being a transit state. And I will respond that it is really depends from our research. It depends on the category of the people we were asking. So first thing to remember that our research took place before so-called mobilization. So that was like first wave of tax specialists living Belarus, Belarus and Russia mostly. And in the media review, this wave is described as more value driven. That is why these people were making decisions very fast, and most of our respondents have left in the first in March or even in February. That does mean they were decision making fast, and they did not have visa. And they were saying that if they would have visa to the European Union, they would choose another country. And most of these people probably left already Georgia by now. Maybe Karina will elaborate on Turkey more. So that is why they decided to choose Georgia. But for the second and third category of self-employed specialists or freelancers, and also those who decided to relocate their businesses to Georgia, the tax system Georgia has is very beneficial because the specialists only pay 1% of the tax, and which makes their business legally established very fast, and also the tax they pay is very low. So I think, yes, this was the correlation we had in the research, and yeah, maybe Karina will continue and follow.
Thanks so much. I think, Karina, please.
So I will answer first Juanita's question. Apologize about my voice again. So in terms of Turkey, I think in a migration context, it's worthwhile to reconsider Turkey, not only as a country of transit, but really in the last 2 decades, it's become a country of emigration, immigration, and transit. It's really kind of, and a lot of other types of migration as well. First beginning with America's wars in Afghanistan and Iraq, Turkey received a lot of those refugee populations, but it has, and then of course the Syrian population. So it's become much more of a country that's seen by a lot of different types of migrants from a lot of different countries as a place to move to and to stay for long term, myself included. And on the issue of paying taxes, this was actually something that I was surprised about. It just was repeatedly brought up that people really wanted to pay taxes. So I started to inquire more about this, because on the type of residency they currently have, there's no possibility for them to pay taxes, which you would think that people would enjoy. But they really want to get this kind of legal foothold in the country that would allow them to stay longer legally and possibly eventually apply for citizenship, which is what actually some people even brought up, mostly the Russians, which then is an indication of staying longer term. But Turkish citizenship is quite difficult to get, except for perhaps through purchase of property. And I think it's also worthwhile to mention that why Turkey might be seen less as a transit point is there's very long-standing communities from various post-Soviet countries in Turkey, especially in Istanbul and in Antalya and these kind of resort areas. So a lot of people were also kind of actually reconnecting with family members in there. I will try to quickly address some of the earlier questions as well. I think they're very interesting and very helpful for us to also consider how to expand our research for the future, which right now is very much, we can say, an exploratory phase, trying to understand how much further should we go in Turkey and in Georgia. In terms of the positionality of the whole host state in relation to the diaspora, right? Well, this depends on if we're looking at which of the 3 countries. I think it's something to explore further. I think something that Turkey has this kind of careful position, right? I don't want to call it a neutral position because I don't think it's neutral, but I think it's more careful. And I think it becomes a space where this conference is about pluralism, where it's really quite plural, especially in the context of what's happening. It is a place where, of course, Russians and Belarusians were able to move to when other countries had closed their borders. But it's also a space where the different diasporas, for example, are able to show anti-war demonstrations, which, for example, in Istanbul happen on a daily basis by the Ukrainian community, but also joined by many of the Russian communities as well. In terms of transmission of knowledge, I think it's too early to tell because we don't know when people will return, if they will return, how will they return. Most people we spoke with said at best they have an understanding of what they are doing, maximum for 1 year. And really it depends what happens in their countries if they will return to or not. I think it's a very important question, this aspect of trends prior to 2022. So before 2022, Belarus, Ukraine, and Russia had very important regional and even global IT sectors that were very much valued by the global IT sphere. And the talent produced in these countries was very valued and sought after, whether for them to relocate or work remotely. But at the same time, there was a deficit of IT workers in all three countries. Even though many were being trained, the countries really required a lot more IT workers. And at the same time, there was already a trend of the migration of IT workers from all three countries to other places, not necessarily to Europe. Actually, a lot of Russian IT workers were interested in going to Ukraine, which had this kind of easier visa process for independent entrepreneurs. And some people we spoke to have been in Ukraine prior, so they actually went to, they were Russians, but they went to Turkey from Ukraine because they had been there. And also I should mention that the aspect of nationality is quite blurred. Some people we spoke to also were half Ukrainian, half Russian, right? But in the end, what's happening now is really an incredible acceleration of the migration of the IT workers from these countries. I will just address one last point and give the other speakers their turn. In terms of theory and policy, I think definitely this is something that we want to begin doing more. I think there's a lot to consider in terms of integration policy. I think sometimes, and theory especially, sometimes we don't really think enough about the integration of high-skilled and middle-class kinds of migration populations. But I think it's very important to look for this. And I think Turkey offers some comparative examples to look at these long-standing migration populations from the former Soviet countries in Antalya and Istanbul, which were kind of different types of labor migrants. But at least from my anecdotal experience in living there, there are very, I believe, high levels of integration. So this would be quite some interesting comparison to make. So I will stop with that.
Sorry, can we just check to make sure the microphone is, I didn't want to interrupt.
I guess it was not. I strained myself for nothing.
Okay, I'll maybe address the two audience questions first. So Fatin's question, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, so I didn't want to. Farah, okay, both your questions since they're somewhat related. So Farah, your question, I agree 100%. So I by no means was talking about like someone who might identify as ethnic Russian. I thought I was using the word Russian national. That's what I'm intending. So referring to people who have a passport. So that could mean they're from Moscow, they're from Dagestan, they're from Siberia. And you know, looking at the South Caucasus, as I do, obviously it's one of the more ethnically, linguistically heterogeneous places. So I'm looking at it purely in people with a Russian passport who would be leaving. So not in any way equating that they would be ethnic Russian or otherwise. I don't know if that answers your question, but it was like clearly what passport are you leaving with? Related to Fatin's question, I think it's a really good one. And I think it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And that's why I'm bringing up the label question and why I actually underscored the Venezuelan case. And just to give one other example. So there's a huge number of Venezuelans who have fled, right? The greater share, some would qualify as refugees, but the greater share, it's economic reasons, right? So they can't qualify for that refugee status. Similar, I'm American. Our biggest migration issue we hear in the United States is on our southern border, right? With people by and large coming from Northern Triangle countries of Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala. And in the case of a large number of the women there fleeing horrific, what we term femicide, right? Targeting killings of women, but that too doesn't qualify under refugee status, right? So this is why it becomes, because I don't think it's improbable that, getting back to this Russian nationals, people leaving with the Russian passport, they could technically qualify under one of those 5 categories, political opinion, right? And so there'd be a lot of people, if they believe, I think a lot of probably people in the room do, that Russia is the aggressor in this conflict, right? And so that makes them uncomfortable that you could have a segment of the population that could get that status. So I think that's part of why I raise it, right? If we're going to follow international law, right now, obviously, this is pointed out, this wasn't the first Russian invasion of Ukraine. It's 2022, it was 2014, 2008 into Georgia, right? There's a standing of this. The international community didn't take a stance before. It's at this point that they're taking a stance. Conversely, if the West suddenly says, well, we're going to negate what these refugee, so it becomes a slippery slope. But I think absolutely your question is spot on. I think it will become tricky. That's, if they're designated. Just 2 comments then, Professor Carmen's very good comments about the asylum seekers. Yeah, absolutely. That's something that should be addressed. I think why I was focusing on refugee versus IDP, for the big reason is that I just think IDPs get far less attention than they should. And that gets back to the state sovereignty issue, right? It's much easier once someone crosses an international border, again, getting back to international law, for them to get attention than IDPs do, even though many times they're facing the exact same, if not, I would argue, worse circumstances, because as we know, a lot of times people with more means are the first to be able to get out, right? It's people with less social connections, economic means, otherwise you can't get out. And so that's why I was focusing on that distinction. Also, second point, asylum law differs from country to country, right? US system, to qualify for the affirmative process of asylum, you have to either be in the US legally or enter through a legal port of entry. Otherwise, you automatically go into the defensive proceedings. EU has its own form of asylum. So each country has its different, but I absolutely take your point with the weaponization of the asylum seekers that took place. I think I was just trying to emphasize that distinction between, getting back to this international law question, refugee versus IDP. And then the social support question, I think, is also very good as well. And that's where I think it's tricky, because in the case of Azerbaijan, arguably the Azerbaijani government's done an exceptional job from a social support. In what we have from publicly available data, they put into upwards of 3% of their GDP for attempting to ameliorate the IDP situation. But if you look at what's been done, has it fostered integration between them? And that, getting back to this whole issue of IDP versus refugee, the international community, World Bank, UNHCR can only work in those countries to the extent that they go along with what the national government wants. So that's where I think you can look at social support levels, but how does that equate to the people on the ground? And I agree absolutely with you. Again, getting back to remittances pre-2022, post-2022, you can break it down there, but I'll save comments for Danny.
Sorry. Yes. So I will address the questions in order, and I'll start with the audience questions first, and then I will move to Professor Carmen's comments and questions. So I'll address them in order. Regarding the question, war happening, Oksana's question, we don't actually disagree at all. The caveat that I think that I should reiterate is that war is happening in Ukraine, but it is a subphenomenon of a much larger process that's happening. I'll put it in another way. If we address what we're seeing in Ukraine as just violence in Ukraine, war in Ukraine, pardon the expression, but it would essentially be trying to put a Band-Aid on stage 3 oncology. Ukraine is a subphenomenon of a much larger problem that can only have a diplomatic solution at the end. And this goes back to another question that I had, that one way or another, people will be sitting around the table and they will have to negotiate a solution to what we're seeing, including the war in Ukraine, which again is a sub-phenomenon of a much larger problem that we have. So we don't disagree. I think that it's an excellent question. It just required clarification. That's all. And the second question regarding compatriots, or ethnic Russians. When I look at this from a Russian foreign policy perspective, of course, from their policy, as I mentioned in my presentation, the coverage of the compatriots group is much broader than just ethnic Russians. If we actually look at their laws, their foreign policy concepts across the years from the year 2000 till 2018, when the last one was published in a meaningful way, the coverage is essentially ethnic Russians, people who have affinity to the Soviet Union. Again, it could be sentimental, it could be ethnic, it could be linguistic, and so on. I'd like to clarify another point that I made in my presentation, which I think should be noted. In terms of linguistic exclusion, this creates permissive environment for the implementation of the compatriots policy. Adjacent point, this all relies on an assumption that the Russian language is owned by the Kremlin or by Russia. If we change the treatment that the Russian language is somehow owned by Russia, and we, in pluralistic states like Ukraine and other places in the world, we say, we disconnect this ownership of language from national governments and say that the ownership of language is by the communities themselves, then it creates a much more conducive environment for different communities to live in a single nation state. And it also eliminates the permissive conditions for external intervention because that ownership is simply lost. Okay, so that's next question regarding waiting for a diplomatic solution that was posed. Again, diplomacy will happen. That's the only way to resolve this, because let's look at an alternative to this. Do we want to further escalate the military conflict? Is it worth it? Again, may not never reach nuclear war, but the risk becomes quite great of an exchange. So again, one way or another, sooner, hopefully, rather than later, there are going to be people sitting around the table. So in my perspective, it should happen much sooner rather than later. Next question regarding the Russian men leaving Russia. Again, my perspective is I'm skeptical of border closure as a policy, because the people who are leaving, and their vast majority, hold sentiments and views that are opposing to what's happening. If people remain in Russia, and let's say there are protests that happen inside Russia that are of a magnitude akin to, for example, a 2012 Bolotny protests that happened in Moscow after around the election campaign. Is that going to change the foreign policy course of Russia today? Unlikely. It has changed almost nothing, really, realistically, in 2012. And now that the national apparatus, or the state apparatus, is mobilized on this kind of footing, it is not unlikely. Then Professor Carmen's questions. So first, my responsibility to answer the questions that I posed. I think that's right. Are we supporting Ukraine or trying to defeat Russia, which others have also mentioned that I should answer? Depends on who one asks in terms of policy making. In the community that I often engage, which people who are, for example, my students, half of which are military, active military, the idea of defeating Russia is rather front and center. From a military security perspective, Russia is a major adversary, dangerous adversary that should be defeated. And Ukraine is substantially a platform for that. One view. I've come across it a lot. The other side of the equation is supporting Ukraine, which I hope can finally be the harmonized policy. But that will require different policy solution or a set of solutions. In other words, it's akin to the difference between peace building, peacekeeping, and peace building. One is a much more physical security sort of solution. Another one is governance, state building, much more integrated approach akin to the comprehensive approach that I mentioned to you that was established by NATO, but has not been implemented in any meaningful way. So that's the way moving forward. Regarding motive, is it sufficient to securitize a diaspora? The more inclusion there is, the less means and opportunity there is. Therefore, motive will simply not matter anymore because there won't be.
I'd like to take an opportunity just to ask a follow-up question. Well, okay, so you're concluding that pluralism is a solution to a kind of conflict in which there's a compatriots policy. Essentially, the more inclusive a society is, the less motivation there is for external power to seek or justify its intervention on that kind of rationale. Why isn't the West taking a leading role in advancing a pluralist agenda in a country that is presumably pursuing strategies and policies that are not inclusive? Now, I understand that in a situation of war, there's a hardening of attitudes. There's a prioritization of security above all else. But even prior to this war, there were dubious policies being implemented regarding language and memory laws, as well as the exclusion of certain peoples, and even an unwillingness to pursue engagement on the autonomy structures within Minsk II. And yet there was very little pressure brought to bear by those countries that are currently supporting Ukraine in its war effort. So have we failed in our mission to advance pluralism in a country that we see as a democratic ally? President Zelensky describes his country as a liberal democracy. I don't think that's true. We are not being honest with ourselves. We're certainly not being honest with our people.
Is this a follow-up question just for me, or would the other speakers like to address? Would you like? So I think it goes back to the the strategy that I mentioned, that it's the idea that we can focus on the military solution, disregard a lot of these things that are important in terms of preventing a permissive environment from forming. So I think it's the idea, again, of a comprehensive solution, not one that's rooted in strict security kind of threat perception lens.
Thanks so much to our speakers, and yeah, I would just clap. And Jeff, floor is yours, and thanks so much for organizing all this.
Thank you.
Going forward.
And I didn't. It's been 2 really fantastic days, but my mind is so full of ideas, and I thought I would pass the last word to our 2 translators from today, Oksana and Milana, because I know translation is a challenging thing to do, and I think they have also been cultural translators as well as linguistic translators, and maybe they would be ones who could have a stronger sense of concluding remarks than I would have. So maybe Milana.
Thank you so much for this emotional and intellectual engagement. It's definitely, I feel the same, that we have to process information. And in my mind, my problem, my fight with translation was that I was keeping, discussing and engaging my brain in the conversation with presenters. I hope we will continue the discussion in other format. The conference is event, and it's full of emotions and food for the brain, but we have something else to look further, and hopefully we can discuss the possibilities for publication for someone who is interested later on. But it was emotional and incredibly timing event. I'm very thankful, Jeff, for you just bearing all of this very hard work and delivering such a beautiful product in the end. Thanks.
Thanks a lot for organizing this conference. I can only join Milana, and I'm honored that you gave me the final words. Maybe some takeaways that I see for myself from this conference. So we were discussing inclusion and meaningful participation is one of the solutions to such a complex problem as IDPs and refugees. And this is not only buzzwords, but we were discussing many examples and had also examples from different states how to handle it. And also that Ukraine in these terms provides a case study, a fruitful case study that we can elaborate further and apply maybe some good practices to other migration waves that are maybe yet to come. And also considering challenges and opportunity, because we're also speaking a lot of IT potential, of new resources that are coming also with IDPs, but also we discussed the challenge, so how to keep it, how to maintain it, and to think of this hospitality, that this is there, and to maintain the openness and the pluralism. So in these terms, we also need to continue thinking and working with this regards. And yes, thanks a lot for providing this space, because we see also from the discussions that it's huge value to have a space to discuss, argue, counter-argue, and still searching for a truth, for a common space. So thanks a lot for the organization. It was one of the best organized conferences I've ever attended. Thank you for your hard work. Yeah.
So thanks to everyone again. Those who presented will just chat a little bit. There is some more coffee out there. There's some snacks for everyone. But for the presenters, we'll just talk a little bit about next steps, because for everyone in the room, your feedback is welcome, because we want this to be the first step. It was a big one, but we want this to be not the only one in terms of looking at anything from policy briefs to publications to podcasts, to a website, and we'll be rolling out those details, and we'll be communicating them to you. But I think to conclude, I do think what struck me the most was just to move from a level, and I think Tatiana's just heartrending description of her exodus from Ukraine, to think about refugee agency or forced migrant agency inclusion, to go to mid-level, to go to government, to go to international levels, as we've talked about here, international law, grand politics, was one of the really fantastic levels or multi-levels of this conference. And I'm really glad these presentations will be online, and you may have the links already, but they will stay online, and I would encourage you to go back. I want you to run back right now and look at them again. But they will be there for you as teaching tools. They will be there for us to think about a little bit more in the fullness of time. And thank you to everyone who came, to the presenters, to Matt and Global Center for Pluralism, iAffairs, Canadian Foreign Policy Journal, all our co-sponsors. And my mind is a bit fried to think of them all, but thank you, and have a wonderful weekend, everyone.
Thanks so much for all that very we never really see it. I'm pretty sure you were all really proud. Yeah, but again, thanks so much. Thank you, David.